It's time for trigger warning.
Trigger warning! Fuck your feelings, you little snowflake! Triggerwarning.tv.
How dare you!
Hello, 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 hello. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's just keep pouring that. How are you doing, guys? You okay? Has no one joined yet? This is going to be the saddest sad stream ever, isn't it, eh? None of you joining. just a lower to middle-aged person slowly getting drunk all on his own. Slowly getting drunk. It'll take about an hour. So yeah, this is the Drunk Saturday. Nothing is on the agenda. Nothing much anyway. I've got a couple of things I want to talk about. Struck a Nerve has just said, where is Hayden? I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say about where is Hayden at the moment, but I just got a text saying he's had a bit of a fight. So he's not in at the moment. So we need you, man. Otherwise, this is going to be a very short, very sad stream. Because all I've been doing is reading government policy and endless BS. Good evening, Nick. Good evening, Aphid Lip. He says that he'll be in a sec. Alan said it's time for us all to get shit-faced. Yes, please. Felbrig has just said, when are you getting a Boris the Butcher hat? I suspect the Boris the Butcher thing's going to snap back on him once all this is done. Right now, the Conservative Party, the Boris, they're going easy on the clapping back and the memes and that because they don't want to seem insensitive, you know, whilst they're lording over an NHS that's failing people on a massive scale. They can't do it, but I reckon they'll lean into it once they're done. 2-6 is here as well, as is Happy Dog. Have I already said that? I don't know, but there's loads of you. We've got Birksy, Torgo, Mr. Kilsey1, Alan, and a few more. Hello. How are you doing, guys? Don't forget to jump onto our Twitch. StreamYard is also open if you want to send. StreamYard is open because that's what I'm streaming on. But Streamlabs is also open. I'll do my best not to miss it tonight. Hello, Nick.
Good evening, gentlemen. How you doing?
Oh,
can you hear me?
Oh. Hey, mate, can you call back? Because there's an insane amount of lag on your line. Talk for me. Just say something.
Good evening, and it goes like this when I'm testing a mic.
Oh, no, it's okay now. There was just a bit of wobble at the beginning there. You're all right. All right.
I think...
No, we're okay. We're okay. When you first came in, you'll see on the playback.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
And then it'd go, hello. Yeah. What's going on with you? How's your week been, man?
Normal, yeah, good. Produced quite a lot of videos for work. Just carried on doing my own podcast on the evening, 9 o'clock. Did the weekend edition today with Ted. Generally, it's been pretty decent, I guess. It's been as good as it can be expected. Went out this morning, ended up singing happy birthday to somebody.
Why? Was it their birthday, or you just sort of?
Yeah, it was their birthday. Yeah. No, it's somebody who's normally on the podcast. I only live in a little village. If there's anybody in this village driving past who lives there, you're gonna know who they are. It's that kind of place. Yeah, I knew it was their birthday. So
it's funny actually. Like my brother, used to work for Carillion before they collapsed, and obviously building hasn't stopped. People are still building schools and hospitals, but other companies they all carried on doing it instead. And he used to live in Manchester, not far from me, but there was no jobs there. There was no jobs at all. He got one fairly easily, and it actually worked out quite well because he got a bit of a pay rise out of it and all the rest. Yeah. But he ended up. He was driving 2.5 hours a day just to get to work. But it's shit happens in life, doesn't it? It was a job. He could pay the rent and support his family, so he was happy. But he ended up moving to this little village, much like what you're describing now. And I went to visit him, and it was so weird that for me living in Manchester, because obviously it's multicultural up its ass, it was so weird how white it was. I wasn't used to it. how phenomenally white it was. I don't think, I mean, even sort of like going past Chinese restaurants and things like that. Not that there was an issue, not that there was a problem.
Like that here. It is like that here. But to be honest, you don't have to go very far in any direction to find it change, which is great. Because I mean, I don't really like it being that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care one way or the other, to be honest. People are just people, aren't they? You know, I don't. It was just something I noticed because you don't realize how used to something you are. Like when I went backpacking for a year, when I came back to Manchester felt so horrifically busy and aggressive, and I'm just used to it again now. But I remember walking through the city centre, I couldn't stand it. Torgo's asking where Drone Tech is. Yeah, where is Drone Tech? Someone should drop him a tweet.
I don't know.
Drop him a tweet and ask him where he is. I think it's.
I don't know why everyone seems to think I'm some kind of racist. It's just like, I think I said one thing once that someone didn't like.
There's a huge thing of that, you know, talking about like reading medical stuff, and people from the NHS have just decided that, you know, we've been discussing ethnic minorities dying at a greater rate or whatever, even though it's only tiny, but it's just straight up, it's because the NHS is racist, and that's the fucking end of it. And a big thing that there's this big sort of anti-science push right now, in that you're not allowed to discuss genetics. Like the second you discuss genetics at any time, people close down and freak out. Even though like white people, you know, white by you know virtue of the genetics are more likely to get skin cancer. There's no like, there's no great like this isn't some like that's not some supremacist thing. So when then there's different rates for different ethnicities for kidney failure and heart attacks and all sorts of stuff. And like everyone in the everyone that actually works in the medical profession knows this, but there's a weird thing at the moment where they're not allowed to talk about it.
Well, it's a squeamish society. You can't cope with stats that don't stack up against prejudices and other such politically motivated or otherwise sensitive issues. And the biggest problem with all that is it doesn't help anyone in any way in a situation that we're in right now. That's the problem that it's got.
Well, that was the thing. I saw a couple of people, respected people, just, you know, pose the question, like, obviously this originates from certain bats in certain places. What if the virus has evolved to be more receptive to people from an Eastern ethnic origin? Like, it wouldn't be unreasonable. Do you know what I mean? To actually have like it to be, and the problem with these stats and the reason people freak out is because you're talking like, you know, per 1,000 or per million, you're talking like a tiny difference, tiny. But then the second anyone even breathes it or mentions it, it's like, oh, fucking dare you. And they all start screaming about phrenology and all that. And it's like, oh, just calm the fuck down, man. I've been getting really angry at the moment with this sort of anti-science thing. Anti-science people on the right just tend to just be straight up anti-science. Like, fuck you, man. Fuck your experts and that.
The problem with it is, I mean, they're not anti-science. They're anti the science they don't like. They're for all the science that they agree with, for all the science that suits them, but don't like the science that doesn't. I don't know why people are asking all these questions about what I've said or done here. It's kind of what. I don't know what else. I don't know.
A huge issue we've got there with crime being racist isn't necessarily that some people do crime more than others. It's that a big problem that we've got at the moment is it's not being policed. You know, so if you just
crime.
Yeah. Oh, we've got Aphid. Here we go. Let's see if we can get him in. Oh no, I tell you what, let's change him to that. There we go, mate. How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing tonight?
I'm all right. We're only 10 minutes in, and I'm just slowly winding down. Just as I hit live 10 minutes before, I had an emergency poo, and it wasn't a good time, man. I literally sat down with 1 minute to go, just like.
What are you drinking there?
I'm drinking Guinness.
Oh, okay. It looked like you poured cough syrup into it. So
no, I've got my Guinness. I've got an off-brand Red Bull.
Thank you, Smoke Steve. Yeah, it is Troll Central. It is like.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's just because of those awful things you said to that disabled person.
I didn't say awful things to him. I was just concerned about him.
I can't even remember what you said, to be honest, because I'm not a judgmental person, and I'm not going to hold those things in my thoughts to sort of like, have against you. All I know is that Trigger Warning as an entity very quickly had to put out a message to the public distancing ourselves from whatever it was you said. I don't even know what you said. I don't care, man.
I was hoping he was all right. That was it.
You're welcome back. No matter what you said, no matter what you did, you're welcome back.
It brings everybody back to a dark time.
I just all I said was, I hope that guy's okay.
Don't say it again. I mean,
can we just stay away from that? Stay away. I've not seen him back in the chat, by the way. So whatever it was that was said, I mean, I can't imagine it was just that, because he's not been back, and it certainly wasn't me.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. You know what? I was half cut at the time, and I was just responding to what was going on in front of me. It was only when I watched it on the playback I thought, ooh, that didn't look too great at all.
Oh, the fella with his head. Yeah, it was dead obvious watching it back, wasn't it?
I didn't get it at the time at all. I was actually thinking, I hope that guy's okay. I hope there's nothing too sinister going on. And then later it was like, oh, okay, right, this isn't the way it seemed.
The problem is I'm so used to people just giving me shit and fucking with me that I just had to take it that way as a first thing. Hey, Fiddlip, have you had your Trump check yet?
Today? No, I haven't. I've been spending time with the family and trying not to get too worked up.
Yeah. How is it in terms of, because like I had a thing off my bank to say we're not going to charge for the first £500 overdraft that you have. I mean, unfortunately, that doesn't touch the entirety of my overdraft, but it's it saves me like £1 a day in interest or something like that. But have you had anything like that in terms of people getting hold of you and trying to be cool?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, there's are you asking me if there's anything in place like here in the United States where they're forgiven or
well, to be honest, I'm not even thinking of the United States in general. I'm thinking you personally,
Oh, you're like, you want to know if I'm behind on my bills? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to be specific, because it's your business what you talk about. But I'm just wondering if the bank said, "Oh, here's $500 overdraft" or whatever, or anything along those lines.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people are being forgiving, but you really need to like call them. You can't just assume that that look, I'm not going to be able to pay my bill this month, so I'm not going to do it, and nobody's going to say anything about it. We did have a thing where we got something as email, because we don't do any online banking or anything, because we're real like or really purchase much online. I use my PayPal to do a lot of my online stuff, just because we always thought that if we put our credit card information out there, we're going to get screwed. And then, we've gotten screwed like 3 times, and it's always from like some business that we go to all the time, like buy gas at or something like that. So I really don't know why we're that concerned about using stuff online. But anyway, what I was getting at, we got an email from our credit card company saying, hey, you don't need to worry about your next 2 months. But we had like the next day, we got something in our mail that was the statement, and then had our statement on there. So I was just like, well, we got the email, just don't worry about it. Don't even, save that money, and let's see, because even if we have money to pay for it, we don't know what's coming, so you have to, look off the future and think, oh, well, let's keep as much money as we can right now in case we're going to need it in another week, because no money's coming in. And So I was like, just don't even worry about it. We got the proof. And then I was going to the bank anyway, and she's like, well, just ask the teller, when you slide, because you can't go into the bank. I'm sure it's like that there too, but you can't go into the banks right now. Well, I guess if you don't have a vehicle, which you don't, you have to figure out some way at a bank. But here you can't go inside the bank. You have to go through the drive-through. And
we don't have drive-through banks here, mate. It doesn't work like that.
Oh, really?
Wow. No. I mean, there will be some, but it's not. We don't have them the way you have them in America. I'm just going to bring Smoke Steven in just a moment, but before I do, it seems really odd to me that you've got pictures of Milo and Alex Jones behind you, mate. Very odd. Very odd. Hello, you all right, Steve?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Yeah, sorry, mate. Before you ask, my girl's in bed now, so sorry about that. I did ask if she wanted to join the stream for your benefit. You're poaching. It's like you look a bit like me, don't you? Only you've still got your hair. You've got a fuller, more manicured beard. There's actually possibly an issue there, isn't there? Eh?
Wake her up.
Wake her up.
Hey, Nick, can you see the comments in YouTube? Like, is that possible? While I still see you guys, is that?
You know what I did was since I don't think you can, but for a hack, what I did is I put my phone right in that where that takes up so much room for the chat, and I just got it zoomed into the chat on YouTube. Right, so now it's like that annoying chat that doesn't get used. It's filled up by.
Are you on your phone? You're on your phone then, aren't you? Because if you're on a browser, you can see it. It should just be there on the right automatically. Oh, right, that's an issue.
No. I'm on a laptop, but the StreamYard screen is real small because that chat takes up so much real estate on the right-hand side of the screen. At least for me, it does. You know, you're broadcasting, so it might be totally different. But they dedicate way too much time. Or they should make the StreamYard where you could full screen it so you don't have to even see that chat next. Because you know, they don't use it. You guys don't use it because you got the chat from Twitch and YouTube. So it's kind of redundant, you know.
Yeah, well, I've got the StreamYard shows me Twitch and YouTube as one big stream of chat. It's really fucking handy from my point of view. Oh, here we go. Evening chappies. Sorry, I'm late, Daddy G. Thank you for doing the link. Yeah, we got 2 more spots, guys. We can only have 6 at once, but if we do fill up, don't worry, just join in. People bunk out. I'll jump out for a few minutes if I need to, and all the rest of it. That's absolutely fine, man. Steve, what's going on? Have you gone broke yet?
Have I got what?
Broke.
What?
Have you gone broke yet, mate? Are you still okay? Are you treading water?
No, yeah. I'm good, man. I'm still working. My wife was a manager at a business, so she's able to collect. Plus, their collect means, you know, unemployment. They call it unemployment insurance. Plus 600 on top of that every week. So truth be told, she's doing better than she was when she was working. Plus I'm still getting my full paycheck. So
yeah,
we're doing fine. That's not a worry here.
There was some people in America that were fucking angry about that because you've got a similar thing to what we've got over here, haven't you? Where the government sort of gives you a 80, here it's 80% of the pay. And but the deal is you have to keep them on the books to do it. And I saw a story about a woman that fought. She went through all the process. She went through all the delays and the red tape and all that. And then she finally informed her staff that, like, well done. Yeah, you know, I finally got the grant. I can keep you on the books. I can keep your money. And they were pissed off because they were expecting 4 months of unemployment plus that 600 a week. They were like, fuck this, man. I'd rather be unemployed. It's like the worst version of like don't give people benefits because you incentivize them not to work. Like they've actually done it. Like it's not usually true. It's usually the opposite is true. But in America there's been a bit of a fuck up. But you know what? At least some people got too much money. You know, it can't hurt at the moment anyway.
It's never too much. We're not. It's not like we're loaded. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're always just getting by, and that's what it seems to be with everyone on every tier. You know, everyone's, unless you're, you know, the guy with throwaway money, everyone is just getting by. You know,
the 1%.
Crazy.
They're not in here.
Yeah. You get a 10 grand raise a year, and you're like, yeah, we're good now. And then 6 months later, you're like, fuck, we're in debt again. It's like it doesn't matter, you know. It's life, you know. So we're all basically, I guess.
That's the way we've been told, though. I mean, that's the way our government handles things. You know, I mean, our government is so like a credit society that, of course, that we're going to see that and do it ourselves. You know,
that makes sense, man. Have you gotten any small business assistance, aphid, for your?
Well, I haven't technically got it into my bank account yet, but we've went through all the steps to, you know, they did that first batch, and then I'm sure you saw or heard because that's all they talked about last week. That second half, they replenished the stock, so we're ready to go in it. So hopefully, you know, it works out because it would make me sleep a lot easier if I know that, you know, my expenses are paid for a couple of months or so.
Exactly.
I'm seeing the cracks, though, man. I'm seeing the cracks if we don't start sort of, and I'm not talking about just tomorrow waking up and going back to how things were, but there needs to be some sort of increase in reopening things and production and that, because we're going to start running out of food soon. People are going to start running. It's not going to matter how much government money you've got in your pocket if there's nothing to go and fucking buy, you know. We've got someone to add to the stream. Hiya, Topple. You all right, mate? Whoa.
Yeah, you can't buy fucking flour anywhere now in this goddamn state. There's no flour anywhere. It's nuts. Sorry.
I tell you what, Topple, if you turn around so that you're facing the sun a little bit more, because I think the sun's behind you right now.
Backlight.
He prefers to live in the shadows, probably.
Anonymous.
It's a hide. What? Why do? Oh, here we go, Fat Belly. Why do some people wear a cap indoors?
Because I'm bald. That's why. I mean, you know, if you want to stare at that all night.
Well, I've worn a hat.
Whoa, the
I've
reflection. Jesus. Sorry.
I've worn. I'm 37 now. I've worn this hat since I was like 20.
Well, I noticed the cap you had on 2 nights ago. I believe it had a little flower on it. Was that a woman's cap that you had?
It's just some random shit that I wear to amuse my daughter, man. There's no like great thing to it. I just it's like
well, I admire it. I admired it. I thought it was a nice fashion step out there.
I mean, I am losing my hair now, but even when I had long hippie hair, I still wore this hat every day, man. Like, you know, we got someone new on the stream. Pia, hello, you all right?
Hey,
there's Pia. How you doing, Pia?
I'm like listening to you. What?
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 What the fuck are you on about, guys?
What do you mean? What part? What have you got a problem with, dude?
You all are just jabbering.
Yeah,
what should we be doing? Just being quiet?
Yeah.
Tell us what to talk about then, Pia. Go on.
No. Okay. What are you on about, guys?
Money mostly so far. What
Money.
do you want to talk about?
Are you talking about money?
well, we're all trying to get drunk over here and talk about something.
Yeah,
right?
I'm drunk. I'm drunk.
No. Come on.
What are you drinking?
Follow my lead.
I think.
What are you drinking, Pia? What are you drinking tonight, Pia? What is that?
Soap. It's a mixed batch.
Okay. Mixed batch.
You know, I'm a Finn living in Sweden.
Oh,
So,
Sweden.
what do you need to know?
Is that a Guns N' Roses? Is that a Guns N' Roses shirt on there, Pia, that you're wearing?
No, it's the Deep Purple. Deep Purple.
Oh, Deep Purple. All right. Cool. Deep Purple's good too, I guess.
What do I want to know about Sweden?
Oh, add hip.
Pia gave me this hat.
Yes. Yeah.
Berksy wants to know if you're a virgin, Pia.
What the fuck?
You just got that
Hashtag
look
me
about you.
too.
What can I say?
Yeah, I absolutely am. Actually, yeah. I am.
Awkward.
Not awkward. Yeah. I'm 52
Pia, so-
years old. And
Pia,
I'm a fucking virgin.
Pia, what do you think about what's going on over there versus what's going on in the rest of the world?
I have just.
Are you listening to the stream and hearing us talk in this thing?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's fucking.
echo.
You probably have this playing in two things, Pia.
Have you got YouTube open? Close
Yeah.
YouTube.
Close YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, she
The
closed
other
it.
one.
Maybe
The other
she'll be
one.
back.
The other one.
That's Duke's lovely better half right there.
I think she's about 2 hours ahead of me at this point.
Yeah, I think she might be. But Duke, the guy that does the show or enters the show, that's his better half right there.
Mhm.
I love that.
Duke's the
I'm in
man.
Sweden. What do you want to know?
Oh, so that's his lady, right on. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Pia. I get it now. Yeah,
Pia Bratzu.
Duke's been around forever. Was he like old school live leaker?
Yeah,
Nathan?
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a
I
great
was,
guy.
but I was a lurker kind of. I got connected with that guy Boston Baked Bean a little bit.
Oh yeah, I
back
remember
in the
that guy.
day.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a baby and then wasn't on much after he had the baby.
Back in a second.
Exactly. I was gonna meet up with him and go fishing, but then I got fucking freaked out and was like, nah, sorry, dude, I don't want to meet you in some weird area and fish. I don't know. It's like I never met anyone off of the internet before. He
Right.
was
Well,
probably,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
you know,
So
when I was
boys,
drunk, I'm
So,
like,
yeah.
yeah,
boys,
I'll bring
So-
the bait, you know.
Are
I'm
you
back.
still
And
are you still hearing double, or is things more clearly now,
No,
Pia?
it's okay
Oh, okay.
now. I
So
fixed
I want
it.
to know. I want to know what's your opinion on how Sweden's handling the situation versus the rest of the world?
For me, it's perfectly fine actually.
Uh-huh.
Because you know, I'm a Finn living in Sweden, but
Right.
we actually have common sense, you know. But with David being a risk group,
Right.
he is a stay-at-home. Could you just stop motherfucking coughing right now?
sorry.
Okay.
Guys, I'm so sorry I had to go. Did Nick say anything racist whilst I was gone? We're not going to get stream pulled, are we?
No.
You might want to replay it at the end just to make sure.
But still, David is in a risk group, so
Right. Right.
he is only 6th week stay at home. Blah blah.
Right.
I'm still working. I'm meeting all these people, and I
So
can
you-
only say, you know, we live in a city core here in Stockholm,
Right.
but I'm happy to say we do not mingle with people here in city.
Hey.
Oh, okay. It's right there.
Every day, I bring all the boys to the yard.
Milkshake.
No, those are mine. Well, anyway,
So you feel nervous because he's at such a high risk and
yeah,
nobody is
exactly,
handling it the right
because
way. Right.
I'm still working, and
Right.
my biggest fear is that I bring anything home that catches him.
Yes, I
know?
understand completely.
Do you have masks, Pia, for work?
Yes,
Masks?
yes.
You wear them like all times?
Yes, mask,
Good.
gloves.
I bet
Yeah.
there's much more of
Sanitizer.
a stigma there about wearing masks. So when you go out in public, like people might, judge you in a way
Yeah.
because nobody else is and think that you're like a, like a lightweight, like you can't handle it and you're scared of things,
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but no, not in these days. This
Not
is
these days.
this is necessary. This is
Right.
necessary. That's how it is.
Nobody's wearing masks near me. Nobody.
Really?
Like
Is that
the odd
right?
person.
Shit.
Yeah.
Man, I can't
Fucking
believe that.
stupid. Fucking stupid.
Crazy.
I
Right.
have to say. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean the
got-
writing's on the wall. The writing's on the wall. The mask is the best
Yeah.
fight we have against this,
Mhm.
Add hip. Add. I have to show.
That's all right.
I have to show it.
Oh, look at oh my gosh, that is I haven't seen it since the last time you guys had it in a video. Look at that. I drew that for Duke a long time ago. So
Oh, cool,
Yeah.
man.
that's awesome.
It's
Thank
still
you
here.
so much for showing me that.
It's still here. It will never leave us.
Oh,
Yes.
that's great.
That's superb.
That's great.
You know,
I have a
You're so fucking
And-
special to us.
Oh man, come on. My
Fuck
cheeks-
you. I'm not
my
a fucking
cheeks-
man.
My cheeks are gonna get the color of my smoker's jacket here. No,
Fuck you.
no, but I have a hard time. Pia, I'll be honest with you. I have a hard time parting ways with my drawings. Usually
Yeah.
or my paintings, either one of them.
Yeah.
When I do them, it's just hard for me to. I put so much time and effort into it. I would never be good at just drawing stuff to sell it. And even giving it to you guys, even what it meant to me, it was still like, putting it in the mail, like, I gotta let this one go, But the fact that you enjoy it and it's not sitting in a shelf means the world to me.
You should know, the video you made when you did this drawing. I don't know if you remember it, but I remember
I
it.
completely remember that video.
Yeah.
Of course I
Freaking fucking amazing.
do.
Freaking fucking amazing. That's it.
Oh, geez. Somebody change the subject because I'm feeling uncomfortable.
No, yeah, because I love you, man. I
Oh,
love you,
well,
man.
thank you so much. I love you too.
Mm.
That means a lot to me. It really does. That was a
Mm.
really special
Hopefully.
thing. And like I actually the last time I talked to Duke in here, I told him we had a conversation about online friends and regular friends and how much I feel differently about them and everything. And with exception of you and a few others, it's I would always want to stay in touch, pretty much for the rest of my life, to find out how you guys are doing and how life is going for you guys.
You know what? You better actually watch out because I found out this Facebook call thingy, and I've been on
Nice
it.
one, Cup.
I've been on it. I'm fucking calling everybody.
Well, good to
Yo,
see
speak.
Because I don't use Facebook on my phone, only on PC, only on PC.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, fake call. Yes, I will. So I do it. So
Right.
be aware. I will call you too.
All right. Well, I'll accept it. Trust me.
No, you won't.
Pia,
here
what's
you
your? Is Deep Purple your favorite band?
Here you go, Steve. There's a little bit of excitement for you about to happen. Ooh.
Oh, whoa. Bow, 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 bow.
She's
Oh,
got an ice
damn it.
pop, dude. I want ice pop.
An
man.
ice pop. Nice.
Yeah.
Make
Work
Make sure to, hey Graham, make sure to thank her from all of us for the sacrifices she's made tonight to let you.
I will.
stream.
I'll do that now.
Yeah, really.
Where's my happy dog?
Oh, he's muted. Telling her that's nice.
Well, yeah. Well, because I did. Okay. Well, I told her. I said, "Look, thank you.
No,
Thank you."
I just saw your lips moving. I'm like, is he talking? And then,
I didn't want to talk over you guys. Just
no,
going, Sophie.
Actually, you were being really polite, letting us talk. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm not. Saturday night isn't for me to sit here doing a rant or anything
Hey,
like
of
that.
course
Like,
not, because
Yeah.
you haven't been there.
Oh, have I not? Oh, we're getting into a pissing contest with who's had a miserable life. Well, I'm not going to take the fucking bait on that bullshit. Thank you very much.
No, not about
Oh,
having
yeah,
a
yeah,
pissing life. Not about that. It's about the whole thing with the hat and everything.
The hat. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you on about? What's wrong with my hat?
You're kind of stupid, really.
I think she's talking about this hat, is what she's
Yeah,
saying.
exactly.
I need
Exactly.
Oh, all right.
I'm
That's
sorry
funny.
you haven't been around for that.
Oh, not been around for that. I'm okay. I see Hayden sat in the studio wearing his
You should have,
fishing hat, and
if
I'm fine with it. It's
if-
okay, honestly.
What's a fishing hat, dude? The black hat that he wears?
No, he's
What's the
little because Aiden's got one like that, hasn't he?
No, see this hat right here. Pia
it was a
has
special
collected.
thing.
How many hats do you think you've given out, Pia? Do you know? Do you have a number?
It's over 30 now.
Over 30. So there's over 30 people in the whole world wear this hat. And there's one guy, USA one of my favorite live leakers.
Yeah.
He travels around the country or
And
the world.
He takes it with it.
On a yacht. He's definitely a fortunate dude. And he'll go everywhere in the world. He'll be with elephants. There'll be elephants in the background, and the hat will be in the foreground. And it's just awesome seeing him travel around the world with this hat.
I did that not because I had to, but just because I wanted to get us all together.
Well, it has. A lot. I think that hat. The symbolism of that hat has kept a lot of people in touch. Over the years, because a lot of people that have those hats aren't active on Live Leak anymore. So that's one thing that keeps them all connected.
And one thing,
Sorry.
Okay.
It happened.
So I'll stay quiet for a while now.
Oh.
Here we go. Here we go. What's going on in London, Mick-Mac?
McMac.
You muted, mate. I'll unmute you.
Muted.
There you go.
No,
Yeah.
he muted himself, so he can't. I don't think he realizes there's a button on your screen that says mute or unmute.
It's not letting me. It's not letting me do it, man. I can't unmute you.
Audio. Press audio.
Apparently, you
had it.
You had it. You had it, dude.
You had it for a second there, mate.
No. You did have it. You don't have it now. You did.
Press it once, Mick. Press it once, and then wait.
There you go. Right now.
Okay.
Talk.
You're good.
Morning.
Talk.
There we go.
How
I
are
knew
you?
we could do this.
Wonderful.
Thanks for the angle, mate. I do appreciate it.
What's that?
Thanks for the angle. I appreciate the sort of.
Yeah.
It looks like you really made an effort to get your cock into the shot there. No, I'm enjoying it. I think Peter's.
Good thing you don't have a skirt on tonight.
You're lucky I've not got my fucking skirt.
Let me see though that bottom.
That was funny as hell.
What's
Mhm.
about?
What are we talking about? I'm not really sure. Ever since Pierre came in, it's been drunken rambles about Live Leak.
Yeah, it's all about show that ass. Show that ass. Okay?
That's what it's all about.
I
want-
have to say, I freaking love Smoker Steve, or is it Smoke Steve? Because he was one guy who was nice to that Armenius guy. I watched that whole thing. He's a genuinely nice guy. Smoke Steve, you're the best.
I like
you,
the
brother.
way Smoke Steve's doing constant Instagram selfies.
Yeah, fuck you
Like
too.
Just it's like he's always trying to find the right perfect. Oh, there we go.
Fuck you
Duck
too.
face.
So,
In all fairness, that Arminius guy, I think, deserved any bit of punishment he got because he couldn't wait to take a piss out of whoever was here that night. So and how he was better than
Yeah, but he was just a kid that was trashed, wasn't he? It wasn't like
Well, yeah.
I didn't
Well,
take
yeah,
it
but-
personally.
I think you're giving too much credit to alcohol on that one. I'm pretty sure that dude is at least
Giving
80%
too much
just like
credit?
that at all times.
how can you
I-
ever give too much credit to alcohol?
Right.
What the fuck?
Pia, could you let Duke know that Happy Dog's gonna steal your woman?
I know. I love Happy Dog. He knows it.
Happy dog.
He's the man.
I love Happy Dog. He knows it. I
Yeah.
love him.
That's
And
Happy Dog.
you should too, actually, because he's the one who got me in here.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. well, I don't love him for that reason.
Or hate him because he got me in here.
You see, I love Happy Dog because I know, like, online he's this edgelord, like, and he's very funny and he's good at what he does and everything. He's good at pissing you off, and sometimes it does hurt. And then you meet him in real life, and he's just the sweetest old man asking for a brew.
You don't know him like I do. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
You're really doing it for him right now. He's there like that, fapping away, going, "Yeah, go on,
Yeah.
tell them more."
Is your dick hard now, Gray?
My dick? No. Hasn't been for about 3 weeks now.
I mean, like, this made you do it. Finally, Fappy.
Fappy Dog.
I'm rude. Get over it.
Ow.
Don't ever mess with me. What the fuck?
So what's going on in Sweden then? Like, you guys, I know you're doing like a voluntary lockdown kind of thing. Have they said anything about when it's going to end, or are you just fucking getting on with it?
No, there's no date set to end. We are like Swedes are stupid too, you know. The rules are, as we are trying to listen to the common sense thing still. Keep a distance, and always, gloves, the sanitizers, and everything like that.
Are businesses closed, like furniture shops and
No, no, no,
non-essential
no.
shit?
Everything
It's
is
all
open. Everything is
IKEA,
open.
IKEA everywhere.
Everything is open.
IKEA.
Wow.
Stereotypical Swedish.
Yeah,
Sorry.
exactly.
I had to-
Exactly.
Sorry, man.
It's
Make
just,
my-
there's just one big IKEA there.
Mm.
That's
But
where you get
couldn't-
a lot
The
of
whole
business,
country.
a lot of business over here, they are switching what they are manufacturing to manufacture things that
Too much.
the healthcare needs right now
That's
instead.
a smart move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are adapting.
I think, yeah, that's what we're
Smart.
doing here. But the problem is, no one can get any of it to the government, so businesses are just sending loads of it abroad. They're selling it to Europe because nobody here is taking it. It's really, really frustrating. There's a huge bottleneck at the moment between businesses creating the stuff that's needed by hospitals, etc., and then government distributing it out. But then there's a massive bottleneck where it's just not getting to them, and a lot of the politicians on every side of the fence are showing themselves up to be fucking useless, phenomenally so, to the point where they're actually exporting it to Europe. You know, it's insane to me that right now, and I'm not saying like lift the bridge, fuck Europe, but it's insane to me that we've got the shortages that we do, and yet for some reason our local businesses aren't.
Yeah.
I don't understand why businesses aren't connecting to hospitals. I've not connected that yet.
I agree.
Yeah. Ford Motor Company went ahead about a month ago and said they would start shifting all manufacturing to ventilators. And then about 2 weeks ago, people started noticing that like the majority of people who are put on ventilators end up passing away. And there might be a problem with that technique in that they're sedating them and putting them on ventilators and hoping their body passes the virus through the, but I don't know. It's fucking weird, man. Like the ventilator thing might not be the way to go, but this is such a new virus. It's like they don't know how the fuck to treat it yet, and it's
too brutal, isn't it? And they're thinking it might be a bit too brutal, like driving a Ferrari to go to your neighbor's house. Like that's the analogy I saw. You just going.
Thing still is, do not panic. Okay.
Right.
Do not panic. Do like we do over here. We are actually, common sense, practicing that common sense, and we are doing it.
Are the hospitals overwhelmed there, and do they talk about the hospitals?
No.
So do you guys just? I know you have national health care. Were they prepared for this in any way, or is there just isn't that many cases of people with it over there that are overwhelming?
They are. They thought they would be overwhelmed because they have downsized the military over here for many years. But no, we are not overwhelmed actually. But the thing is, instead. That people that are sick with other things than corona,
of course,
they don't want to go to hospitals.
Right.
Yeah, that's down like 40%. People are having minor strokes. Guys are having pain in their
heart attacks.
Guys are having pain in their left arm and wondering, did I strain it or what? I'm not going to worry about it, but we all know what the left arm pain means. Nick's looking at his left arm. I saw that.
You guys know, and for females, smoke steam. Listen to this. Guys have their symptoms for a heart attack. Women have different. But no, nobody dares to go to a hospital.
No,
right.
And it's the same with David. He actually has to go into hospital to check his levels and everything for, after the transplant and everything like that. But
wrap him in fucking plastic the whole way around. Just leave a little spot for him to breathe and keep the motherfucker going to the hospital. But he can do it. You know, just
Yeah, you're funny. You're a funny guy.
no.
Fuck
I'm
you.
not trying to
Fuck
be
you.
disrespectful. I'm just saying.
But you are. But you are. So fuck the fuck off.
All right,
And
I
shut
apologize.
the fuck up.
Mick, I think we're getting a bit of a choppy connection on your mic there. You seem to be talking, but I can't hear you.
Oh, I didn't know he was talking.
All right, fucking hell.
I thought you
Oh,
were
there.
talking
You just
about
need to be
Smoke
louder.
Yeah,
You
I
just-
think you're just a bit too quiet, mate.
He's too far away from his source, is what it is.
Let me have a.
You know, his mic is 3 feet. His mic is at a Corona safe distance away from him.
Might catch shit off my phone. You know what I mean? If you was having a heart attack or a stroke, do you genuinely believe you wouldn't know and not go to hospital? Just throwing it out there.
Well, there's different levels of heart attacks. You know, from sometimes people don't even know they had a heart attack until they were tested. They're like, "Hey, you had a heart attack." So those lower end ones, people aren't going to get, you know, and it might be that their arteries are 90% clogged. They're not going to get the test to show that that's the case, and they need to get something to clear up those arteries and stuff, and they'll die because they didn't get treatment that they needed, you know.
So if you didn't know you had a heart attack, how would you know to go to hospital in the first place?
Who's the fuck off, lady? Fuck you, Smoke Steve. I don't like you.
Oh,
You liked him a minute ago.
Oh, poor Smoke Steve.
What are you on about? My online audit, mate. I've had Animal Crossing since
All
day
right,
one. What are you talking about?
I'll go. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful.
You're fucking rude. That's
Sorry.
it. You're fucking rude.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. So this 2-6 guy, Graham, I wish he could call in because he is really
Yeah.
He's really got some opinions that I'd like to hear from. I mean, he's so strong with the keyboard. I just wonder if he's that strong with the mic.
I get the feeling 2-6 is one of those people that leaves comments on the YouTube videos 2 days after we've done it that are just epic. Educate yourself to facts. It's like 9/11, Iraq, NWO.
You got a 3-year-old video that's on your channel, and all of a sudden it just blows up with 100 comments, and it's all him, you know, saying more stuff.
I agree, man. Why I can't believe what's going on.
In all seriousness, Pia, I doubt he has any idea of the history of Duke. Or
yeah, I know.
He's not a bad guy.
I know, but you know, I speak my mind.
I know. I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
and
You know, we all say things and do things because of our past experiences, and you're no different.
Yeah. When I'm just saying he was rude. That's it. Let's go get over it. That's all. Okay.
Well, I think it was the second time when you pointed at him and said, "I don't like you." I think that might have been, that might have been the nail in the coffin.
There and say he was rude when well, what's the, you know, is this the pot calling the kettle black or what?
I'm a fucking honest. What the fuck?
Well, maybe he's fucking honest.
Well, he was, and I was.
You know,
too.
you can come to a nice agreement, can't you?
Well, we have now. He's gone. I'm here.
He has as well. I think he genuinely has. I thought it was
still
a bit.
be there. He'll be all right.
I thought he'd
He'll
be back
all
in
right.
a second, but he's just
Smoke
gone.
Steve
He
will be
will
there.
manage. What the fuck? Is he a man or is he a pussy?
I was on a promise, Pia. I was on a promise to see Smoke Steve drunk out of his mind jumping on a trampoline, and you've taken that from me now.
Yeah, of course. Are you a pussy too?
oh, you're not gonna make me cry. I don't give a fuck.
Oh dear.
Oh,
I don't think I can contribute much this evening.
I was told to get in here to get drunk. So this is what I'm doing. Getting in here, getting drunk.
What are the
You
numbers
needed-
like? What are the
You
numbers
needed
like
this
in
as an
Sweden?
excuse to get drunk. Is that what you're saying, Pia?
No, not
Because
an
this show wasn't
excuse.
on 5 hours ago when you started.
Not an excuse. Somebody is fucking calling me. What the fuck? No, this was not an excuse. I was told
I know.
I can get here, be drunk, and be me.
Be
Okay?
you. Well, that's the best thing. Nobody would not want you to be you.
Really? You may think differently soon.
Be right back. I gotta grab beer.
I'll be back in a
Shit.
second. Oh no, I was gonna grab a beer as well, but I'm not gonna go at the same time. You know,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
cool.
gonna grab a beer. if that's all right.
Okay, no problem. That's not good, is it? There we go.
Oh, thank you.
Have you guys
What?
seen? Well, I guess it's different for you, Mick. Have you seen many people sort of breaking quarantine yet?
Breaking quarantine.
Yeah, just fucking it off.
Yeah, I think that's been an ongoing thing, mate. Defo, yeah.
Kom igen.
To be fair,
Du
we
ringer
went out
mig,
today.
inte showen.
Yeah, man. We jumped in the car today, went down to a park and took the kids out and all the rest of it. I think people are doing the distancing pretty well, but I think the message is coming through now. The foot's off the gas a little bit from the government. You may think I'm wrong on that, but I think people can see it coming, and I think politically, after a week or two, it's going to be fucking unsustainable.
It's falling apart in the UK in that respect, doesn't it? There was basically a fucking party of families next to my building today, just like loads of families meeting up with the kids. I don't know if they were cousins or what, but they've just got to the point where they're like, fuck this shit.
Yeah.
Really?
I've started sending my brother, like my brother just lives not too far from me. I've started sending him like guilt messages of my daughter. I filmed my daughter going, please come and see me. I want to play Mario Party. And I've just started sending him these videos.
I've never smiled at people so uncomfortably as much in all my life. As you sort of shuffle past each other. Hi.
Yeah, right.
Don't fucking breathe on me.
Right.
Mate,
and then when
everyone
somebody
hated
else,
me and things. Sorry. Like,
no.
Go on. You go, man. Go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, even though I'm that way towards other people, like when I went to the grocery store, I noticed somebody did it to me, and I'm like, what do you mean? Like what do I look like? A dirty fella? Oh,
here we go.
The worst.
Sorry, Pia.
It's a peace song.
I'm sorry.
It's
May I just say I apologize?
I
wasn't trying to be a dickhead. That's it.
Thank you.
I apologize. I do think you and your man are very cool, and that's all. That's it.
Don't worry about it. David is trying to get in. So.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want.
There's your man.
You want to see if this works? Maybe the sound is gonna go crazy with Pia beside me.
No, I mean, are you guys like a room away or something? Are you sitting right next to each other?
We're sitting right next to each other.
Oh, are you really? Oh, that's crazy.
Just stop it, for fuck's sake. I have a filter on for a reason.
Yeah.
And I want to say to Smoke Steve, I am sincere. I genuinely like you, and I thought you were great on the show when that Arminius guy was on.
Yeah, it was funny.
I like the Arminius guy, but you really put the fuse out there.
He held back.
And
whatever.
That's funny because Duke came in and said something so nice about him.
To be nice, and you just say whatever. Okay.
I'm getting a beer. See you in a bit.
Yes, Pia.
Me and David, we are not the same. So I have my opinion, and he has his opinion. Okay?
Shouldn't be any
and
other
I
way.
point like this because he sits right next to me.
Yeah.
I'm between you. It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Is it
we
like-
should be.
you know, here.
Graham, can you switch our positions?
No, not unless. Oh, but
There we
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Right, that's better. Okay.
Do you feel better now? Yeah.
No, I want
A
to
bit of
be on the
insecurity.
right side of Pia.
Whew.
To be honest, I'm glad there's a bit of space between them two now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But I
Thinking
want
a
to be
knife-
on the right side
Knife
of
was
Pia.
gonna come in. Oh God.
No,
Yeah,
it would be a hammer actually, Steve.
The hammer. Just as... don't like hammers.
This is the full pub
Exactly.
experience, isn't it? When that one person turns up who is genuinely 4 hours ahead of the rest of you. And then, like, for an hour, it's fucking insane. And then you all catch up with each other and it's okay again.
You're insane.
So, are you guys the Swedes before Graham, like in time wise, or the same?
No, we're
Time?
before.
It's like an
Well,
hour before, isn't it?
Later.
Oh.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, Graham. So, like, British Standard Time and Greenwich Mean Time, are they different?
1 hour. 1
it's-
hour.
Yeah, it's British summertime. So yeah,
Oh, British ST. Right. So when you said 11, I'm telling my wife, I'm like, oh, it's on at 7, and then
yeah.
she-
Do you know what?
I'm
Yeah,
all
I didn't.
fucked up.
I didn't spot that. I always used to get into a thing with people about it. It's best just to say UK
Blah,
time.
blah, blah, blah.
Because then
I
if
don't know.
if someone Googles UK time, they know what time it is. They don't need to keep up with the adjusted whatever.
Yeah, exactly. The thing
It's
is,
fucked up
you know,
because one. Go ahead. Sorry.
we have learned, as living here in Europe, Sweden, we have this timeline, and we always know that other countries, they are between 6 and 9 hours behind us, and then there is one country that is 12 hours ahead of us. We know
Australia.
it. Yeah, exactly. We know it. But the fuck, why doesn't everybody else fucking know this shit?
Well, do you guys have what we
Before-
call like spring ahead, fall behind, or
Yeah.
Yeah,
you guys all have that? But it's at
Yeah.
different times from me because
Yeah.
sometimes for like 2 weeks it's fucked up. You're
Yeah,
like
right.
going on.
No,
That's what. That's
I
where we
agree.
get the problem.
Let me do a little mini rant here because when we changed
Oh,
to
now he wants to talk.
when we changed to the summertime, I think it is when we lose an hour. Apparently, there's like a ton of more heart attacks that day after, and just imagine the number of more heart attacks during this Corona shit. And then some of them are gonna be
You're just rambling.
positive of Corona, and there's not going to be a consensus of
This is
why
what-
they died, because they're going to see a lot of a higher number of deaths.
This is what time fucking they made.
No, it is. I make a good point.
No,
You do.
You're not.
It was a good point. It was a good point. I mean, it's a wider point as well in that all deaths and
Do
all
you know what,
trends-
Graham? He made
What?
the same point as you made. Nothing.
Yeah, but I
Really?
made it.
You didn't even hear my fucking point. You didn't even fucking hear it
You
before you told me.
didn't
it was
make
nothing.
any fucking point.
I was a
Nor
third
you.
of the way through it,
Nor
dickhead.
you or David.
Graham, you're banned. 5 minutes. Go.
Graham,
Get the fuck out of here.
Graham
Oh, he
and
did
Smoke
leave.
Steve
That's
are great.
That's great. Someone else, come on. Arminius? No, sorry.
Does
just kidding.
everybody hate
is that-
me now?
It says Mr. Some Tosser. I wonder if that's the real Mr. Some Tosser. Be great.
He's coming on?
Yeah.
Ooh, some
No,
Well,
tosser.
he's in the chat there.
Some tosser.
Oh,
Is he around?
I mean, it says Mr. Some Tosser. I mean,
Oh, I wish it would be the some tosser.
I sure do too. He's in the chat there, in the
I have to
YouTube.
Defend my stance
do you
on.
remember? Do you remember? You know the hats and
Good
the
luck,
candies.
dude. The what?
The hats and the candy. You know, I sent out. His
Uh-huh.
son loved the licorice ones.
Yeah, the poison.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't get that. I got some
You got it wrong.
No, I did not. I got a sanitizer that if you touched your genitals, hand sanitizer, and it was if you touched your genitals, you were supposed to use that sanitizer. That's what I got. Sweet Mama
You
gave me
got that from Sweet Mama. Yeah.
Right.
You didn't get my package.
No. Well, I got the hat.
Yeah.
Package.
She was here in Sweden when David was ill.
Now, you guys didn't have that big of a relationship with her before she came there, did you? It was just like kind of like she was like, "Hey, I'm coming there, and I'm gonna stay with you guys."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's like, the way I heard it too.
It was like, yeah, come over.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less.
What are you vaping on tonight? Strawberry Twinkies? What are you vaping on up there?
Oh, I don't even know. I never buy my own juice, man. Like I literally, like I can't stand the whole process. I can't stand the people that work there. I can't stand the shops. So every birthday and Christmas, you go, "What do you want?" "I want more juice. I want more juice, please." And I just open it and go, "Okay, cool." I don't even know. It doesn't say on it. It's like they mixed it there and gave it her, and she did everything, and it just tastes tastes vaguely like cake.
I can just picture it. You every Christmas saying, "I want more juice. I want more juice."
I just don't give a fuck about any of that stuff, man. I never buy clothes. I never buy juice. I never buy anything like that. I don't give the slightest fuck to trouble myself and include all that nonsense in my life. Like what kind of shoes I want. I don't care.
You don't you never buy headphones and hats apparently either, which that's fucking obvious.
I do. In fact, mine are literally
Walmart
right
special.
Here. Mine are right here. I could easily do it, but if just one person joins the stream and gets really pissed off at my headphones, then I'm a happy boy.
My wife loves those headphones. She prefers those over any of the other headphones that you wear.
Do you know what I buy?
What?
Tools. Yes.
What? Drills?
I made you know, David is like, he knows I like tools, but he is not aware of what kind of tools I might need because he's not familiar with that kind of stuff. So I made this Christmas list on Facebook. This Dear Santa, following with a lot of items each day. And he actually got me 2 of those items. Make me happy. Give me tools. He knows.
Do you have Milwaukee brand power tools over there?
We have it there. We have it.
I love Milwaukee. Milwaukee is good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
I was using a hole saw the other day, and it knocked me in the jaw, and I got a little dazed because I twisted the fucking thing, and bang, it was great. Mm-hmm. But that fucker has power, Milwaukee is a good brand.
I know.
Sorry, bad subject.
I know. Not a bad subject. I love to talk about tools. That's my favorite fucking subject.
Smoke Steve, what was that beer you were drinking? Show the can.
Yeah,
it's terrible. David. It's fucking terrible, dude. It's horrible.
It looked like Lappinkulta, which is
sorry. Bud Light and Kulta. It's just the straight up stuff.
Yeah, I can't help you there. It's just bad.
We have terrible. Like an anniversary coming up now, 7th of May. Yeah. So there's gonna be a new wish list on my Facebook for tools.
And I did just win on this lottery ticket. What the hell? It doesn't. The damn filter that's supposed to take away my ugly takes away the winning too. I have a bigger lottery ticket, which is also a win. Fuck it.
Yeah, but David is nice like that. He actually looks at my wish list at least. And then he
wish list.
Wish list.
Yeah, but I like the sound of a wish list.
I don't even need a wish list from you. I always know what to get you.
What's that?
Do you want to know?
Snooze.
No, but I always get him stuff. I don't need no wish list when I'm getting stuff for David. He needs it. He's not a tool guy.
No, I just
Dude.
want more memory for the computer stuff.
So what
Duke,
do you want to?
are you? Sorry.
No, let's
Yeah.
let Steve talk.
Go on.
Are you an artist, Duke? I feel like I've seen art along somewhere here and there.
No, I think an artist gets paid.
No, that's not at all true. I play guitar every day, dude. I create
David is
musical
an
art.
artist.
I would love to be able to play guitar. I'm actually trying to learn just a few easy chords on the piano, just so I can take it from these free tutorials and put it digitally.
David is an artist.
Hell yeah! You know the thing.
You
with
would be
the
shocked
piano,
at what you would be shocked at what he can do with a toilet paper roll.
Läskat.
What the hell?
The thing
It
with
went way too fast.
Oh, there you
with
go.
with the piano, Duke, once you find C, everything goes in the alphabet from there. So it repeats over and over again. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So when you're forming chords, like the C scale is only major letter chords. There's no sharps, no flats. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to interrupt you with yourself because you were going to ask me something else before that when you asked if I was
The artist thing. David is actually an incredible artist. He doesn't
Artist.
recognize it
No,
himself.
but Smoke Steve, I'm interested. It was gonna build to something, I think. A question or something.
Yeah, but that's always
It was basically about your art, but then your lady mentioned the piano, and I'm really stoned and kind of drunk, so I went down the piano route, and now the tunnel to the art question sealed off, bro. Can't get there right now. It's fucking gone.
Oh.
Woo-hoo!
Get
Gone
the-
from my head.
Get a coat hanger and clear that resin out of there so you can
But
get a
really,
clear view back to it.
I just have to say it. David is an artist. Such
Damn right.
a great freaking artist. I'm impressed every day.
Gorgeous George, do you think I could be a new Jordan Peterson?
Got to open
I
the closet
actually
here.
like Jordan Peterson, so I shouldn't talk bad about him.
Yeah, this is my homebrew, by the way. Yes, it is.
I like that previous comment actually. I would have your all guys hog tied. Very true also.
Smoke Steve's on the move.
Yes, JW. Yes, you are allowed on the stream. That's absolutely fine.
Graham,
What's
I need to
going
ask
on?
you, Do you know about Jordan Peterson and Sam
Yeah,
Harris
of course I do. Yeah.
Oh my
and
god.
the intellectual dark web?
Yeah, I got. In fact, I followed Jordan Peterson on Twitter, and then
Yeah.
discovered that just by clicking the follow button, 20,000 people had blocked me on Twitter.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
I
so much
was
hate.
instantly added to a transphobe list. I was
Yeah,
like, okay.
yeah. Because
Most of you
it's
write comic
become
books.
famous for like two different reasons, and one is the intellectual dark web, and the other is anti-leftist,
Nick,
Yeah,
which is
Yeah.
why
I mean, I like him. I like him a lot. I think
This
he's
is-
got a lot of good things to say. You know,
Yeah,
Just
but
hasn't been an opportunity to do that.
Hey
Okay, now,
guys,
Let Nick talk.
guys, let Nick talk for a week.
Go on.
Right?
No, I didn't want to interrupt. That's all. I was just listening and I was watching all the comments go by and generally enjoying just sitting here and having a beer.
Hi
It's
Nick,
kind of hi, pleasure to join in.
and cheers.
It's one of the difficulties of having 6 people network like this. You can't do it. So at some point, someone's got to not say anything for 30 minutes. It's just the way it is. It's like. It's not as if I'm not interested. I've been here the whole time, and I've been reading the comments.
Yeah,
the whole
I've
time,
seen it.
and it's like I'll kind of pitch in if I've got something to say, but then again, I really like that Abraham Lincoln quote. You know, better to have people think of you as a fool in silence rather than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm doing, you know.
I mean, see what's happened the second I've opened my mouth.
I'm just all out there.
Yeah, but no, just take a look at the comments if you want to know why it's a bad idea for me to talk. There you go. That's the kind of thing that's going to happen next if I open my mouth.
That just means they care, Nick.
Yeah,
Nick, what beer is that? Nick, it looks like a tall.
Shut the fuck up.
This is Amstel. This is
Amstel. All right.
Yeah, that's fucking shit
Yeah,
beer.
that's Dutch.
It's
Okay.
available from the shop near my house.
Yeah.
All we have here is Amstel Light. There's no Amstel regular in this country. Only
My
Amstel
God.
Light.
I've only ever seen light beer in America. I don't really understand the concept, to be honest. I genuinely
same
don't
here.
understand what it means.
What the fuck are you doing with light beer?
It's stupid. I drink like 15 light beers a night. What the fuck is that? Why not drink 10 regular beers? But I don't know. I don't know. Whatever.
I know this word.
You smoke instead. You smoke instead.
I smoke and drink.
And
I smoke.
anyway,
You drink. Week I'm
Nick.
going to down tonight.
Yes. I'm listening.
I haven't spoken with you, but I have to say, nice to meet you.
Likewise, pleasure to meet you too.
Thank you.
Easy, Nick.
Fuck you, Steve.
I love Steve.
I'm just kidding, man.
I
Jesus.
mean,
Well, just the last
at the moment,
Andrea.
it feels as if I'm just here for everybody in the comments amusement. If I open my mouth, it's just like, oh, here's another 15 comments telling everybody that I'm a dude.
You should just go at everyone here that you see here.
And he flipped. I love you too. You know
Tell
that.
them why they're worse.
Okay.
Cheers, Pia.
You know what though? I get that sometimes though, and sometimes the person who gave me the most shit during the
Graham,
night spent $20. Go on, what?
Yeah,
You're the fight starter. You're the
What?
fight starter.
I'm a fight starter. How do you know that?
Twister.
Nobody knows that.
Thank you,
What was
Morgan.
that song
Cheers.
from back in the day? Who was that? Rammstein? No, come on.
Steve,
I have a message from Kurt Cobain that you're all stupid and contagious.
I can totally agree. I'm really dumb. Okay. So that's my excuse.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
What's yours?
Thank you very much.
Both ends of the spectrum there.
Blah, 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 blah. I'm just dumb. That's my excuse. What's your excuse?
Who?
Well, I see 5 boys in this window. So
That was an awesome night. Yes, it was.
Ignorance is bliss.
Aphid,
What
talk. What's your excuse, Home Slice?
for what was my excuse for what?
You
Yeah.
know what?
Being so was it being dumb? I can't remember what it was.
Exactly.
doesn't matter.
Just confess, man.
I don't remember.
Man, I should start a cult. or
David, I have to ask you.
something.
What is it about Steve that you like?
Yeah. What is it?
You can't just take it on the face of it. No, you need to clarify it.
It kind of looks like yes, it's Kurt Douglas.
You need to justify your taste in Americans.
Yeah, it's like a better looking version of me.
No, it's not. No way. No fucking
And
way.
it's not that he was kind to that Armenius guy, but he said that when they were kind of putting them two against each other, he said, it's not him against me. Yeah, well, he was really sympathetic, that whole... what the
Yeah,
hell?
he's a nice guy and all that.
And also, he's very sexy.
Yeah, exactly.
1 second, sorry, 1 second. Let me,
You're a sexy
Somebody's
Steve.
building a
No.
shed there.
that's still there. That's
You're
not
sexy
right.
Steve.
But I think Graham, and I really want to clear this up. Graham,
What's up, man?
Can you entertain the idea of no free will?
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
fucking
we
what?
don't have to go into it. Just if you can
That's
entertain
a complicated question, but I don't
that means no. Okay.
I don't believe
It's
I don't
just getting
believe
deep.
I don't believe absolute free will exists. Of course not.
Love you, Steve.
No,
Yeah,
of course not.
that was it.
Well, what do you want to know? That's just
No,
that's
that
such.
was it. That was it. It's very rare to find people
The other way.
entertain that idea.
Yeah, exactly. It's confusing, Pia. I know.
Love
It's
you,
fucked
Steve.
up.
Love you,
I'm
Steve.
I'm pointing that way, but it's going that way on the screen. It's
Talking
fucked
about
up.
Steve.
Go on, boys. Talk about existential shit. Me and Steve are just gonna entertain ourselves here.
Why is Nick muted?
I mean, it's, the conversation
I'm
about
unmuted
free will.
now.
What do you want to know about? Because it's such an extremely sort of large subject.
Yeah, but I already
Boring.
I already killed that subject.
Stevie, let's chug.
I'm a winner.
Let's chug, Stevie.
What was the question, G?
Nicky,
like about free
on.
will. You want free? You want?
Well,
Do-
well, the basic question is if you can
Guess I'll
entertain the
chug on
idea
my own.
of there just being cause and effect, and it kind of gets annoying because it used to be a term determinism, but that's obsolete now due to quantum shenanigans. That's why I used to say that Schrödinger's cat killed Laplace's demon, but I don't get any laughs from that. So.
Well, I mean, determinism gets compromised by quantum theory.
Yeah, but it doesn't give you free will. It just gives you randomness. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, it depends on the question. I mean, there's so many different questions you could ask of that. I mean, essentially, if you entertain a space where there isn't any time, then the entire concept of temporal concepts, I suppose, like cause and effect, disappear. You've suddenly not got cause and effect anymore because they are temporally based.
Yeah, but that we have reality. We can look outside and see what happens, and so yeah. Time is a big issue in itself, but
time
it
I mean, time. There's three perspectives on it. Generally, it either exists.
Time is of an essence.
It's
in the way that we
expansion.
It exists in the way we perceive it. The way we perceive it's wrong, or it's neither of those things. I mean, that's the only real.
Well, that's the whole Einstein. Special relativity.
Well, Einstein's theory of relativity is essentially about the quantification of what we know.
But I mean, to simplify it into the context now, that's how time can be different from a relative perspective. You can see a star shoot across the sky, and the light, it doesn't experience time. But you see it. It can take 1 year for it to cross in space. But for the photon, it doesn't. It just moves in the other axes, not in the time axis.
This one.
So time and cause and effect is interlinked, but it doesn't really matter when you talk about free will. It just makes it more complex.
Time is a human invention.
No,
So
the means by which we measure and we quantify time's a human invention. Time itself isn't a human invention.
Yeah, but we have a really good grasp on it, actually.
Everything is a human invention. If it's not for humans, then it wouldn't be invented unless you're following I don't know what else there would be.
Well, that argument essentially suggests that anything we didn't invent doesn't exist.
I think the measure of 1 meter used to be board in somewhere in Paris, like
On.
a wooden
We had
plank.
on. We had
Yeah.
on.
Aluminum.
So,
Yeah.
Aluminum. All the old standard ones, I think, were made of aluminum because they had the shortest expansion and contraction, right?
Those fancy bastards.
Yeah. Sons of bitches.
so
What, a meter rule?
this went from bantering fun to really freaking boring.
It went from the camera was actually pointing at you to the camera's now pointing at half of you.
Wow, that was harsh.
It wasn't brutal. It was just the way it's just reality.
Oh my god! Oh,
Attack.
it's there again!
No,
It's there again!
really, I'm not that much of a, I'm not
Go.
that much to look at anyway.
It just
so
no. It was
I tried to make that meme. If anyone
that wasn't meant to be deemed a little bit disrespectful.
Thought we were
That
gonna
was
get
just
through
what
Saturday this
happened.
time.
I
thought
don't
we were-
fucking care.
Was it? Have you moved on your chair?
It's good that you're so
No.
forgiving. Oh, don't ask her about it. Oh god! Oh god!
What have I done now? What? This is it.
you ruined it for
I'm
Right, I'll
everybody.
get
Jesus.
going again to apologise for Nick. Jesus fucking
What?
Christ! Every
God
week.
help us.
Where's Affidlip, for fuck's sake?
No, I don't care about it. You know, I think most of you would be happy to not see me actually.
Oh no! It's,
So
you're the first person apart from Graham who's actually initiated conversation with me, which I appreciate sincerely.
Once
Thank
again.
you for that.
thank you.
We have to
And fuck Steve.
apologise.
Oh, I love it.
Nick,
Steve is the best.
sorry.
Am I going? Need another. That's right.
Oh Lord. Now I get it, Pia.
Yeah,
Oh, no, not
Finally.
really.
finally,
I get it.
You're having fun.
finally.
I get it. Bingo.
You're not that
Bing.
stupid, it seems.
Take things. too
Bingo,
far.
baby.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll retweet that. Hopefully, someone will see it before we get a fucking phone call off the police again.
What happened?
Just Nick, man.
I
It's
did
all right.
not
I've just
call.
retweeted it. We've got an apology out. We've got an apology out. We're getting ahead of it before anyone clips it.
Why do you even
What
let me
happened?
on it if I'm
I
that
don't know. I
bad?
don't know. I don't know.
What happened?
It's what happened was, I mean, it started out contained. Now I can't say a damn thing without it all turning absolute Chernobyl-tastic.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that. Boys, come on.
I mentioned.
Come on, boys. Cheers. Cheers.
Shh. Turn the label. Let me
Dude.
see it. What is that, Pia?
I,
Pia, not you, Glenn. What is that? Man, that looks crazy.
You're crazy.
Damn right I am.
I'm crazy, so what the fuck?
Like a
We've already
crazy
had a
cowboy.
reply. Apologies aren't good enough. This offensive rhetoric must end.
I came on here because there was no one on here, Graham, and you were on your own.
Graham,
And then
what
since
the
then-
fuck are you
that's
on
why-
about?
You'd think I'd show a little bit of fucking appreciation for that, wouldn't you, eh? Because it was. I did appreciate it.
I know.
What are you on about?
Graham,
I'm saying I
Excellent.
appreciate
Hey,
do you know about the Weinstein brothers too?
Yes, I love the
Yeah.
Weinsteins.
Okay.
I adore them. I like the quieter one more. The evolutionary
I'll share with Nick.
Eric.
Nick.
Eric. Yeah, but
No,
Brett.
Brett is the evolutionary guy. The Eric.
Oh
is-
yeah, well it's Eric then. Eric is like a force of fucking nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very very interesting, but he certainly needs to be reined in a little bit. He's a good ideas guy.
actually, Duke,
Phenomenal.
Graham is one of the Weinstein brothers. Graham Weinstein. He's a younger brother of Jeffrey Epstein, actually. So very similar relation.
You could have gone to Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
You
It
mean
would have
that
been closer.
Epstein didn't kill himself?
Just say I shot kids. Don't take such a long way around to it, eh? Just fucking say it. And we can
That
move
was
on.
a horrible joke.
You think
Horrible.
what I said was bad? You think the stuff that I come out with is controversial?
Nick, I'm on your side. always.
I'm on your side as well, Nick.
Fuck
Thank
you,
you.
Brad.
But yes, I adore and I recommend everyone get hold of the Weinsteins and
I'm
take
going
the
to
stuff
enjoy
in.
both minutes of everybody agreeing with me for now.
Exactly. And here's a high five. Give it to me, baby. Give it.
Thank you.
My joke
There's
sucked.
that.
Joke
So,
was horrible.
what's up?
What's
What's up?
Hey, Philip, where did he go and why are you back?
Where did I go?
And why are you back?
Yeah, I turned my phone, turned my volume down for a second so I couldn't hear you. I want to go to the bathroom, Graham. Thanks for asking.
Did you have a poop?
I'll
No,
be back in 2 minutes, Graham. I'll be back. Yeah.
No worries, man.
No, I didn't poop. I peed. I urinated.
You've been gone about 15 minutes, man. I'd like to know.
I smoked a cigarette, and I was like, I want to give the chance to somebody else come in there too.
I thought you might be. You don't seem old enough to be one of those guys that stands there holding it, going, "Come on, come on, come
not
on."
that old.
On.
40,
No.
46.
David
46,
is saying you keep.
Oh, is he back? There we go. Sorry, I didn't realize he was back.
Poor bastard.
Pia, you don't call him the Duke?
No.
Yeah, what's going on there? Where's the respect?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Do you call me the Duchess?
Bingo.
Exactly.
No, that shit is earned.
That shit is old.
Oh,
wow.
I demand you beat it out of me. Come to the next meat space and beat it out of me.
King title for real. You killed the king. That was it.
I call it what it is. It's David. That's it. Fuck it all.
Pia, are you slouching in your chair, or did the camera get bumped up?
I don't know. I probably moved that fucking camera around when I showed how close David actually is.
Well, from now it shows your nose, eyes, and hair.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Can you do this? Can you do this?
I'll do the opposite.
You can't do it. I can promise you.
Here.
I can raise my.
Let's see if I.
Damn, my teeth are yellow as fuck.
Look,
God.
It looks like she has a beard.
Can you do this?
Hey, Philip, when did your beard go gray?
Unfortunately, probably 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
14?
No, 4, not 40. Okay. No, I'm not 54. No, I'm 46. I'm 46. It was about 4 years ago.
I used to just such a young one.
I used to just grow it in the winter, my beard, and then somehow it became a permanent thing.
I have to ask this. The beard thing.
Yeah. Why do I have a beard, or why did I just grow it in the winter?
No, not only you, but why do guys grow that fucking beard?
Well, I did for one main reason is because I'm going bald, so I couldn't change my hairstyle anymore. But I can at least personalize my image a little bit with my beard. I can cut it short. I was Ron Burgundy from the movie for Halloween, so I shaved everything off and just had the bushy beard, and I wore a wig. But I can't when it's totally bald on top, there's not much styling I can do anymore. I can't get a part going in the center or the side. So
sorry, just a sec, George. If you can't join, if the cam's lit on, then it's a problem with your thing. Try. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but in order to join this video right now, there's no registration, nothing. Just click it, put your name in, and join. That's it. And we don't save any details or anything like that. So it's probably an issue with your computer.
Yeah, I have a laptop, and I tried because I'm on a Chromebook right now, which doesn't have the best power in the world. So, but I got better laptops, and both of them wouldn't work right with StreamYard for some reason. They worked fine with Skype and everything else, but
I'm not
StreamYard, it
really
just didn't want to.
Trump
It didn't want to
hater,
recognize it.
but I think Ron Burgundy would have been a better president.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Better. I mean, it wouldn't be hard. You throw a rock, and you're going to hit somebody that would be a better president.
No.
How dare you? How fucking dare you?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Nox.
Yeah, Graham. If somebody ever waits back in the green room, just let me know, and I'll smoke another cigarette. Or
Is there a green room?
I'm always on here. Yeah, there's a green room.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
things are happening back there too.
May I have
It
a
is.
snack or two?
Yeah, there's all sorts of shit. Look, I can do this. Look, there we go. All
that's
this.
cool.
What?
Wow.
Can
Although-
make me that big.
Damn.
I want snacks.
The problem is with this though, I can't pick other people, so it's kind of shitty.
Right, I agree.
Yeah,
Like-
right.
I'd like it if I could like bring people out because I want to be dynamic. Aiden doesn't get this. Everything takes convincing with him. In terms of the Thursday show, like the shit I want to do in terms of the mixing there, I want it to be banging around like crazy, like close ups with everyone.
Thing is, you do not want to pick me. I'm a
Hmm?
bad seed.
Huh?
You don't want to pick me. I'm a bad seed.
Pia, I want to know what you build, man. You said you're into tools. What do you make?
I'm a bad seed. That's all.
Woo! Is that it? Is that all I'm getting out of
Damn.
you? You're not going to tell me what you make.
Jesus.
Ask me. I can answer you. Ask me questions. I can answer you. Okay?
No, he said you like tools. What do you like to build with those tools?
No, she likes tools, like
Tools.
stupid guys.
Who the fuck are you talking about?
Well, he's
Easy,
obviously
dude.
talking about himself,
Easy.
isn't he? All right,
Can't make fun of myself anymore. What the
No, because
fuck?
I'm only asking because I like tools. I used to do loads and loads of building, man. That was my job.
Mm.
I used to adore
The
it.
work I do right now, I'm a property technician.
What
As
the
it's
hell
called
kind
with
of
a-
glass is that? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
As it's called with a fancy word, janitor, actually. And I'm fixing stuff. For other
That's
people.
more. That's a maintenance person. Janitor
That's it,
implies.
janitor.
Yeah, you
is-
two got a lot in common.
Janitor implies cleaning. Maintenance fixes.
Fuck you. I don't do cleaning.
Right. So you're maintenance. You're a maintenance person.
I build things.
Bingo. You build
Yeah.
stuff. That's what I do.
Yeah.
You
And
build shit.
before I got this job, I have had so many different jobs throughout my life. And I'm a practical kind of person. So that's what I love to do. And I found my place. Finally.
That's awesome. Nice. Good for you.
I'll be back in just a sec.
There he
No!
goes.
Oh no.
All right, happy
No, it's
dog.
all up
Now's
to
your
you,
time.
Nick.
Happy. Let's get up.
Happy Dog can come in whenever he wants, man. Like if we get an excess, I'm gonna jump out anyway.
I can't
Uh,
figure out how to answer that because I'm on the StreamYard feed, Duke. I'm going to need to kind of get into that on a separate tab on my browser to do that.
To do what?
And Duke's
In the
just typed, "Hey Nick, what's up?" And I'm kind of, I can't put the
Hello,
comment back.
I'm Tosser. I want to try Pia Swedish meatballs. Yeah, I know. But you won't. Thanks, Happy Dog.
Has
Steve.
this such an what's it called? Antagonizer,
Yeah, antagonizer.
stirrer of
Antagonist.
evil, necromancer.
Disgusting. Is another word you could use for him.
You are so
filthy.
fucking annoying right now, David.
Is anybody gonna talk? I think it's Nick's. I think it's Nick's turn. Nick needs to run the show till Graham gets back.
I think so too. I want
Am I
to
running the show?
Throw
Right.
something out.
Okay.
Nick, throw something out there. Let's hear a question or a topic.
I want to hear from Nick.
David's down in that direction. Peter.
Right.
He's
I'm
bottom
torn
corner.
now. In one sense, it'd be lovely to take control. In another sense, I know that there's very, very little I could say that wouldn't spark off a massive backlash just within the
That's all
commentary
right.
because I could say anything at all. Earlier, when I didn't say anything at all, I was half following the conversation that was going on here, half following the comments, which was like two different pubs going on at the same time. It was almost like I was sat at a table of 6 people. But everybody else in the pub was having the same conversation over in the comments. So I was trying to join in with that and kind of try and make sure I was up to date with that while trying not to be antisocial, because at the end of the day, being antisocial here is a spectacular fail, because that's the whole point of being here. It's about being
there's a
social.
camera. There's a camera on you. You're not just sitting, in your basement.
Shut the
looking at
fuck
your
up.
phone.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Not
It's all right.
antisocial, asocial. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm enjoying being here. This is great. I guess it's one of those places where you're never going to get it absolutely right, because there's loads of trolls who are always going to post all kinds of stuff no matter what you say. Stuff's going to get misunderstood, but the beauty of this place is that you've always got an opportunity to explain yourself, and you've always got an opportunity to apologize. Because
Damn it, now we're banned again.
Right.
right up to that point where yes,
Let him speak, for fuck's sake. What the fuck is wrong with you?
and
Yeah, okay, but it only has 2
Shut
more
the
hours.
fuck up.
Smoke Steve here, Aphid Lit Duke. It is absolutely a pleasure to be here and to be joining you for this. Much as I might not have said a great deal, it's probably for the best, because it's only going to end up getting misinterpreted, misunderstood, or otherwise kind of like twisted.
I don't know what happened, but it was some kind of problem.
Oh, I mean, we're getting already.
Yeah,
only
you can't really
snowflakes say sorry. Well,
He hasn't even
not
done speaking, so shut the fuck up.
Not strictly true. Only snowflakes don't say sorry. People say sorry who are genuinely apologetic. And as far as my regional accent, it's called the north of the United Kingdom. Well, the northwest. The northeast is a whole different animal. But yeah, the northwest of the United Kingdom, that's my regional accent.
Do you get that? Like, I want to know, because in England, like, the north is kind of looked down on, and in America, the south is looked down on. In Sweden, do you have like a north or a south or an east or a west that everyone sort of thinks they're all sheep shagging
Only
farmers?
thing I'm interested in still, Nick, are you finished?
You could have used that same air in your lungs to just answer the fucking question.
Suck my dick that
You
I
could have
don't
done that. You could have used half the air to just say yes, no.
Shut the
Yes,
fuck up.
we do that. We do have that.
Nick,
Yes.
what
No, I'm not having this. Give me the area. Tell me
Brain.
where Sweden hate.
Fuck the fuck off.
Oh, you want to get there? You want to go there, do you? Hey, tell me. Where do they hate? Oh,
she's gonna creep over to Duke's cam.
Done.
Oh, right.
She asked you if you were done.
No, I'm
And
not done.
you didn't realize that, but you were gone for a minute.
Yeah.
Were you done?
Yes, yeah, I'm very dumb. I'm very dumb.
Nick,
Yes.
It's okay though. I know you wankered. I'm
Thank
not.
you.
I'm not
Thank
taking
you.
it personally.
I absolutely loathe people who interrupts other people, you know? So,
Pierre. Hold on a second. Sorry.
Anyway. Nick,
Just tell me, Duke.
Yeah.
Just give me one compass point.
if you could get $1 million or 10 random people had to die, what would you choose?
Sounds like Graham's question.
Ask me the question again. $1 million or 10 million people?
Graham, go ahead.
What? Me?
No, you don't want to know Graham. You don't want to know Graham's question.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
I was saying it's similar to Graham's question.
Graham's question is horrible. It's so fucking awkward, dude. Don't do that shit ever again.
I wouldn't.
Is it Graham? Is it Graham's infamous twist on the trolley dilemma?
It is, but this one's easier for me because the lives of 10 people isn't worth $1 million for me. $1 million would not make enough of a difference to my life. Like I'm fine as I am.
I didn't hear ask me the question. I didn't hear the question. I heard it when.
Oh, Jesus! Come on. All right, Graham, let him have it.
Go on, then, yeah. Right. If you could save every child ever from being abused.
Oh, no.
But all you had to do to save every child on the planet was shag one child yourself. Would you do it?
No.
Never.
Not a chance.
What a disgusting human being you are.
So you'd sit back, Nick. You'd sit back. So what you're telling me, Nick, is you'd sit back and you'd let 20,000 alone minimum in the UK a year. Are you happy with the fact that 20,000 children get
you're fucking sick.
Are you happy with the fact?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to stop child abuse, man. I don't like that.
Give it to him, Pia.
You're trying to stop child abuse.
It's not about.
Well, yeah. Look, mate, if you want to dress the nice, you can do it.
Insane. You're asking a person like if you could stop child abuse.
I mean, it's a theoretical. I understand it.
All of it. All of it. All of it.
You're fucking insane.
Everyone's safe.
Yeah, but we're talking
insane.
We're talking about a theoretical question, right? It's theoretical to start with.
It's not theoretical.
Right. No one's ever actually been stood there with a trolley and a rail and 5 bodies. And then one body, if you pull the lever, no one's ever done that.
It's the worst episode of Black
thing.
Mirror ever.
Let's remember, it's not hypothetical because it could never be possible.
Exactly. It's never possible.
It kind of is like the first episode of Black Mirror, actually.
I just remember that no one has the balls to debate it. No one ever finds out.
I'll talk about it. I'll debate it. I mean, I'll give you an honest answer. I don't think I could actually physically fucking do it.
Hypothetical would be not
I don't think
possible?
I could do it. I couldn't do it.
What if you were just like Batman?
You're fucking stupid.
Think of all those people, all those poor children.
I don't know what. That depends. We're taking a hypothetical down the world's creepy cul-de-sac of cosplay. Now it's got to do with what costume I'm wearing.
Well, that's the problem with the question, because people don't think.
No, I wasn't saying you'd be dressed as Batman, you freak.
We now got the commentary going, what if the kid was disabled? If that's a different
Why did you go there that you were dressed as Batman? What the fuck is going on in your head right now, man?
That's what I thought you'd ask me.
What the fuck is going on in your head?
What did you
another fucking tweet, another apology. Jesus Christ, man.
Get it out there now.
What? What did you think? Did you think it'd be easier or more difficult if me or them was dressed as Batman?
Great.
What did the Batman costume have to do with it?
Hello.
I'm listening. I'm right here. Just say what you're saying. I'm listening. I promise.
You're fucking stupid.
I'm a lot of things, but I'm not stupid.
Yeah, you are.
Yes.
No.
You might be smart. But stupid. Yes, you are.
Am I an educated fool, then, would you say?
I already vouched for Smoke Steve. I'm not vouching for another person tonight.
You might
you're on your own.
Oh, I got interested.
I don't need anyone's vouching. Anyone can come in here and say whatever the fuck they want to. I really don't care. It's not like.
What the fuck are you talking about? Doing these comparisons.
Graham, I honestly don't care about academic titles, but what is your education? You said something I didn't hear.
What do you
Graham?
mean, my education? Educated fool, I said.
Oh,
6th grade. Sorry.
I'm just not sure what I was trying to find some
I
clarity in.
personally don't care about academic titles.
No, I don't.
You
No,
are
no, no, no.
fucking stupid.
No, but no, I was just trying to
Apparently
clarify
Alistair's
what it was you were
watching.
saying
Just
about
need
me.
to say hello.
I
Hi.
don't care what the fuck you've done or haven't done. But you're fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Maybe
You
Pia
are.
misunderstood the question, Graham. Maybe you should repeat the question, direct it directly to Pia.
No, yeah, guys, please, if you can get on Triggered TV on the Twitter and retweet our apology, I'd really appreciate that.
What apology? Are you fucking insane?
If I say anything at all, there's an official apology that gets issued. I could have said anything at all.
It's there. It's right there in the chat. If you guys could just click that link and
Who
drop
the
us a
fuck
retweet,
cares?
we'd appreciate it. We're
Who
just trying to get
cares?
ahead of it. We're just trying to get ahead of it, you know, because
Who the
everyone's
fuck
going to wake up
cares?
in the morning. They're going to start checking
Yeah.
BuzzFeed and, you know.
Who the fuck cares?
The banners.
Nick did it again. We'll be trending on Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't even
Hashtag
have
why did they
Twitter,
keep
so
letting him on?
fuck it.
Just look at Smoke Steve. He's just owning it again. Just like he did during the Armenians. What was the kid's name again? It was
Armenian.
something-
Calcus.
dear.
Stevie,
Calcus?
Stevie.
What? What?
Yes.
Who
Yes,
did I
Pia.
tell the truth to this time that
Nick,
meant an
Nick.
official? Yes, I'm listening.
Hang on. Steve,
Yeah.
you started to grow on me.
Thank you,
Oh.
sweetheart. Thank you, my darling. So, like Pia, when you're breaking Graham's balls, but he's the guy who's making us all be here to connect with each other, and he's the man.
So,
I don't mind.
Shut
I
the
don't
fuck
mind.
up.
I'm here for that, man. I don't mind at all. Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
Lay into him. He sucked. Everyone pile on Graham.
Yeah,
Fuck
do it. I don't give a
guy.
shit, man. I don't care. I
Right.
don't care. Go on.
nobody asked you.
Did not, He was literally just talking about me. He literally,
Nobody asked you.
I feel bad, man, because Pia, you seem lovely, but you're so trashed. Like, I feel bad laying into you right now. I do. Because,
Yeah.
like, you seem like a
Thank you,
nice
babe.
person. But
Thank
you're
you,
so
babe.
wasted, and you're obviously up for a fight.
This-
But I feel
Thank
cruel
you,
because you
babe.
can't even understand what I'm saying to you.
Thank you, babe.
No, honestly, you don't seem like a bad person. I've been you so many times on a night out. I've been you so many times.
Okay, let me get back to Nick now because that was.
I've been stood at the bar.
She's
starting
had
to
enough
fight
of
with
you.
everyone in there. I've challenged every single person
Thank
in
you,
there to a
Nick.
fight.
Thank you, Nick.
I've just checked Twitter to see what actually happened, and apparently, oh dear,
I don't even have Twitter. I don't know
just-
what the fuck that fuss is about. You know.
well, for some of us, it can mean whether or not you've got a career on Monday morning.
Yeah, well, I know I have a career on Monday morning.
Maybe not.
Just making sure. Thank you very much for expressing
You're
an
a nice
interest.
guy. You're a nice guy.
Likewise,
Oh.
it's been a pleasure to be here, and it's been a pleasure to speak to all of you. And as much as I'm trying to be a nice guy back, I can only hope that I don't say something that isn't gonna merit an official trigger warning
You don't
Twitter
really
account.
know me yet.
apology.
You don't really know me yet, but I'm kind of an asshole too. So
We're all in good company here. At the end of the day, I don't think there's anybody here who hasn't said something they wish they hadn't, whether they meant it or not.
Nick,
Yes.
I don't consider you to be any different from me, and I get the feeling you're getting a little stressed about something. But we're all just bullshitting, having a little fun here.
Yeah,
It's
I know
not
if it
like
means anything. I've got to say,
Oh, no,
though,
I'm
Gorge,
just the mediator again.
I want you to be able to be yourself, Nick. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, we're all here to have fun, my man.
Oh no, it's. I mean, I know these guys, and to be honest, to a large extent, I know how the banter works here. I mean, I've been in the studio with these people. The difficulty is sometimes, I mean, if you only ever see this on a screen, you don't see what happens in the real world. And what happens when you actually meet Hayden and Graham for real is that you don't actually know when the show starts and when it stops, because that's just what happens. At some point, they just go live and then they stop going live. But everything that happens before and after is exactly the same. It's just, if you talk to these people, it's just, this is what happens.
Oh, look at that.
That is incredible. Look at that picture.
So cool, man.
Did you draw that, Aphid?
Yeah, same with the.
That is tremendous.
Guys,
those aren't
cool. Guys, I really want to get George on, man, because he's having a lot of trouble here.
Tell you what, I'll come off, mate.
No. He can't physically connect. George, I haven't seen you. If I'd have seen you in the actual backstage area, I would have added you. I don't know what's going on, but I can't see you at all, mate. Try
try a different browser, and you have to click the button that says Enter Studio after you see your mic is working and everything.
So put your name in, and there's a button below it that says Enter. Hit that. Try Chrome first. If Chrome doesn't work, use Firefox. But you've got to make sure that you hit Enter and click right through. But I've not seen you once, otherwise I would have added you and dipped out myself. That's it.
Hey, Graham, let's tap.
You might regret adding me.
Look at that, Graham. We're bumping heads, dude.
It's been an absolute pleasure to meet you, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you.
He is the best.
Thank you, exactly.
No, what I was saying was these are my paintings.
See you later, Nick.
These are my paintings back here. These are paintings.
No.
All of the paintings. So yeah, I drew that picture of Duke there that she had on the wall.
And you did that awesome video of you.
Smoke Steve isn't giving me the other half of the heart, man, and I'm just so upset right now.
Look at that.
Have you just posted the wrong link to the feed, Graham?
What? No, I didn't post that.
Who's on the Trigger Warning account that posted the wrong link then?
Ding! I do that with my daughter all the time, man. I just give her a little thing, and we make a little heart. Ding! It's so cute. It's so funny, the difference. Like me and my daughter, we lie there and we cuddle and we just go, I love you, I love you, I love you, and all that shit. And then like I'll walk into the room with my Soph and she'll just be sat there going, you're so stuck with me. You're fucked. Like the difference is amazing. I like my life in that respect. I like the fact that my better half just constantly reminds me that I'm just.
I wish I had a dad like that.
Yeah. Well, I wish I had a dad like that. It's probably why I'm a dad like that. Because
Alex, apologies. I get it now. Thank you for posting that. I now know what's going on.
Cheers to all you dads out there.
Not my fucking dad, at least.
Yeah,
being a dad is great.
My dad was a shit, which is why I try really fucking hard.
My asshole dad sent me a DNA test when I just turned 51. So there's that.
Young Alex.
Hey, Alex.
I wasn't actually going to join in. I'm just double checking that the link works for us. Gorgeous George.
Come on out, Alex. Hello.
Hey.
How's it going? You all right? Bloody hell, I'm
Let's
dark.
go. Turn a light on, dude. What are you doing, laying in the dark?
Jesus Christ.
No,
you're going to take the time to join us. You can't even be asked respecting us enough to turn the light on. Come on.
Right.
One light,
Right.
7 watts.
So you just binned off Duke Brazzy.
There we go.
That's better. Oh. Yeah. Just
you can't bin off Duke. Get with Graham.
Whoa, Jesus.
That's better.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. All sorted now.
I always like young Alex's input. Good
to see you, lad.
Plenty to offer, young Alex. You should join more often.
Well, I'll certainly give it a thought. Yeah, I'm just
maybe
checking
maybe not put the lipstick on next time, young Alex. But
that's not lipstick, mate. That's the vodka I've been drinking. My face is red as shit. I had to open a window. Yeah, so Gorgeous
That's
George, if you're
awesome,
still
George.
watching, the link's working all right
Awesome.
for the rest of us. So it's probably just your browser settings or your phone settings to get you on.
I think it's a browser setting type issue because StreamYard's very sensitive
That
with
I
the
mean,
would
browser
have made
setting.
me happy.
Yeah, Bucks Cop, I'm always trying to hide from Happy Dog. He terrifies me.
Happy Dog
I can
is
see
just
that.
trying to stir up shit again.
Hey,
Not
quick
Happy
question,
Dog.
Aphid
Yeah.
How long did it take you to do that picture?
Which one?
The one that Pia was showing.
Oh, probably an hour. I did that one with charcoal, like a
You did that in an hour?
pastels. Probably about an hour. Yeah, I did a stop motion of it, so I
Do you have like
could share it with them.
artistic training then?
No. Like with most things, I think the most creative side of people is brought out without any kind of training. That's just my opinion.
Yeah,
But no, I didn't have any
anything
kind of
like
training.
that.
No training. No, but yeah, like these are paintings behind me. I was trying to get a little different view each week if I
Do you
come
know
in
what,
here.
Aphid, this might be a compliment or it might be a criticism. I can't tell. It
Oh,
depends how
that's all
drunk
right.
I am. But I have thought that those pictures behind you, I thought they were photographs.
No, yeah. Thank you. No,
you've drawn all of those.
Yeah, well, this one right here, that's a drawing with charcoal pencil. This one was my first oil painting, and then these two are both oil paintings. But
that's some crazy talent you got there, dude.
Yeah, because somebody told me with actually one you can't see off cam. Somebody told me you couldn't. They were like saying how great it was. I posted on Facebook or whatever, and somebody was like, "Hey, you can't. Yeah, but it's just charcoal. I use black paper and use lighter charcoals." And they're like, "Yeah, it doesn't mean nothing unless you can paint with paint with oils." So I was like, "Well, then screw." So I was like, "Well, I agree with you." But just to prove them, I was like, "Screw you! I'm gonna paint." And I painted this one it was my first oil painting, and they liked it so much I got a little art show out of it from them, and I did the other ones. I wish I had more time to do because I really like painting, but I just don't have the time. It's a big commitment to paint a picture.
And you should try and find the talent, dude, because you've got a lot of talent there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
If Georges could get on this, I'll come out if you want. I mean, have you got?
Yeah, I'll go off too. I'm always on here. So.
That picture you made of David and that video.
Thank you.
It struck a heart.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and it's always up here, right next to me.
That's just off.
Can I just ask a question to Alex? Have you taken on board the role of curator of the show now? Graham seems to have disappeared.
No, Graham sat in the background. He's loving every second of this.
I was going to say, because it's like we've got no official StreamYard host actually part of this.
Yeah, no, I wasn't meant to be coming on. I was just double checking that the link works.
Maybe it's.
I'm right here. I've not moved. I'm literally right here. I'm just enjoying the fact that you're talking, man.
Am I too rude, Graham? Am I too rude?
Definitely not. You're perfect for trigger warning.
Yeah.
There's no real such thing. I mean, they complain about me, but they always invite me back. So I guess.
Yeah, but the main host of Trigger Warning is Hayden. Can you be more rude than Hayden?
Well,
but I'm not actually rude. I always.
It's not with Hayden. It's not really rude.
Straight.
Yeah.
Straight up talking. It's not that I want to be rude. I'm just like, do this, do that, or nothing else.
I mean, this is the thing. I mean, Hayden isn't, and I've found and Peeler exactly the same. Hayden and Peeler, you're not rude at all.
Hang on.
Go on.
My name is not Pila. It's Pia. Pia.
Two eyes.
Apologies. I can see it now. But then again, I can see to the extent that I can see right now.
But
sorry.
It's a common mistake.
Pia, I apologize. I got it wrong.
It's like Pia without pizza without sets.
Yeah, but it's also the Latin English weirdness with I and E, how you pronounce it, different.
Many people
Yeah.
call me Sheila.
We
What the fuck?
We struggle with foreign languages because English is the kind of thing that absolutely everything is in on television. Anyone who kind of lives anywhere else gets English TV, so they learn the language. They learn what we do as a matter of course. But Hayden and yourself, honestly, it's just a question of honesty to a large extent. It's just here's the truth in Technicolor, and it gets processed as rude on the account of the fact that most of the time, not everyone's capable of taking that on board. It's like, here's something that's absolutely real, and it's as real as it can be. And to be honest, that's something that we've lost as a skill to accommodate in our minds. It's like, here's something that you really didn't really want to hear. Oh, okay. Is it true? Well, yeah. Well, it must be rude then because I didn't like it. It's like, that's not the same. It's not the same. It's not. I mean, rudeness is either a demeanor that's disrespectful or it is an intentional kind of thing. No, I mean, nobody here. Hayden's not intentionally disrespectful or otherwise.
Hayden's fucking lovely. He is lovely.
He's delightful. Yeah.
You should have seen him taking my daughter to McDonald's, mate. Honestly, it was the sweetest thing you've ever seen.
The first time he ever phoned me when I was doing the radio show for him, he was insanely nice. It was scary, actually. I was waiting for him to just go off at me.
No, he's lovely. He's lovely.
That you didn't know. Me and
rudeness
share the same birthday.
Is it rudeness or is it just honesty? Is there a difference?
Just wait till you see.
There's a huge difference between rudeness and honesty because I mean, honesty doesn't have an element to it which is to do with respect. I mean, rudeness is about being disrespectful towards somebody, and that's the critical defining factor. Because let's talk about it from the point of view of scientific research and the fact that something may be discovered that is fact. That goes against everything you ever believed. I mean, would it be rude to point that out to you because you weren't going to like it?
Well, right now, right now, you end up like Jordan Peterson with like.
Can I say something just short? Well, the problem with all this semantics is it doesn't really matter. You can be truthful and you can be rude and you can be truthful and not rude, and it always comes down to intent.
Yes,
which is the biggest freaking problem, and you can never determine intent. So censorship is always going to be.
I think though, if you are an honest person, then you can come across as rude, but it's not really rudeness. I think that is just if you are a completely honest person.
I think you are talking about me here.
I think I might be. I think I might be talking about myself as well.
The thing is, though, when you're talking about intent, though, because we got lost in this the other day, you know, there's white nationalists, there's ethno nationalists whose intent is to make their community safer.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I can say whatever any racist or even someone talking about someone talking shit about me, to make it simple. And I can rephrase that in words that has the same intent, but it would be okay because I just semantically know how to go around the rules.
Did I mention me and Hayden have one thing in common? We share the same birthday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we do, actually. That's freaking weird for me. But yeah, we do. I'm older than him.
More than you can afford, happy dog. More than you can afford on your pension.
I don't know why you highlighted that comment when there's one above it that says Hayden is Satan light. That's why he wears a hat. So you can't
he doesn't wear a hat, so it was just too ridiculous even to put up, really, to be honest, because he barely wears a hat.
Every time I've come on stream, I've worn this bloody hat because my hair needs cutting. This is how you know I wasn't intending to come on properly.
Actually,
I thought you'd just leave me in the lobby, Graham.
At one point,
Fuck you.
By the way, go on.
At one point, when doing the live show, Hayden wore that hat of that I've sent out to everybody. David was going there, and
no,
yeah,
he thinks the world of it. So when he's doing a live leak anniversary, like 9-10 years or whatever, then he will wear that hat as a. It's there in the studio. It's there waiting. But he doesn't just put it on. He puts it on special occasions, you know?
That's one of the interesting things about the old days with Live Leak and today with Trigger Warning is it doesn't seem to matter where you are in the timeline of what he's doing. When Hayden's there, he just seems to bring about this sort of community of good people.
Yeah,
and they're solid people. You know, we've got the Trigger Warning crew.
Why can't you do that?
You've got to fuck off. You've got to understand though, the reason why Trigger Warning exists is because Live Leak. A lot of stuff gets posted to Live Leak that means they're in hot water constantly with governments and pressure groups and all the rest of it. So Hayden has to be very, very careful. Like if Hayden is sat there with like Live Leak underneath him and like the Live Leak show, he is then representing the company. So
I remember he was always saying like, this doesn't represent Live Leak.
No. But you can't say that because people just click the thing and suddenly fucking Iran's after him or whatever. So it has to be a separate thing, you know. It has to be.
That sounds like it's a joke as well, but it's not.
No, it's not a joke. No.
So,
and that's
people
why
have gone after him in the past.
That's why it has to be separate from Live Leak, because if he'd have carried on doing it, it would have killed Live Leak off. Yeah. Like he would have had his live stream with like hundreds and hundreds of viewers, but it would have killed the website.
Okay. I've not even got hate. I mean, I've got
this is privilege, like your opinion of things.
No, it's not my opinion. This is
the way it is.
I'm not just sat here like a dizzy fucking participant. Like this is how I was there on the creation. I'm like, right, what are we going to do about this problem?
I'm sorry. You know,
I'm privileged and honoured enough to have Hayden's number. It's not even stored on my phone, just in case my phone gets stolen. It just isn't on the ground.
Speaking about the awesome community of triggerists and all that, last week when I was on the show, we were right at the end. And I reached over for a drink when Hayden was saying goodnight, and it was just me and Nick left in the lobby, and we chatted for like 2 hours.
We did, yes. It was amazing. It was a great conversation.
Drunk, dude. I got your number after that as well. I haven't texted you since. I'm really sorry.
That's all right. It was the way it went. The way it went at the end of the day, and I hadn't really given it any thought whatsoever. It's just what happened to happen next. And
you know what? When we go off air, for like half an hour after we go off air, if you write any comments in the chat there, we are seeing it because we're still here. We don't stop.
Yeah, I didn't fully appreciate that until last week because literally, like, Hayden said goodnight and I reached over to get my whiskey and I was going to pour one and I looked back and it was just me and Nick was like, "You're right, mate. What's going on?" So we had a chat.
Yeah, you just have a chat. It's a bit different when no one else is listening. You get all that.
But can I just say something? Because you were kind of touching on freedom of speech and honesty and rudeness and stuff like that. And I don't feel like anyone is really want to bring that up. But I can say the most horrible thing if I just word it carefully. It's no problem at all. So how should we deal with that, or should we deal with that, or
at the moment we aren't dealing with that because what we're doing is we're just banning the worst offenders, and then the terrible people are just putting a suit on and learning how to word things in a way that's allowed, and then they're spreading the sort of the worst of ideas, you know.
Now when you talk about freedom of speech, one of the biggest things is that you've got like a public mob of people who are wanting things done because things are offending them, things are upsetting them online. And at the start, that was, you could understand it when, beheading videos were popping up on Facebook and stuff. They were saying that shouldn't be on there. But now it's getting to the point where people are saying, anybody who says that a man is a man should be banned from Twitter and lose his job.
I'm totally on the same side.
So there's always an element there.
Yeah, I've seen that in America. Public. Yeah, they've ruined careers in America that then turn out to be completely falsely grounds, but the career was still turned to shit, and they can't really recuperate from that. So, yeah, with social media, which is still a kind of a new thing, the whole mob justice becomes leveraged a ton. But then you also have this really skilled. Everyone has gone to troll school now, so you can say anything. With the social media and then people can deconstruct it and find fault with anything you say. So it kind of. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're a racist and you genuinely want, like, you know, if you're a white nationalist, there are genuine, like, you know, I mean, in the UK and the USA, I don't know what it's like in Sweden, but you can actually point to areas where the proportion of black people causing, you know, committing crimes is higher. So at the point where if you restrict free speech and you restrict the vulgarity, all you have is the very, very clever people that can work that a certain way. You know, and then you know, adjust the statistics and tell it in a certain way to then convince the more extreme and gullible members of people to then just do stupid shit. I'm no fan of like any kind of censorship at all, man. I'd rather the dickheads were out there, and don't give the clever people space to move. You know,
you have to listen to what other people are saying, though. How are you ever going to counter an argument against you if you don't know what they're saying because you've blocked them all?
Oh,
I totally agree. It was like
that goes for politics, but it also goes for the extreme opinions. How can you counter what racist people are saying if you don't know what they're saying?
Yeah,
because it isn't just as simple as, you know, everybody who's a different color than me is you know, bad or evil. It's they form communities and do evil things, and you have to go in there and say, no, there's context. Some people do, but not everybody does.
Yeah,
hey, that's why I listen to Rich Allen, man.
Great Britain, where they covered up.
David and young Alex are having their discussion now. Let's not listen.
Oh, you're trying to shit on me again, are you, Pierre? You're trying to shit on me again, are you?
That's a very good point. No,
because I was part of this then.
No
one wants to know my. No one wants to hear my part of it. All right, sidewalk close, mate. Join. There's one spot left.
I want to, but I can hear David and young Alex. They are having a real conversation right now.
Pierre is being a perfect arbiter of good manners.
She is. She's.
No, but can I just go over? It's kind of over the hill of the point. Well, you did have a case in Great Britain where you kind of silenced were some kind of Muslims actually, and
the grooming gangs.
Yeah, you can say that. And they had committed sexual crimes. And then when they went out to public, they were scared that people were going to do hate crime. And they did that. And then some guy went and exploded a lot of people outside of a mosque.
You and me, Graham.
That were kind of innocent people just being Muslims. But I still agree with it's better to... If they have been open from the start, it may have been different, and it doesn't really matter. Whatever.
Well, I very much subscribe to the theory.
Must prevail.
I very much subscribe to the theory that if somebody is mental and is going to go off and blow up a load of people, it doesn't matter whether they do it because, you know, they think that everybody there is evil or bad. They will find some reason to channel that whatever is wrong with them.
Yeah.
They will find another reason to blow some bunch of innocent people up.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Catcher in the Rye mass shooters. It's a pet peeve of mine. I've seen them a lot. The Catcher in the Rye killers.
Well, you know, there was the guy that shot Lenin.
Hey, Fidlip, I'm glad you're back. I thought you'd gone. I hadn't wished you good night.
Oh no!
The guy that shot Lenin have Catcher in the Rye in his hand as he did it. And
but it's all. If you read that stupid book, it's about this.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Grammy. Let David and young Alex do their discussion.
I am going to call you Grammy from now on.
Average people.
Well, I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Please,
nobody knows.
Pierre.
No, because it's spelt weird. It's spelled like cream.
Yeah, I know. But the point is though, you're not going to ban that book though, just because he was obsessed with it.
No,
but you can ban Tommy Robinson's book.
It's nothing that promotes violence in that book, except that it's kind of relatable that if you're a privileged fucking elitist douchebag, you went to private school and you don't understand why people don't find you so special, that you understand that you are.
I think it's a case as
and
well
you're
these
not
days.
famous.
Shush now, David.
I think it's
I have to say this thing.
I think it's a case these days as well with perceived offence. People are scared before something happens. Like when you look at something like the Joker movie, and everybody who thought before they'd even seen it, they knew what was going to happen. They were saying about how it was going to cause all these violent incidents. And when it comes out, it's actually got a lot of left-wing, ideas in there.
Yeah,
so those people were left with red faces. But it's about perceived violence because they try to tell people.
J.D. Salinger.
The thing is, this is so fucking interesting to listen to both David and young Alex in this discussion.
Thank you so much, Peter.
You're making the same point. We get it.
And be fucking quiet.
No.
You have been told, Graham.
Apparently, Graham hasn't seen the title of the show as the Pia Show.
I know. Pia seems to be forgetting the point when I just sat here for like 20 minutes, not even on the fucking stream, because the second we get 7 in, I jump out. I'm more than happy to jump out.
Nobody wants your opinion, Graham.
But if you're not offending me, but if Duke's going to ask me a question directly, I'm going to answer it.
Yeah, but don't do it right now. Don't just listen. Okay?
Graham, I want to bring her in on every show.
Amazed.
Yeah. Only when
just every time you open your mouth, she can just tell you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut up, Graham.
I'm just so fucking amazed by hearing these guys talking about stuff.
Come on.
So shut the fuck up, Graham.
But to come to actually a point where that hasn't been discussed is what the freak do we do? Because we know you can say whatever you want to.
You can say fuck
if you word it carefully, but we don't really want everyone to say everything, right? That is a big question. Is it okay to say everything? Because you can promote hate crime, you can promote freaking child pornography if you word it carefully, or if you're.
That's the problem, isn't it? Because you get people who pop up and say, "Oh, we need to do something about all these, this child porn and beheading videos on Facebook," and so they come up with the most broad legislation that can be used for absolutely anything, which is absolutely terrifying to the normal person like you or me.
Yeah, but
it basically says, you don't really need freedom of speech if you're a good person. There's no definition of good person.
No, I'm on the same side. The problem is there a limit? Is there a kind of a line? And
well,
I think. No, go on, Graham. Sorry.
For me, there isn't because, like all civil rights that were won were grossly offensive when they were first uttered. When you were talking about like mixed race marriages or gay rights, or there was a point in almost every culture where gay men sort of holding hands and publicly kissing was grossly offensive. And the thing is, if you're going to get to the point where you're going to fight certain battles, you have to allow for grossly offensive stuff.
And there has to be a line, though, Graham. I mean, when you're talking about on a platform with Facebook or something like that with kids on it, when there is stuff like child porn, there has to be a basic line of stuff that's like illegal. And I think that's where the line should be drawn.
Well, there's the thing, though. Child porn is illegal, though. Child porn is already illegal. I'd be happy for child porn to be removed. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I said grossly offensive.
Alex. You understand?
No, I said grossly offensive. My issue at the moment is
Graham, as I told you, just stay quiet.
No, I want to hear.
No. Because my issue right now in terms of UK law is grossly offensive. I'm not arguing that paedophilia be made illegal. But
they are not talking about that.
You could have fooled me, mate.
That's the thing.
Fuck off.
They're not talking.
That's already illegal. That's already. But somebody saying I hate black people, shouldn't be illegal.
You are talking about the wrong issue here. So just shut the fuck up and listen.
No, come on.
What's the right issue? What's the right issue?
Kim Kardashian. Too big of an
where do you
ass
think the line should
or
be
not
drawn?
big enough?
Shut the fuck up and listen.
The line of where we should police what's posted online and where freedom of speech, where the line should be between illegal and, should it be illegal for people to...
Actually, what I'm interested in, if intent matters, and how we can't even regulate that.
That's an interesting point, actually, because so many times people get fired from jobs. They get, a question by the police because of a tweet they made at 3 a.m. when they were pissed.
Right.
When they made a bit of a racist joke or something, and suddenly we've got to check your thinking. Yeah. I find that so crazy. So intent, I don't think, in a way, it does matter. But how do you define what someone's intent was? Because it's easy for me to say if I don't like you and say, "Oh, you clearly intended to be racist with that tweet," but were you though? That's the thing. How do you prove what your actual intent was?
You can't prove it. You can't prove it though.
The problem is that take the worst thing that you don't think should be allowed. I can word that differently so it would be allowed.
But can you do that at 3 a.m. if you're pissed?
Well, yeah, I think it's a fabric that we're just weaving the needle through, and it's going to take some time to figure out which is the extreme one way or the other, just like with all things in history.
No. But you being like a diplomat here.
Yeah, but it's a huge freaking problem because now they're just taking. Well, I wouldn't want to own a site and try to censor it because when you censor anything, one thing, then you're in a heap of trouble because then you have to defend some kind of principle that's gonna break apart.
I'm sorry about this because I thought, like David and young Alex, they had such an interesting conversation because this is exactly what David thrives in. I'm more like, but stupid.
Well, to be fair, I'm pretty much the same. But when I've been on the Russian standard, I can't stop myself.
You wouldn't want to meet me on the vodka.
I think I would.
Really?
I think I would, yeah.
I'm so fucking chatty, so I don't know.
Hey, Fiddler, why are you ignoring me on Facebook?
Did I ignore you? What did I for what reason? How did I do that?
I messaged you.
The Facebook Messenger thing?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm a horrible. Just to let you know, I'm horrible at that. Well, I'm horrible at. I'm horrible. No, I'm horrible at any kind of. Like what happens is like my messages. Like you open your phone and you got the little green dot at the bottom with the mail thing that says how many like people have texted you and stuff. Mine always has like a 1,000 of them on there, because I get like because yeah, well I don't know if it's 1,000. Well, here's my phone right here.
Popular.
No, it's not that. It's not that. No. Okay, so it's 50. It's 51. I was off by quite a bit there. But the thing no, I'm not bragging at all. This new technology, and I look at my phone and I have like, I've subscribed to news channels and Twitter and Facebook, and I get a limit of 3 things that it tells me at one time. Do I go into each one of those apps and see what I miss? No, I don't. Do I scroll up when I turn my phone on to see what I miss? I don't.
Do you?
So I apologize.
No, you don't.
I totally apologize. But in all fairness, 10 years ago, I didn't have to apologize for this, so I don't feel too bad.
In all fairness, you don't have to have all those apps on your phone.
I don't, but I mean, he wants to talk to me. He's got something to say to me. And, he doesn't have my telephone number because that's probably the best way to talk. But even that, I don't always answer my phone. I don't call back my messages. I'm a complete jerk in that way. But in another way, I don't feel bad because it's a new technology and I don't know. I mean, if you want to get a hold of me, try to get a hold of me a different way if it don't work. But I apologize. I did not mean to. I didn't see
something. Yesterday, the
I'm gonna
whole
build a
Facebook
friggin'
thing.
boat and go over there.
I'm pestering everybody on Facebook right now.
Oh, I can see here, Duke. I can see here Facebook Messenger has a red dot with some numbers. So you're not alone. You're not alone. You're not alone.
You're right
I apologize.
to ignore some of the messages though, because
I get frustrated with it. And
well,
now
I mentioned.
Go ahead.
As I mentioned earlier on this week on one of the streams, I regret mentioning it, to be honest with you. My uncle died on Wednesday from COVID-19.
I saw that. That was horrible.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'd only met him twice. You know.
He
was a nice guy. He was a lovely guy. He was on his way out anyway, to be honest, because apparently we found out later he didn't tell anybody, but he had cancer, so we didn't know. But that happened, and when I posted something about that on Facebook, and I got lots of messages, lots of them with the same sort of, basic platitudes. Sorry if you're lost, and I don't know how to respond to that, so I just ignored them.
Exactly. You feel obligated to.
I also got two very strange ones. I got one that popped up asking about whether he'd had a flu vaccine and questioning whether he'd actually died of COVID-19. And another one, very nicely, popped up to offer me a blowjob, which made my week, to be honest with you.
From a dude.
From a dude, yeah.
From a dude just out of
the Philippines.
Now,
did you get
it? No.
It's hard to tell the difference.
Now, are you it might make a difference a little bit one way or another. Are you a heterosexual gentleman, young Alex, or?
I am, yes.
Oh, so this was not like a, hey,
no,
I know you're gay.
I'm very friendly to people, I like to be friendly to everybody.
My first question is, did you get it?
No, I didn't get it. I would never get it.
If it's a sympathy blowjob and it's from another dude, it's not gay. I read that somewhere.
Talking about not being rude.
Well, I asked Graham about getting a blowjob for another man, but unfortunately,
Graham should know. Graham should know.
They're much better at it. No woman knows how to suck dick like a dude does, man. Honestly, they know what they're doing.
Yeah,
because they know what they're dealing with.
Probably telling the truth.
True.
Oh my god.
I'm telling you.
Right. It's all right.
It's
all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
Every woman on earth is making it up as she goes along.
In this new landscape, we're all supposed to be comfortable with those kind of statements.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
What? Because I don't like to. I'm not comfortable with getting my genitalia pleasured by another man. You're asking me what's wrong with me?
You mean like, you don't like a blowjob?
Yeah, sure. Of course I do.
Yeah.
But the whiskers.
So what?
So what you're saying? It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter to me that if that's coming from a male or female is what you're telling me.
So long as we clean the teeth.
I'm not comfortable with the fact that you enjoy violating women the way you do.
I'm just saying, as long as the person doing a good job, that's it.
What if the man identifies as a woman?
Well, I actually emailed the question. It was the last email I sent to the trigger warning, which they never read emails anymore because what Cherry's not on there to read them.
Well, Cherry probably reads it and responds to it himself, or just reads it and then ignores it.
It's somewhat relatable to this question. I wanted to know if it was more gay to have sex with a female to male that had looked amazingly like a female and was a female to male, or a male to female. If they were, both like if you know what I'm saying, like if the dude looked totally like a chick and was extremely hot, what's more gay is if you have sex with that, or if you have sex with a female that turned into a male.
I don't know, because I've seen both. I've seen have you seen Blair White?
A question even.
I'd get Blair White.
Blair White, I don't know what it's like down there.
Can I
Blair
say
White,
just an aside?
I don't understand why that should be a question even.
You just asked me if there was any difference from getting my penis sucked by a male or a female, and now you're judging me because I want to question this?
Yeah.
Okay. I have seen female to male who, like, you wouldn't know if they didn't say they were female.
Exactly.
So I gotta be honest, I wouldn't look at them and be like, Fucking hell, yeah. You know, I'd be like, no, that's a bloke. And that's how I would treat them, which is how they want to be treated.
Exactly.
It's just for some reason when we get to the bedroom, it's like I'm suddenly expected to be like, no, well, I'm a woman. No, you're not. You've got a bigger beard than I've got.
No. You are taking it the wrong way. That's not what I meant.
What do you mean, Pia? Because I want to know.
Yeah, it's the fucking same.
Like, are you offended that I would ask that question? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh, okay. Because then we got problems.
There is nothing that can offend me. I'm the rude one. You know?
Well, can I say as the weird aside?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Happy dog, I'm not from Newcastle.
Young Alex, you seem to be in academia. What's your education?
A degree in science. That's about it.
Which science?
Science, mate. Just I did general. I picked my own modules. I did general science. I did a load of them: chemistry, biology. I tried to avoid physics because it bores the shit out of me.
Oh, physics is the best.
No, it's boring. Look, when I was at school, I did triple science, and there was a particular week that was very significant to me where I had a biology lesson and I was dissecting the kidney, and that was amazing. I had a chemistry lesson. I was messing about with loads of chemicals. That was amazing. And then I had a physics lesson, and my job for the week was to bounce a ball and measure it. So from then on, I've been like, nah, physics is boring.
But in the physics at face value, it might be boring, but it relates to so many other things that you'll see later on if you start studying the topic.
I visited Stanford, man, and it was such an exciting
I mainly
place
focus on
for that.
biology, to be honest with you. It's my go-to.
If that's what you like, then that's what you like, you know.
What did you say was your go-to?
Biology.
Even evolutionary biology.
Some evolutionary, but I mainly focus on the biology of cells.
Oh, okay.
He's one of them
really boring.
He's one of them people you were talking about, Duke, that puts on nice clothes. Hey?
Smart Peter.
I wear this because
he wears his nice clothes and he starts talking about cellular issues.
Oh, he should have.
He gets to skin colour very quickly.
I'm wearing this because I like the long sleeves. All my other good shirts are in the wash because I'm in lockdown. I haven't done my washing for 2 weeks.
10 minutes, he'll be going on about the blacks. Give him a minute.
I have a statement.
Yeah, well, it's better than going on about kids in 10 minutes, isn't it, Graham?
We have all seen it. We've been witnessed. We have a new love couple. Duke and young Alex.
Oh, bloody hell.
The couple.
No offense to young Alex, but I kind of love Smoke Steve.
Yeah, where is Steve? Where's Steve?
I could tell there was a little bit of a connection.
There is a connection. Duke Brassy and young Alex. What the fuck? You're a match made in heaven.
If Steve was here right now, he'd be in the stream, man, but he just dropped out. I didn't have any choice in that.
If Steve was here, I would tell him to fuck off.
No, you wouldn't.
Evolutionary biology is far more interesting and it's very controversial.
Now we have a new, real, true love relation. Young Alice and Duke.
It's that basic thing, isn't it? That in a hypothetical situation, you put different variations in there. The one that best survives is the one that's going to survive. So it's going to carry forward. It's evolution in general.
Exactly. I know that. That's why he's with me still.
It's pretty basic. When you get down to the boring shit, you end up doing chemistry, and that's really boring.
Yeah, it seems okay.
I don't like talking about my science.
He already mastered evolutionary biology.
I don't like talking about my education and stuff like that because I argue with a lot of conspiracy theorists, and they're relatively sure they know everything about everything. So I don't want to argue with them because they're in their own little world, and I don't want to break them out of it because I'll just get blocked. They won't listen to anything I say. It's a waste of time.
People don't want to hear the truth.
No, they don't. Listen, my uncle died on Wednesday, and somebody was popping up to me saying, "Oh, but he didn't know, did he? He didn't die of COVID."
Right.
It was something else. It was the flu shot that they gave. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. He died of COVID-19. He was already sick. He got COVID, and it finished him off. I'm sorry about that.
That's also a big thing that really grinds my gears. No, but really, nobody dies of a virus.
No, it's the effects of it, isn't it?
Fail,
right?
And then in some cases, it's apparent that this virus really killed your lungs, and now you can't breathe. So it's probably the virus.
I think
but you're not going to get like a sticker that said, it was from the virus. So
you get these people at the moment, though, the conspiracy theorists who are coming out and saying, but all these people in care homes and stuff who have, they're on like not care homes, hospices, who are already they've got a couple of weeks left to live, and they get COVID-19 and they die, and they're like, but they're being counted as figures,
right?
Yeah, because it took away the last week of their life. They got COVID-19 and they died a day, a week earlier than they were supposed to. So we're counting it as COVID-19.
Absolutely.
I don't have a problem with that.
I agree with that, because it's the only way to go about it. But they also have there's going to be this one guy that got in a car accident, and then they take him to the hospital, and he was cool.
I just love this love connection between you two.
And he was positive, and they're going to count it. But that's like 1 in 20,000.
Yeah, I would say I think that would be a minority.
Yeah, and they're also going to see how many more deaths there is this year compared to a normal year. But then they're also going to say, well, it's because of the economy.
How do you pronounce your name?
Or got heart attacks because they were fearing about their economical status or future.
Graham.
Yeah.
And it's a fair point. Probably.
Can you be quiet just a minute?
Graham, she's asking you a question. Answer it.
How do you pronounce your name?
Graham.
Graham. Like
Graham.
Graham.
Like how it's spelled.
Graham.
It's not
like,
Graham, which
Graham.
is the way it's spelled.
Like Graham.
Like you would pronounce a white person, like a cracker.
Just pretend it's spelled like normal Graham and just say that.
Yeah.
Graham.
Forget about the way it's spelled.
It's just as you'd say
just in being a millennial.
I don't want to say your name wrong. That's it.
I'll change it. Here we go. One sec.
I don't want to be disrespectful.
But Alex,
I don't think you could disrespect Graham if you tried.
Are we at the point now where we're suddenly starting to respect me? That's amazing.
I
didn't mean to do that.
No.
Oh, I've just worked out how to do that though. Oh, that's awesome. So there we go, I can do that.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Oh, there we go. And then, no. Okay. No, I know what I'm doing now. There we go.
Graham.
I might just mix it now. There we go.
Graham.
Yes.
I do not disrespect you. I just wanted to know how to pronounce your name.
It's nice that we got there in the end, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah.
Because you basically started the stream just going, fuck off.
Fuck you.
Smoke Steve, I hate you.
Fucking I don't know where he's gone. I private messaged him and I don't know where he's gone.
He's on the vodka tonight. He's gone.
I want to know from Aphid do you think that the United States should lift all the restrictions?
No, all of the restrictions, no. But I think the way they're going about it is, somewhat fair right now, because let them all, let those other areas take the chance and see what happens with them. I mean, you got to keep in mind that the United States is the size of, all of Europe and parts of other areas too. So what bothers, people in New York, which, frustrates me, like when I hear people talk about how, how it's not a deal, it's not something we should worry about. Well, New York is getting it really is getting decimated. I have a friend that lives in New York, and the horror stories I'm finding from him. The horror stories that he's telling me, it's a night and day difference of where he's living and where I'm living here. So if some areas of the United States, want to try and go back and possibly, if it wasn't this time of year, I wouldn't be as worried about it. But this time of year, the heat of the summer, and a lot of times, even with the Spanish flu, you know, it lifted in the summertime and it came back in the fall. So I think yeah, right.
Yeah.
I think now it's the time to take that chance. And if somebody in some other city wants to go along with it, and it's easy for me to say because it hasn't affected my life much at all. I'm still working about the same. You know, my business hasn't been affected too greatly yet.
I think it's a good practice.
Yeah, but if they want to see if the summer is going to affect them and they got low numbers and they're spread out more and they've learned these social distances and they're protective, you know, because I don't think even if this all goes away tomorrow, this winter, I think that we'll have far less flu occasions because people are so cautious of how they react and every
That's
move
also
that they
partly
make.
because anybody who comes out with symptoms at the moment, though, is being treated as having COVID-19.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. But what I'm saying is I think that the numbers would be significantly lower because of the
hygiene and things.
Because of how we're treating everything. I mean, I like grab a doorknob and I look for the spot that's least worn because I know that that's not where the brass was rubbed off from people grabbing it all the time, you know. And I'm washing my hands constantly. I try not to touch my face.
Yeah,
you know,
but also,
me too.
Every little step like that makes a difference. You know, every little step that you make, every precaution somebody else makes. It
seems that asymptomatic people are spreading this like crazy. It almost seems like the measurements, the restrictions, they do some good, but it seems weird with this virus.
I'll tell you what I saw today from it was Piers Morgan who retweeted it, but it was from the World Health Organization. And it was, he said it was the most depressing thing he'd read all day. And I looked at the headline and thought, I'm not reading that. I'm depressed enough today as it is.
Right, yeah, I don't need anything more.
It was about how people who've already had COVID-19, supposedly there's no evidence that suggests that they're immune to getting it again.
No.
Not
yet. No.
Scary thought, but it also seems to be something about exposure and maybe even reinfection when you're looking at healthcare workers getting it worse.
Well, how long does that immunity last for? You know, do you want to be that person that is like, well, I had it 6 months ago?
That depends, Aphid, because the viruses, they could. I don't want to get all scientific on you, but they can change their protein shell, basically. It happens sometimes. Two viruses join together, they change their protein shell, and then your body doesn't recognize it. Right. Even though it's the same virus, it doesn't change its, your body doesn't recognize it. So
I've had the flu twice. I've had the flu twice in one season. So I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
And it's that's the reason why we've never had a cure for the common cold, because there's so many different viruses and they keep mixing with each other and just changing their shell. So when your body gets it again, it doesn't recognize it. And that's why you can have immunity to something like chickenpox, because it's one specific thing and your body recognizes it. It's like, I know how to deal with that. I know what proteins to throw at it.
But young Alex, since you have a scientific education, what do you think about where it kind of, like, if you have 1,000 cells and the way this virus acts, like it releases kind of a response, or they kind of explode and the immune system goes bananas. Can this be a case in this?
Well, what happens with a virus is when it you obviously you breathe it in, and sometimes you're lucky, you'll breathe in a flu virus, your white blood cells will catch it before it gets into a cell, they'll engulf it, dissolve it, it'll be fine. But sometimes when you get the flu and stuff, it gets into one of your cells, it burrows inside there and it corrupts the cell. It basically, the cell has a natural inbuilt thing that says we're going to replicate when we get old. And it corrupts that and makes it produce lots of copies of the virus. So it explodes inside your own system. So there's something called, I always call it a lethal dose. That's not the name. It's not a lethal dose. It's a viral load. And that's the minimum amount of virus particles that you need to get infected with something on average. And when that happens, they go inside your body, they replicate lots of times, they explode, and it infests your system. And your body recognizes that there is a disease, a pathogen in there, So it does all these different things. So the reason you get a fever, that's your body creating the fever because it knows that will stop the virus from being able to reproduce as quickly. So you do all that sort of thing. Hello, Gray. And so about the immune response, it's... sorry, I just forgot what the question was.
Yeah, it seems to be in some cases maybe the healthy young people that this virus is kind of extra sneaky, that it doesn't, the cells don't know about it, so they don't send out the alarm, and then they send out a ton of alarm at the same time when the cells kind of
guys,
so
I'm
the
so
immune
sorry.
systems go overboard.
Guys, we've had a paid message here on Streamlabs. Midget Porn Addict has just sent us $3 and said, Alex, take that shirt off, my ginger wank fantasy, and we can talk about the first thing that pops up.
Hayden said last week, I'm not to call myself ginger, I'm dirty blonde.
Hey man, it was a paid message. It has to be read. Anyone that donates via Streamlabs.
Young Alex.
Tell you what, all I'll do, I'll unbutton my shirt. That's all I'm doing.
There we go, guys. Get yourself on the description. Just click the description there, the Streamlabs. We don't have super chats, but we do have that.
I'm wearing a Punisher shirt.
Look what happens. He's already opened his shirt.
Young Alex.
Yes.
Add me on Facebook, please.
Where's my...
Okay. More simplified question. Could there be a scenario where everyone kind of had this in January, and now we're getting reinfected, and every time we get reinfected, we get worse?
There are many
yes, that could
possibilities
be a thing.
when it comes to that. In terms of the same strain, it's relatively unlikely. I mean, when I was a kid, I hated school, and if I used to get a cold, I would take a balloon and I would blow the balloon up with my cold virus air, tie it up, leave it in the corner for a week, and when I got better, I would open the balloon and breathe it in just to try and get the cold again, and it never once worked because it was the same strain. It was also probably dead. But
I wonder why you did that.
Yeah, that's really weird.
I really just wanted to stay in bed.
But by the way, I know that Streamlabs was from Happy Dog, by the way. I know. I'm aware of that.
They didn't have porn back.
Here, have you added me on Facebook? I just went on Facebook and I can't see you.
Just add me there because you and I have stuff to talk about.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you posting a link somewhere? Because I really...
Don't worry about that now. Keep on talking about what you are talking about.
I just completely lost my train of thought because Cup of Tea said, I'll replicate inside your body, Alex. And that's making me just...
I think the thing is with reinfection is it's not being talked about a lot and it's not being explored a lot because it's fucking terrifying.
Yeah,
you know,
it is. We're going through this as a first wave, essentially.
Yeah,
and it's the idea that there could be something beyond this. It's terrifying.
They don't want to freak people out. They want people to think, oh, just a few more weeks and you'll be back up doing what you were doing. But they don't want to be like...
I brought it up a few weeks ago and then I deleted it in a couple of groups because I didn't want to freak people out, because the worst case scenario of the worst case scenarios is freaky bad, but what we're seeing in reality is not that bad. It's really bad that the healthcare workers seems to get the worst scenario.
That's an interesting thing, actually.
From that.
The healthcare workers in the
UK. With the whole,
I can talk about population. Our situation here at home. David is on his 6th week of lockdown at home. He can't do anything. You know, I'm still working. I'm out there. And the most terrifying thing is that I could bring anything home to infect David.
Yeah, but I'm never going
I can completely relate with that, Pierre, because I am a carer for someone who's very vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen him in 5 weeks because obviously if I bring it to him, that could finish him off.
Yeah,
and he's
know.
only he's younger than me. He's in his 20s, so that's a big weight on my shoulders. So I haven't left the house deliberately from the moment this kicked up. I haven't left the house.
Yeah,
and for me, it's different.
Yeah,
I want to
say this if I ever say anything. It kind of annoys me when people say that they are not scared, they're not worried. Because for me, it sounds like they're not worried about the healthcare workers. They're not scared about the healthcare workers.
Yeah, when I see people saying they're not scared, I think they're not scared about themselves.
Yeah,
I have no doubt if I get it, I'll probably be fine. I'll have a week of flu and it'll be fine. But it's not about me; it's about who I could spread it to.
I don't know if I'll be fine either. But the worst scenario would be if I bring anything home to David.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm
has
sorry, Happy Dog.
no immune system.
Nick's beyond those kind of calls to action, I'm afraid. But
Ray,
yeah, you're right.
Give me a minute, mate, because I just need to go and have a little piss.
No worries. I think that the unfortunate thing is the vast majority of us who are trying to protect this like vulnerable people, there's a point of contact there for a lot of people, for most people. So you'll be looking after, you might be visiting some disabled person, but so far now you've seen them 10 times since lockdown because you've been delivering food or medication, and there's always that point of contact, and you're probably going to get it at some point, and that's why it's still we are locked down, and yet there's new cases all the time because there's basically nothing we can do about it, and that's the argument against locking down. Because ultimately, it's like, well, what's the fucking point? If we could just sort of cut off vulnerable people as best we can.
I mean, you got a point. Why can't we just, shun aside the vulnerable people? Well, go ahead, Pia.
I do not agree with what you just said. Actually, Sweden has taken a different approach to this whole virus thing. Those who take it seriously, they are actually really, really, really scared and taking it seriously. Like this distancing and not touching each other or nothing like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm advocating for. That's exactly what I'm advocating for.
And
but I'm saying
interesting with the different approaches from different countries, because we have this extreme case in Sweden. So for us, going against the government is actually want something done. Whereas in America, maybe, or in Britain, going around the government is lift the restrictions. So it's also interesting.
America is fascinating for me because the different states some states in America have taken they've taken approaches that are insane to me. They're so draconian. Like,
is it really different from state to state? Is that like a different?
Yes,
country?
absolutely. What's fascinating about this whole thing is it's a extreme sociological, specimen if you're interested in that sort of thing, because like most things in this climate, with this era in our lifetimes, it is completely political. And I find it fascinating that such a removed thing from politics could be so extremely polarized by your political beliefs. How,
I think that's been kind of built upon for a couple of years. Politics used to be
you could say 3 years maybe.
Yeah, but it used to be mainly about the economy. It still is. But now it's for a long while it's been about immigration and all these socio-political points. And now we have people really in their what's it called? Their camps solidly, and they seem kind of confused where to be.
It's almost like they need to check with their party to see how they should react to a certain situation. And that's completely sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it was purely science, we'd all basically be doing the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we would because you know the scientific community is international. It's not like the guy advising Trump is probably linked to someone from Sweden, Germany, and everywhere.
Yeah, that's not how science actually works, though. When it comes to actual authentic scientific research, it's lots of different people like digging their own holes and doing their own thing. Yes,
but those holes are political, though, aren't they?
Well, and those holes are. I mean, those holes are in the Those holes are in the minority as well. I mean, the on most issues that are scientific, you know, a large percentage of the scientific population agrees and follows one direction.
Well, not at the cutting edge. They don't. No, I mean they do in terms of what is considered, broadly speaking, to be mainstream scientific discourse.
Right.
Yes, but when it comes to the cutting edge, it doesn't work like that. At the cutting edge, it's different people working in different areas at different times in different places.
Do you think political policy is being based on cutting edge science?
It's never been based on that. It's the politics.
That's kind of the point.
Well, I mean, forgive me for taking a step back and connecting a couple of things up that are potentially not.
Oh, he's going to start going on about the blacks again. I'll get Sweet Deck open.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Well, I can tell you one thing. It's kind of interesting with this.
No, I'll tell you what I'm going to say. No, it's got nothing whatsoever to do with black people or disabled people.
And it's apparent that knowledge doesn't mean a lot when it comes to reason, because you see all these knowledgeable people making really illogical conclusions.
And Nick is on the right path. Let him speak.
Thank you.
Of course he is. Yeah, of course he is.
If you take two, I'm going to talk about two areas here. Let's talk about education and politics. When it comes to education and politics, they are forever behind the cutting edge of science for two important reasons. One of them is the cutting edge of science. I mean, education by its nature is behind when it comes to absolutely everything there is. And it hasn't got a choice. It has to be, because what we teach has to have some kind of manifestation of history, because if it doesn't, then we can't afford to teach it, because we can't really afford to get it wrong. Similarly, when it comes to politics, we have to make decisions based on scientific advice. Now, that by its nature can't be the cutting edge either, for the simplest of reasons. If it was, then it's at risk, because the cutting edge of science by its nature is fragile. It isn't established. I mean, science by its nature is not a doctrine. It is a outlook on speculation. Alex, back me up on this. You're a scientist.
Yeah, but the simplified version.
I'd love to, mate, but I think I missed the first bit of that.
Yeah, the conservatives, they want what's tried and works is good, and progressives wants to progress, and you want to have a balance.
Fuck.
Well, the thing with science for me is, I mean, I've had review papers published in medical journals and stuff, because that's part of one of my courses was I had to pick a random study, which I chose a breast cancer drug, and review it based on the available evidence. So everything that is scientifically published and scientifically spoken has to be constantly reviewed by lots of people who are going to see it slightly differently, and that's the basic version of science, is that you come up with something, you think that this means this, but other people have to agree with you before we're willing to go with it. And that's where we're at with things like the vaccine, stuff like that. That's why it's going to take 12 months.
Right,
we
may have a vaccine now that's going to work. The vaccine we've given to people in the UK this week might work. It might be the one that's going to cure us all, even though it's not by diverse people, which, sorry, Dr. Sam, that really breaks my heart. But we may have to be on the right track right now. We have to make sure, though. That's the thing. That's the whole thing about science, is you have to be certain, or as certain as you can be,
but this
before
is
you're willing
exactly
to go
what I
with
was
it.
saying. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that Happy Dog's just gone down the ultimate insulting cul-de-sac of, I love it when he tries to talk science. It's like the blonde who thinks that she knows quantum mechanics. Outstanding. But
yeah, he's the one. Are you responsible for that then, young Alex? Hey?
Well,
Mein Kampf being published.
Youngest Alex, this is a really controversial bomb. But what do you think about genetics playing a part? Like, there's one theory that, like, the Scandinavians got hit really bad with the plague, the Black Death, and everyone got it, and it wiped out like 60% of the people. So the ones who survived, they had to beat that, and they have a better.
There's nothing controversial about that. It's scientific. That there are distinct certain genetic traits in people that mean that they're not going to be susceptible to certain things. Like, do you know
it's going to be showable in statistics? What?
Do you know of norovirus?
No.
Yes. It's a nasty stomach bug. It causes you to basically for 24 to 48 hours you throw up constantly and all that. And there was a study that came out quite recently that said, basically, based on the testing that they've done, 1 in 10 white people, Caucasian males, are immune to it. So they'll get it, they'll experience the virus, they'll fight it off, but they won't get any symptoms. Now, you can't find racism in that because it's biological.
I know.
But people will try and find racism in it.
I'll tell you what, Alex. I'm sure as shit glad you pointed that out and that I didn't, because I'll tell you what, if I'd have said that,
if you'd
the
have
comments
said it,
would have gone. There'd have been an official trigger warning.
If you want me to point you to the study that says it.
Talking about virus, who the fuck even uses the racist card anymore? What the fuck?
You see, Graham's there in the chat already. So sorry about Nick, everyone.
This is the thing.
Nick, it's all right. It's Graham's trying to deflect from himself. All right, he's the Nazi Ponce.
It's not important.
He's just trying to deflect attention away from himself.
Yeah, Graham said that.
I could have said absolutely anything on here right now. It would have merited an official trigger warning response, apology, tweet, whatever.
I like you.
Well, I
like
put one
you
out
too.
from Graham earlier on, apologising for Graham's comments. I don't know if he's deleted it yet. He might have done.
Graham is an anagram for Mengele.
The thing with science, just to address a couple of the things that have been going on in the comments regarding science. I mean, at the end of the day, when you learn science at school, you're not learning science. What you're learning is the history of science.
You're learning about a set of rules that we think we know.
You were learning about whatever you do an experiment in a science experiment at school. We already know what the answer's going to be. It isn't an experiment at all. It's the replication
that's the point,
of an experiment.
Me and you chatted about this last week, didn't we?
We did. We did it. I mean, right up to the point where the milk float was going past my house, we were talking about this, and it was beautiful. And I will cherish that evening forevermore.
Me too, mate. Me too. Absolutely. But science is like these days. It's about showing people that X equals Y, but it's not about why.
Alex.
I
don't think Graham likes me, so
I don't think Graham likes anybody.
I don't care.
It's okay. Don't take it personally. Graham doesn't.
That's ridiculous. I don't dislike anyone at all. Did you? Why the fuck would I do this?
You don't dislike us, but you don't like us, do you?
Of course I like you. Don't fucking. Don't start throwing that shit out whilst I'm not around, man. Don't give me that bullshit.
Well, keep your ass in the fucking stream then.
Of course I like it. No, I'm just a bit too wasted, man. I need a bit of a head down.
Don't even fucking start with me. Can you see how full this bottle is? I opened this earlier. It's down to here.
I'm sorry.
I'm sat here chatting about bloody science.
I have responsibilities, man. Therefore, I'm a little bit tired at this point in the day.
Graham says 600,000
Have a nap on a Saturday
euros.
afternoon.
I
then,
say
before you do
6
this
million. I don't know why we have to disagree about the Holocaust.
Hey,
Yeah,
boy.
unless you're Jewish, I don't think you have anything to worry about with Graham.
Hey, boy.
I mean, I disagree with it being exactly 6 million. It could be more or less.
You'll get us banned off YouTube, mate.
No, but it could be more or less. I think saying it's exactly 6 million is offensive, to be honest. There's no way that even the Nazis weren't that efficient.
No, I'm fairly sure they didn't keep records of every person they killed, but
it could have been 5.8 million. It could have been 6.1.
I disagree.
Is it really going to
Holocaust
change our
denier.
entire worldview if we suddenly say, "Oh, it was 5 million, not 6"?
Something here, and nobody.
Hey, I said 5.8 or 6.1. It could have
You
been
said
more. I don't know.
60,000 at the most.
It was at least 7.
Graham.
They didn't have computers back then to keep.
Graham,
track of
shut
bodies.
up. Here
6 million just feels like an exact.
Graham,
unfortunately,
Here
exact
wants to
amount.
talk to you.
You are so fucking stupid.
That's not an argument. Give me an argument. Give me something to think about.
Think about. You don't even have a brain to do that.
All right, if you want something to think about, what about the bloke who was in chat earlier? Something.
Fuck
Who
off.
was
I'll
who was
just
saying?
say, fuck it all. I will leave you now, and I'll leave my poor man with you.
Don't leave. It's all right. I like
I'm
it.
gonna be here forever.
So suck it up, assholes. You're fucking assholes. Nick, I love you. You're perfect.
We all love you, Nick. You're brilliant. You are.
Well,
Alex,
I'm just mate.
you
At the
are
end of the day, I
fucking
mean,
brilliant.
I'm never.
Peter. Honestly, when I came on tonight, Peter, I thought you were going to rip me a new arsehole. I really did.
Shut the fuck up. I ain't done drinking yet.
Well, there you go.
Hitler.
Yes.
You know
Yes,
what
yeah.
you have done to us. For us. For us.
Thank you, Peter.
I love it, babe. Okay?
Sweet dreams,
The
Peter.
rest of you, fuck the fuck off.
I will. I've got no idea.
I do not like you, Graham.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, I tell you what, I've got no hard feelings against you because you.
Oh, thank you.
I've got no hard feelings at all.
You have no idea.
You're welcome.
You have
back.
no idea. You're just
Graham.
here stirring up shit.
Oh.
You have no idea about shit that has gone down.
Okay.
Okay?
This is
Shut
the first time a
fuck
very drunk
up.
person has said bad things to me.
Shut
so-
the fuck up. You're an idiot. So fucking stupid.
No.
Oh, nay. Bye-bye.
Bye, Pia.
I want her on in every single stream with you, Graham.
She needs to be here every time. I want to hear sober. I want to hear from a sober man. I think she'd be quite interesting.
Sober, drunk, I think she'll kick your ass either way.
Yeah,
right,
agreed.
They'll be going about how
Yeah.
we should fucking
Absolutely.
nationalise. We should all pay for our own lampposts, the roads and everything. She'll be there and like, Graham, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut the fuck up.
All right. Okay. We're gonna get into that argument, are we now? Yeah. Corporations are evil, money-grabbing bastards, and they're all such evil, money-grabbing bastards that
Graham,
none of
we
them
live in a world of narcissistic
considered-
people. Who the hell isn't
that's
an
true.
evil person?
Yeah.
We all are.
Socialism,
And
communism,
McDonald's, with
whatever,
all
it
its
doesn't
money grubbing,
matter.
couldn't at any point consider funding a fucking fire station. No, there's just no way. There's no way. They're just so evil and money hungry. They couldn't pay for a fucking fire station. Don't get me on that shit right now, man. I'm not getting
I'll
on,
get you
that shit. If you want to get into that fucking government bullshit,
the government's always going to be full of bullshit, Graham.
Yeah,
no matter how it's run.
But there's only certain number of us that sign up and fucking adore it, though, don't we? There's only so many of us that think that without government we wouldn't have fucking fire stations.
Graham, you
It's
didn't ask to be
ridiculous.
born. None of us asked to be born, but this is the shit we're dealt. This is the hand we're dealt.
Yeah, I'm talking
Just
against
get on
it.
with it.
And I'm saying that McDonald's would fund a fire station without the government forcing it to do something. No one doesn't want
Why
fire
would McDonald's fund a fire station?
Because they don't want to burn down.
No.
Yeah,
McDonald's cares about selling you burgers and fucking insanely
And
hot
not
apple
having
pies. Why would they
fires.
fund a fire station?
They also want you
They
to
wouldn't.
get to the drive-through. Therefore, they build a little road so you can get there. They would fund a fucking fire
No.
station.
Are you mental?
Of course they fucking would.
No.
They wouldn't.
You don't need to force fire stations on the populace.
You say to
No
every
one's
company
against
out there,
fire stations.
we're looking for somebody
dickhead.
to build a road to this area.
No
Nobody's
one's
going to pick
against
up the stack.
We all want fire stations, including corporations. Everybody wants them. It's not something that has to be forced upon you.
Yes,
by
it is. Yes,
them.
it is. It is. It absolutely
fucking
is.
isn't.
We would not. I don't agree with you. This is the same person that thought that privatizing education systems in the city would work.
Graham,
I'm sorry.
Graham,
What?
are you a freaking Thomas Sowell fan? Fucking extremist libertarian.
I like Thomas Sowell, but I'm not a massive Thomas Sowell fan. But no, I'm just saying, like, is there anyone in the stream right now that thinks fire stations are a bad idea? Is there anyone?
Fuck off, Graham. Fuck off.
Yeah, but I'm not going to pay for one unless they force me to.
Society that doesn't have a fire station.
If people voluntarily was
funded
going
or corporation funded, it doesn't matter. You are always going to have a fire station.
You are. And what I'm saying is have a fire station by consent.
No,
Don't
people
force people to pay for
voluntarily
it.
was going to pay for everything that was needed, that we can agree on what is needed, then it would have happened.
Right.
The thing about
no, it's never had a chance to happen. It's never had a
doing
chance
everything
to happen.
better than
you sound like those fucking Jeremy
could.
Corbyn people.
Well, yes,
Socialism's never had a chance to happen. It's not happened right. Graham, you're talking shit.
Yeah.
You're talking shit.
You're absolutely right.
So you're telling me a mall won't pay for a fire station? A mall's just going to
they won't.
And they're just going to sit there and be like,
that's
that's your problem.
Who have all got their own families to feed for.
Sorry.
And they're all going to be focused on their own thing.
I'm sorry. I'm shouting.
You're wrong.
Calm down.
How you doing, man? You all right, G?
Yeah, because obviously when you're running a business, you just become a retard that doesn't want a fire station. Obviously, yeah. Only the poor fucking plebs.
Okay,
want a fire station.
let's say you're right, Graham. And what else? Who else is going to pay for the fire station? Because you got
everyone.
You think the McDonald's is going to pay for they're not going to build the whole fire station, or they're not going to be profitable.
No.
So
they're going to
who else is going to pay for the?
They're going to get together with.
You think the small mom and pop company that's going to build a restaurant in that community is going to have enough extra funds to pay for that fire station if they're not forced to?
Well, for a start, if they're not forced to. If they can't afford it, no, they're not going to pay for it.
So they're morally forced to.
They don't pay for it anyway.
Under your rule, Graham, if they don't pay for
the Coca-Cola head office next door pays
they're
for it
going to burn
already.
their fucking house down at some point.
They already paid for it.
No, you're going to end up. You're going to end up with one area. You're going to end up with one area that places and organizations are going to go to that are going to agree to that and pay for those things, and no other areas are going to do that. So you're going to have like one New York City. That's exactly right. You're going to have one New York City in every state,
because
nobody else is going to be able to survive.
Because a corporation would hate to put their name above a fire station. That's exactly what they'd hate to do, isn't it? Yeah.
All the time.
Because they never virtue signal. They never virtue signal.
No, they put out Facebook posts and Twitter messages that virtue signal, but it doesn't mean that they would give out enough money to fund a fucking fire station.
That's exactly right, young Alex.
If you cancelled the taxes that paid for it, Amazon would pay for it tomorrow.
We are extremely
great. If you cancelled the taxes that paid for it, the people would come together as a community and pay for it out of self-paid taxes.
Right.
No, they would. Amazon would not pay for fire stations.
Amazon's going to fund the whole world, and that's going to be their profit and success.
Mate,
it's nothing to them.
Graham, Amazon could pay for fire stations if they wanted to. They could
And
pay
they
for
would.
everything, but they
And they
won't do
would.
it because
Why
it would
not?
be money out their pockets. So they won't do it.
Right.
They will virtue signal. They will get
Because
everybody
everyone's
on
against
board.
fire stations.
Until
They
they
will get everybody
absolutely
to
have to.
crowdfund it so that it's just like tax, but without the government tax.
So it's
That's what
it's by
happened.
consent then.
It's not by consent. It's by pay some money, or
You've
my
got a
house
problem with
might burn
consent,
down and
have
nobody's
you?
going to save my life.
Moronic parents, and she has a really weird disease, and nobody wants to pay for it. Does she deserve to die?
Right,
Well,
exactly.
In my country, she already
That's
does
exactly
die.
right.
In my country,
The
she already does
percentage
die.
the small percentage of people that are affected by taxes and government funding are going to be shit on because it's not the popular thing to do for the McDonald's to take care of it and get their name put above it. You know, you get the rare disease that those people just get shit on because there's no big corporation going to make it profitable for them to support. That's going to work, Graham.
I know it's
that's going to work.
No, I'm sorry. I already have
it's,
socialized healthcare, and those people already die. They already die. You're not presenting me with an alternative right now. They already do die. And my healthcare system does not pay for the rare diseases.
I didn't say your healthcare system worked or that your
No. But this is a pure socialized, forced thing.
And is your healthcare system going to be any better though? Is your healthcare system going to be any better?
Well, if people who've if my daughter gets a rare form of cancer and I have to pay into the system that I already have, and the system that I already have that takes $4,000 a year off me refuses to treat me, then yes. If she gets that rare cancer,
why would they do that though?
Listen to me. If she gets that rare cancer, and I have
I'm
the
wearing
fucking,
headphones, I can't not listen to
if
you.
I have the choice to spend that $4,000 trying to heal her, then yes, she is going to get a better healthcare.
Yeah,
Do you know what, Graham,
that
Graham,
she
you're doing the
has
typical
moronic
leftist
parents who
thing
doesn't
right now
give a
of bringing it to a really emotional thing.
No. You just said the rare person that if my daughter gets a rare cancer
I
in
said,
this country,
is it going
she
to be
gets
any better under your system?
Yes, because right now she gets no treatment, nothing, no treatment. She is left to die.
Bollocks.
Under the
that's
NHS right now.
true.
Do you want me to show you the GoFundMes? I'll get the fucking GoFundMes up for you right now.
But you're talking about an area pandemic that's going on right now. You're not putting this on the general.
Mate, aphid
99%.
This is Graham's worldview.
No, this isn't a worldview.
We're talking about regular life here, not life what it is now.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about regular life. This is your ignorance of the NHS.
Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Dude,
you have a rare disease you're not taking care of.
Gents, I'm going to go and try and convince her.
Oh, okay.
You know what's good about Thomas?
Go on, Graham. No,
every day.
Say your piece.
Every day, children with cancer in the UK are told, I'm sorry, the NHS doesn't cover that. Every single fucking day, right? Every day. I'm sorry, we don't cover that here, right? And those people then go on GoFundMe to try and raise $100,000 to go to America and get treatment. Those people have got no way on earth to not pay for the NHS. What do they do?
Graham, I'm not disputing that there are flaws with our system.
No.
I'm an NHS patient. I know well.
Everyone's a fucking NHS patient. That doesn't mean a fucking thing.
No, I mean, I'm a frequent NHS patient.
So the 781 kids every single year that get this specific kind of cancer that I'm getting up right now, 781 that pay £4,000 into the NHS, and they have no choice to do that. There's no consent given. They cannot not pay that money. What do they do? Tell me that.
What do they do?
What do they do when the NHS
people
says
are let
no?
out of the system? The system
when the
is
NHS says we don't cover your treatment, what do they do? Because it happens every fucking day, and no one in this fucking country actually bothers to look it up.
Jesus. Calm down.
I'll get it up for you right now.
What would be the alternative?
I'm sorry. I'm just dealing with another English cunt that hasn't bothered to actually look up the fucking NHS.
Graham, what would be the alternative?
It ain't McDonald's.
Graham,
It ain't McDonald's, Graham.
The alternative would be they can put their $4,000 wherever they want.
You mean
that's
private,
the alternative?
Private.
They
healthcare.
choose
Private healthcare.
Yeah, you're damn right. We could still have an NHS. We could still have a system that people pay into. We could still. We don't have to go the American way.
Because we have that in Sweden. We have private healthcare as well as the public shit.
Yeah, well, we don't have it in the UK. In the UK, you have to pay no matter what. You do not have a choice. I'm so fucking sick of people coming in and saying, "Oh, like the NHS is so fucking good," when there's children dying every single day in this country and there's no consent.
Nothing is good. That's like the baseline. We're not.
Yeah, nothing's good. There's no perfect system, but what there is consent.
But we have tried a lot of systems. We are trying a lot of systems. Just look abroad.
Yeah, I mean, I hear Hayden say how bad our system is. It's
one
way
thing,
better than it
Graham.
sounds like Graham's is. Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, but
Graham,
at least in America, you've got consent. And at least in America, you can choose the doctor that you go to.
Yeah, but Graham, you can't put it upon parents.
Sorry about that, Graham. I internet problems.
No, you're all right, man. You're all right.
No, I just want to say to you, right?
Something.
Listen,
the parents. Okay, go ahead.
I am a frequent patient of the NHS because I've got a fucked up kidney, and they've told me I need an operation, and they have told me in the past, right, that the suffering I have constantly, I can't have it sorted because they can't afford it right now. They have to wait until I get way worse before they can do it. So I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. People who were let down by the NHS, but what I'm trying to get at here is I don't think it will be any better under the system that you're going for. So I really don't. I think that what we need to do is expand our system, not completely change it into something new.
Yeah, I think a mix would be the best.
There is a mix, and there's room for the NHS. There is, and in terms of me, the life I've lived, I would happily carry on paying into an NHS. But if I was one of the 781 families that want to put their £4,000 a year into hiring a specialist doctor to come and save their child, and it might be one by one, the 781 kids, it might be one by one that doctor that they all pay for does. But at the moment in the UK, there is no consent. Those people cannot take their money elsewhere. And what we do in the UK is we privilege the rich people, because the rich people already pay into the NHS and then can afford on top of it the private thing. But if you join Bupa, you pay Bupa as well as the NHS. There's no way out of it.
No, I know.
There's no way. And
you can't seriously think that privatizing more won't benefit the rich people more.
I think absolute privatization, absolute zero government intervention,
Graham,
would be the ultimate benefit.
Definitely,
100%.
I have been on the very bottom of the bottom, right? I've been homeless.
Me too, man.
With people who are living in the shittiest council flats that have still got asbestos in the walls and shit. And these people are absolutely let down by the NHS. But I have no doubt in my mind, if we privatised the health service, they would be even worse off. They would be. They just would be. Maybe in 20 years...
They would be under the system we have right now. They would be under the system that we have exactly right now.
No, they wouldn't.
Because if you suddenly privatized what we have now, then yes. But in a fully free market, in an actual free market, the only thing that's been free in the last 20 years has been online, has been digital. And we're at the point right now where Google gives you everything for free. There's a new app, they just fucking give it you. Online, that's the way it goes. And in terms of the actual the absolute worst off of society, there's more than enough money to cover them. There's more than enough charity to cover them.
There is, but the government doesn't spend it on them.
No, because the government can never ever get it right. Ever.
But why should that mean that we should completely change the entire system rather than just getting in a government that's going to focus on them.
No, but here's the thing, though. We're not changing the system. We've got a system that already arrived.
You are, though. If you privatise healthcare, you are completely changing the system.
The government stole healthcare. Healthcare wasn't a government endeavour. The government took that away from the people. There's no fucking doctor that's going to sit there
before the
and
NHS,
let someone
the people
die.
had to pay for it.
It's kind of a fine thing.
Yeah, they did. Of course they did. And it would be cheaper without government involvement.
Graham, people on the very bottom, though, how do they pay for it?
They don't. That's what I'm telling you, man. It already happens. I've been in Australia where tens of thousands of pounds of debts have been just waived because the person couldn't afford it. I know someone that's had brain surgery in Australia that could not afford it, and they just waived it away because they're not bad people. They're good people. This shit gets waived.
We're talking about the UK, though.
Yeah, but that would happen here. Of course it fucking would.
You think that companies in the UK, if we privatise healthcare, you think that companies would waive people's surgery?
Yes, 100%. If they were the poorest of the poorest, let's stop defining society by the absolute.
How would they waive
bottom?
How would they waive it? They've got equipment to pay for. They've got doctors' wages to pay for. How would they waive it?
Yes.
How?
It happens
Where would
all
the money
time.
come from to pay those people?
My
for
entire
that surgery?
career.
Where would they pay for it?
My entire career is based on people waiving that. I work with victims of human trafficking who aren't eligible for any treatment whatsoever, and they all got free treatment. They got free dental and they got free health.
That is admirable. But where did you get your money from when you were doing that job?
I got money from donations. But what you're telling? No, don't move the fucking goalposts. You're telling me that doctors won't do it for free, and I'm telling you, I worked out a system where they did that. I sorted that out.
Graham, do you have any idea how many people out there are on the bottom of society?
You already pay. Graham,
just think about how many people right now,
yeah.
if we completely privatise it and everybody has to pay for things,
yeah.
think about how many people on the bottom who need life-saving surgery and can't pay for it.
But they do pay for it.
That money
they already pay for it. Every time they buy a can of Coke, they pay for it. Their taxes on the can.
So it comes from tax, so it comes from government.
Yeah. They already pay for it.
So it comes from the government.
So you remove the fucking tax.
So why don't we just fund the NHS through a tax then, like we already do?
So force people to pay for it without consent.
We're forced to pay for the can of Coke.
You're not forced. No one's forcing you to pay for Coke.
No, but
who has ever forced you to pay for Coke? Who has ever forced you to pay for Coke? Please give me the name of them because I'd like to have a word with them. Tell me who's forced you to pay for Coke.
You're talking about stuff like nobody's forcing me to buy food, but I'm going to go out and buy food and I'm going to pay tax.
No one's forcing you to buy food. You can grow food.
Right, so I'll
if you
starve
want
to death then. So that's
you can grow food.
If I don't want to pay for it, I can just starve to death.
Is someone forcing you to buy a particular brand of food?
No. But whatever
is someone
brand of
forcing
food
you
I
to buy Coke?
I am going to pay tax on that food.
Yeah.
So that money is going to go to the government.
So there's no consent there then. There's no consent.
No, there's no consent because I have to buy food to survive.
If you
why shouldn't we just simplify that and have me pay a simple amount of tax for the NHS?
Brilliant, wonderful idea. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll take the tax. What happens to those kids? The 781 kids that get the rare kind of blood cancer a year that are then refused treatment by the government. What happens to them?
We put pressure on the government and make them include that in the people who are treated by the NHS. No, I know they don't. But that's the whole supposedly.
Yeah,
supposedly, Graham, calm down a second, mate. Calm down. Just take a deep breath. Okay. Supposedly, right, the way it's supposed to work is we would elect a government who are going to care about those people. Normally, that in our country, that would probably be the Labour Party if they weren't so fucking obsessed with transgender and, all that bullshit. But at the minute, that's not going on. And I get that. I get where the NHS is failing. I understand that. And I completely agree with you on that. But I don't think it would be any better if it was privatised, mate. I really don't.
Right. So we have to hope that every successive government for the rest of our lives takes care of us, rather than us just taking care of ourselves.
No, what we need, Graham, is political reform, not NHS reform. We don't need to go down to the brass tacks of it. We need to be focusing on the people who are supposed to do that for us. We need to make sure we're not electing people who are going to be focused on what rights we have as my right to say I'm a woman every Thursday.
Where's the party that's doing that then? There is no party in this country.
No, I know
that's
there
doing
isn't
that.
a party right there, but that's the thing. People need to put pressure on their party as members of Conservatives or the Labour. They need to be saying, this is what matters to me. That this is the way it's supposed to work, Graham. People say this is what matters.
Not.
No. Just let me say this.
Only in some fanciful fucking idea of the world.
Right? The way it's supposed to work is I go to my MP and I say, this is what matters to me. And he goes to Parliament, says, this is what matters to me. If the same, which for something like healthcare, surely we would, everybody goes there. Their MPs are all representing them. And then that happens. But what you're saying is we should just leave it up to McDonald's.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's a gross misrepresentation of the point I was making. I wasn't saying the 781 families a year leave it up to McDonald's. That's not what I said. I said the 780.
You did say McDonald's, to be fair.
In terms of funding fire stations, because McDonald's doesn't want to burn down, and McDonald's doesn't want its customers' houses to burn down, and McDonald's wants a big sign above the fire station saying your community is served by McDonald's. Of course they want that. Of course they fucking do. They're not idiots.
Yeah, but
that's something else. You're mixing up the points.
Hang on, Graham. Let Duke say something.
I am. You interrupted Duke then.
Turn down the health cases that were not profitable.
Yeah, but that's my point though. You're saying right. So this 781 kids a year, their families want to look after the thing, and right now they're going to their MPs, and it doesn't matter if it's Labour or Conservative MPs. They're saying no. My point is, those 781 families a year should be able to pool their money and hire a doctor and buy the equipment.
Graham, that 781 families per year, do you think that number will shrink if we privatised everything? We left it all up to the company.
Yes,
big
100%. Yes.
You think that
if those 781 families a year were allowed to get together and hire a doctor and buy the appropriate equipment, then yes, because alternative...
This is where we're different sides of the coin. I genuinely do not have that much faith in big companies to be able to do that.
I'm not talking about big companies. I'm talking about them. The 781 families get together and hire a doctor. Straight away, their kids have got more chance of survival. Under the current system, where the government just says no, of course they've got more chance. It might only be 3 of them.
It's difficult when you bring in 781 families, because 781 families, it's going to be 781 different cases, right?
No. This is one type of cancer.
One type of cancer, okay.
The NHS does not cover.
What particular type of cancer, just out of curiosity?
I can't remember. I've been chatting to you. I've not got it up now. There's a certain I did a whole video on it. There's a certain kind of cancer in this country that primarily affects children. There's 781 families in the UK that get it, and the NHS. It's a form of it. It's a rare, very rare one, and because it's very rare, I
think I know the one you mean. Yeah,
the NHS does not cover it, but those families still have to fund the NHS.
They don't cover what could be cured, what could be termed as a cure, but they cover treatment to suffer pain and things like that. You can't misrepresent it and say that they would let those children just die outright on the street.
They'll make them comfortable as they die. Yeah, I'm sure the mum and dads are very, very happy with that. But
do you understand why they do that though?
But the treatment,
why they deny the treatments?
Just listen to me. The treatment they can get is in America. And the treatment they can get costs $100,000 because we're not insured. And if Jeremy Corbyn gave the slightest fuck about any of those people, he'd be trying to do deals with America so that they could get cheaper treatment. so that the NHS could do deals with America, because they're the people that actually fund new treatments for rare diseases. And the thing is, right now, no matter what you say, those families are paying into an NHS that, okay, they make the kids comfortable as they die. Whoopty fucking who. Those 781 families should be allowed to not pay into the NHS, and they should be allowed to pool their money and hire that doctor from America to come here with the equipment, with whatever they need.
What you're talking about right now, you are highlighting the minority here.
Yes, yeah.
Because you have to accept, right, and you will accept, because you're a reasonable guy, that the majority of people who go to the NHS with any kind of problem, they get cured, they get sorted, they get whatever treatment's coming to them, they either get better or whatever. You accept that, right?
Yeah, of course.
So you're talking about a minority here.
Yes, of course
so
I am.
Is it too bad? Is it really bad that we have charities and GoFundMes and things like that to help those people who are in need? Is that really so bad?
No, I think that's a good thing. But why should those families have to pay into the NHS? Why should those families have to give money to the NHS when the NHS refuses to treat them? Why?
Why not fix the NHS system if that's the problem?
Because
I mean, the NHS itself it's got plenty of problems on its own. It's got far too much red tape. It's got far too much middle management, things like that. That's where a lot of the money goes, is people who are making, plans of what we're going to do here and there. That doesn't really mean anything when you could just leave it up to the doctors.
I mean, is the majority of the situation pretty good, except for this small minority cancer problem?
No,
or is it a rampant problem that you have with everything?
It's not just cancer. There are other places where the NHS absolutely lets people down.
No, the problem with the NHS is that it was founded in 1947, and since 1947, it's had very, very little in the way of reform. And the very society that we have in the United Kingdom in 1947, all the way up to today, has changed colossally, but the NHS hasn't. The NHS has essentially been founded on exactly the same principles that were established at the point at which the inception of the NHS brought it into being. Now, that being the case, we've got buildings from 1947 that are still getting used by the NHS.
Yeah, my local hospital is one of them. It was built in 1948.
Well, this is the thing. It's
like a religion in this country, the NHS. It's a straight up religion.
I get that. I get that. Like the whole thing of going out, every. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was really ill on Thursday this week, and when people started clapping for the NHS, it pissed me off because it woke me up. Some fucker next door is banging a pan.
Yeah,
pissing me right off. But I get the NHS is not perfect. It's very, very far from perfect. But it works.
All right, Alex. I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way.
Don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it.
At the end of the day, the NHS here is an ideology. It's a principle. And that ideology was brought into being in 1947 based on the circumstances that we found ourselves post-war, which meant that it was both necessary and simultaneously feasible on the grounds that it was supported politically by the situation that we found ourselves in when we had to ultimately rebuild an entire society. Now, that being the case, we've got
Sorry, mate, I just lost you for a minute there.
We've got a completely different set of circumstances from the circumstances we find ourselves in right now. And yet, with the principles upon which the NHS exists right now are exactly the same. The arguments for it being in situ, so to speak, exactly the same arguments that were put forward post-war. Now, it was 60, 70 years ago now. We're going to need to think this through again. This isn't me being for or against it.
No. I understand what you mean. Like, it is an old idea, and it's certainly everything needs to evolve with time. It's just, I think where me and Graham disagree here is I think that what we need to do is we need to change the NHS. Rather, what Graham thinks is we should get rid of it and go for a privatized idea.
Well, I think we could have an NHS. I'm not saying kill the NHS. I'm saying allow people to sign up for it by consent. Allow them to actually choose to use it.
Hang on. When you say agree to it by consent, you're talking about agree to paying tax for it by consent, yeah?
Well, no, not tax. Agree to pay for it. Agree to sign up. You have an NHS card. You have whatever.
So that's similar to what the United
States. You're agreeing to pay money for it by consent. Now, if I'm just on the fucking baseline of poverty, and it's an optional thing, like the TV license, and many people do with that. Yeah, I'm going to watch BBC One, but I'm not going to pay the TV license. I'll tell them I don't have a TV. You're going to do the same thing with the NHS. So you're going to end up with an underfunded NHS, right?
Well, that's your choice, though, isn't it?
No, but Graham,
if you don't want to use it, you have to choose.
Got to think about the people on the very bottom here.
Yeah, no, I am thinking about the people.
What you got to remember is, at the end of the day, is nobody would ever use it at all if they didn't need it. I mean,
Absolutely.
It isn't a question. I would never want to ever have to go and use any of the emergency medical services that we've got available to us.
Oh, you're absolutely right, mate. I mean, I've got a long-term problem with my kidney, which means sometimes I don't have any choice in going to the old hospital. And it's a simple problem as well. It's something that I'll tell you what it is, right? I've got there's meant to be one tube going from your kidney to your bladder. I've got two in one kidney, and they sort of form into one. And they told me when they first discovered that, they said you'll have to have that other tube cut off. It's going to be surgery. And I said, okay, when are we doing it? And they said, oh well, not right now. We'll do it when it starts causing problems. So that's where I'm at right now. Is I'm waiting for them to agree to give me that surgery. So
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, don't worry about it, mate. It's after about 8 years of it, mate. I'm used to it. It's no problem. It's a week off every now and then. Don't worry about it.
Can I say something?
Sure, Duke. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say that I'm reluctantly, temporarily libertarian because the everything left of the center is up for exploit, and it's being extremely exploited at the moment for many reasons. But I'm not a libertarian at heart because it has a lot of problems, and the free market is not going to fix everything better than a regulated kind of system. And some things you want to have regulated is healthcare, education, safety, and a friggin' fire department. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and it's a lot to go into. But I do understand why you would want to go to a libertarian stance. I do myself. But when it comes to healthcare, it's just not the right way to go because you want both. That's it.
Do you feel obligated to join a party, Duke? I mean, why can't you just be like, I don't side with any of these parties?
No,
you said you're temporarily libertarian. I mean, what does that mean? That just for now, when it works into your circumstances, that you're going to agree with them?
Yeah, and absolutely, and that's what everybody should think. Politics.
Why not just be like, I don't agree with. That's the problem I have with parties is I don't have a problem with parties themselves because they became a success to our success here in the United States.
You should only vote for the policies that works for you.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
But I genuinely think when it comes to any issue, you should never be. It's not a team sport politics. You don't go, oh no, I'm Labour till I fucking die. You know, you say no. Well, my life is my life, and when it comes to an election, you look at what matters to you, and you say, oh well, these people are best representing what I believe in, so I'll go with them. And you're not a team sport.
There's two ways of looking at this in terms of No.
You
What
vote
it means
with them
is
for that particular election. and
what
you
it's to do with is a political
I would even say
perspective.
that you vote for the fucking third alternative that only gets 10% of votes. If that's the best alternative, that should be what you're
There's
voting.
two different.
No, you should only vote for whoever makes the most sense in that particular situation. You should never vote for somebody because it works into your party belief. I mean, that's ridiculous to me.
No. It's not a party belief. It's your own belief, though. Like I said, it's not a team sport.
Yeah, but how can, I don't agree with my wife more than about 60%. So how could I agree with some party? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
because at the end of the day, the reason there's an answer to that, and I'll tell you what it is. At the end of the day, it's to do with the fact that what you're looking at it as is you're looking at it in a very, very different way from how it actually works. The way politics works is like a bus journey. I mean, if you get on a bus, right, it takes you to a stop that's close to where you want to be. It doesn't take you exactly where you want to go. Now, and that being the case, you've got to pick what bus you want to catch, and you've got to pick which stop you want to get off at. And the reason for that is, if you think that politics are going to take you exactly where you want to go and drop you off exactly where you want to be dropped off, then that bus doesn't exist, mate. It doesn't happen.
Well, I think your analogy works perfect to me for my excuse for never riding a bus. I drive my car, and
in which case, what you've got to remember is that your car isn't politics. Politics is the bus, mate.
No, the transportation is the key to the situation.
Yes,
you're
it is.
choosing to chase the weakest link and ride that bus to get you there when there's other alternatives.
Yeah, but what you're talking about in terms of other alternatives when it comes to politics is direct action and or mass civil unrest. When it comes to the politics in the United States, you've got to basically pick a bus to catch and get dropped off at the nearest stop to the ones that are closest to your political opinions.
You pick your destination, and anything less than that, I think, is.
If every single person in the United States thought that
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you, but I will never be part of that. You know, even calling myself an independent lumps me into some group with other people, which I don't want to be a part of.
No, the direction, where you're taking this, and the reason, and I kind of half agree with what you're saying. What you're doing here, Aphid, is you are subscribing to idealism.
No, I'm not subscribing to anything. That's the thing you need to. I'm
no, you are. You're
logic and reason. You know, there's nobody.
Logic and reason is an idealism.
No, it's not.
Of course it is.
It's the right path to take to get to the right cause.
If logic and reason wasn't idealism, then what is it?
No, can I just say a thing that's been grinding my gears for a long time? It's when you go and vote, that's absolutism, because you think it matters. One vote is not going to matter, but you do it out of a principle. And you should follow that principle. It's a good principle. So you should vote for the best.
I think the basic thing for me when people go and vote is that people sort of think everybody who, you sort of think, this is the way I think, and everybody who votes is going to think the way that, I do. So I'm just going to put that check in that box, and everybody who thinks the way I do is going to vote. And if you are a normal person, not a Twitter person, you're going to accept whatever result comes forward. So if you voted for Jeremy Corbyn in the last election, or Hillary Clinton or whatever, then when the opposite result comes up, you're going to say, well, that's what most people think. Well, just go with it. But
no.
You're still entitled to your own opinion,
Can I just say it? When I was saying before about like things that aren't funded on the NHS, and you were like, I doubt that, and it's not true, and I
never said that.
Yeah, you did. You can go back on the tape.
No, I didn't, Graham. I know things are not funded on the NHS.
Okay,
Graham,
okay.
I literally told you a story about how I'm meant to.
Okay.
It's not funded right now.
I've got one here anyway. There you go. We got Michelle's Miracle here, mate. There you go. What was that? Can you see that? You probably can't see. I'll read it to you.
It's on my phone. Hang on.
14 weeks old, not covered by the NHS. I'll read it for you verbatim. We are fundraising.
Please read it to me, because I can't read it right now, mate. I'm so.
We are fundraising to pay for surgery, which is not available in the UK, unfortunately.
There's 1,000 of those who are
what
not
particular
on the
surgery?
It's for cardiac fibromia, so it's a septum within the left chamber of the heart. I don't understand that fully. My point is, though,
how much did she fund? How much did the public fund her?
200,000
to me.
200,000. Is that enough to help her out?
Yeah, they've just posted an update. They're in Boston right now. They've just arrived in Boston on the 11th of March. There's not been an update since then. I'm hoping he or she survived. The point is, though, that family is still going to give 4,000 a month to the 4,000 a year to the NHS.
Listen,
that's the issue.
I know this bloke, right? He's 96 years old. My nickname for him is Salt of the Earth, because he genuinely is salt of the earth. Best bloke you could ever meet. And fuck off, cup of tea. He's had cancer 3 times. He's been treated on the NHS every single time. He's paid into it his entire life. You know, I don't like the idea of somebody like that, because he is on the poverty line. I don't like the idea of anybody like that losing out because of a privatized system.
I don't think they would, not for a moment.
No, but I know you don't think they would, but I genuinely think they would. That's why I mean you're on different sides of the coin.
I mean, if you want to explore the NHS or indeed an idealistic healthcare system, right? I mean, what you'd need to do is explore every single individual scenario under which that would be used. Now, that's
which is pretty much impossible.
It's completely impossible, and that being the case, it's almost impossible to come up with an answer. And this is the kind of thing that's very, very much reflective of the entirety of politics itself. I mean, it can serve as the ultimate metaphor of what it is we're trying to achieve with politics. I mean, if you boil it all down to what politics really are and what politics really means, politics is to do with the stewardship of society, and the stewardship of society incorporates a number of different angles for a number of different issues in a number of different ways, in a number of different places, because at the end of the day, different political issues will require different solutions at different times in different places, which is the very reason that democracy has found itself probably at the very, very top of the political kind of system pyramid, if you like, because we haven't ultimately found a better way. Now, that being the case, what we've got to consider is the fact that it's imperfect by design. Now, I
wouldn't say imperfect.
It has to be. Well, what you've got to remember is
any system that you ever create can encapsulate everybody.
There's
always going to be people on the outside.
That's the very thing I was going to say. That's the very thing I was going to say next. And I'll tell you what I mean by imperfect by design. At the end of the day, we're dealing with the stewardship of society. Okay. Now, that being the case, society is people. People are imperfect. So the stewardship of people and the design of any society in terms of the way you would want to steward that is going to be imperfect by its nature no matter what. You're never going to come up with a perfect system. A perfect system is ultimately psychotic.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying to Graham, is that I don't think that if we were to go completely privatized, I don't think that the system that he's going for would be completely perfect either. We would still have people who would have to be crowdfunding their healthcare.
That's the reason I was saying what I was saying. I mean, at the end of the day, the reason I'm saying what I'm saying right now is partly to kind of answer or rather clarify what I was trying to say to Aphidlip, and at the same time, partly trying to answer that, or rather put a comment on what you were saying when it came to the conversation between yourself and Graham, because
argument more like
Well, I mean, at the end of the day,
debate.
It was it was what it was. It was a couple of drunk people on a live feed very late at night in the United Kingdom, and it's 5 to 3 in the morning here right now. Aphid-Lip's all right. It's whatever 5 to 8.
Oh, you shouldn't have reminded him of the time.
Whatever time it is.
Me off.
What time is it where you are?
8:53.
8:50, right, 8:53.
What about you, Duke?
That's like. That's 2 hours before we even started.
I agree, though. I agree.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing
layer above democracy at the moment that is mediaocracy. And I think social media is a big part of that. So we have a strong media influencing people in a way they never have before. And social media is part of that too.
Absolutely.
So democracy is a bit weaker in a sense.
No, you're absolutely right, and people, not people, journalists, they use that fact to their advantage because social media does influence people, and they know that a lot of people don't even read the story; they just read the headlines. So they come up with these most, inflammatory headlines where the story doesn't represent the headline, but people just go with the headline.
I'd like to ask Graham a question, though. Graham, I mean, in one way or another, we are all going to have to pay for whatever healthcare system that you think. Whether it's through paying more for a burger at McDonald's and they fund it, or whether we pay for taxes. All right. Yeah. Right. So, what do you think is the per month? What do you think is for? Let's say you, in your situation, you have you're two people with a child. What do you think is for your home? What are you willing to pay for more products?
Because if I buy a beer, 90% of the cost is tax. So I struggle to even imagine
90%. If you buy a beer, 90%.
Yeah. If I go out for buy a beer, 90% of it is tax. It's insane.
Graham, is that where your problem comes from, though? Is it because I mean, I haven't confirmed your figure 90%, but is it because 90% of your figure goes to government and you don't know where that money goes, or it gets wasted? And we know so much money from the government gets wasted.
Well, no, I do know where that money goes.
If there was a specific figure, like 5% of everything that you buy goes to the NHS, would that help you, support it?
No, because I want to do it by consent, and I have no idea what the money would be. And I suspect
if you do it by consent, then anybody who wants to save the money, and trust me, I'm the sort of person who would probably do that. I'd be the sort of person who wants, no, I want that money. I want an extra fucking beer.
Then you choose to not get treatment then. You should have that choice.
How would that work, though? You would have to have a system where people who pay are exempt from NHS treatment.
That you couldn't be a grown-ass adult that chooses not to buy healthcare. Can you not imagine that? I could
be an adult who's on the poverty line and wants to choose food between healthcare on the chance that I have some medical emergency in the next month.
This is the problem that we do in this country. We wheel out the most incredibly vulnerable person who obviously we need to take care of. I'm not talking about someone who is on the absolute breadline. Like, I'm not a rich person.
Yeah, but you are, though. You are talking about them because you're generalizing.
Everything I say, you just go, what about the person on the breadline? And it's like, that'll work the same way it works here.
Yes, because, Graham, when you talk about people like, it should be an opt-in system, you're talking about everybody, the whole public, people who should be an opt-in system, and you're talking about people who are well off and can afford it, but you're also talking about people who can't afford it.
They already don't pay in. And we can already...
Yes, they do.
No, I'm sorry, how much do people on the breadline pay in NHS?
They pay for their food. They pay taxes. They pay, 20% now?
Yeah, but all the money they get is from taxes anyway. They're not
some of that goes back to the NHS. What does that matter?
They're not net contributing.
It's still money.
They're not contributing to it, though.
Yes, they are.
No, of course they're not.
Contributing it by going to Asda and getting their weekly shop.
If they get given 50 quid and they spend that 50 quid in Asda and that gets taxed, they're not net contributors.
No, chances are that they're giving their money to some fucking war or something, but the money goes into the taxes and the taxes goes into the NHS.
But the money they get is taxes.
Graham, hang on a second. Graham, hang on a second, right? I'm not trying to call you up on the intricacies of this system, right? I'm just trying to say to you, people pay taxes, and that tax goes to the NHS. My main point is, I do not believe with my heart of hearts that the system would be any better if we suddenly changed it to a private system. I think the system would be better if we just improved the system that we have. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do you not agree with that?
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. Improve the system. That's exactly what I'm saying.
But improve it by privatising it. Then.
I'm not. Yeah, but you're talking about the problem is, and this always happens in the UK. We assume privatisation means only the richest get sorted out, and that's not how it works.
No. We assume that the richest are going to take over the healthcare system, which means you're going to have to pay for it. That's what people worry about. People worry about the fact they're going to have to pay for it. Listen,
there's three different ways you can. But you can.
How does a doctor survive by only treating rich people? It doesn't work.
There's three different ways you can perceive privatisation. Yeah, but there's different ways. There's different ways you can look upon privatisation. One of them is the privatisation of management, which is already in place, right? Well, to that extent, we've already got privatisation in the NHS. We're already spending public money to basically pay managers to manage it, who are coming in on a private basis. No.
Which is completely unnecessary, by the way.
It is, and I'm not defending it. Don't get me wrong.
Don't worry, mate. I'm just throwing that out there.
No, you're right. It's true. It's
one of the reasons I think that people like Graham have come to the point of view that they have is because there's so much middle management in the NHS that it's just not functioning the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but what you've got to do, though, this is the thing. This is what it all boils down to. Notwithstanding anyone's political opinions regarding the way it's actually run, how is it supposed to work? What's the answer to that question? How is it supposed to work?
You see, going back to what Graham said earlier on, or what you said earlier on, I think, actually, the NHS was supposed to be anybody who is ill or needs treatment, it's free at the point of access. You go in there, you're sick, it's free, they make you better, you're good. You can go back there, you can be a productive member of society, or they'll make you comfortable if you're not expected to live. And I think that's a good system, and I like that system.
Yeah, but you've got to accept it doesn't work that way, though.
I know it doesn't work that way, Graham. Because no system. Can you think of a single system from any government in the world that works 100%?
No, but
well, there you go then.
Though. It doesn't work. The government.
No, I know it doesn't work, and it's easy to point out people who were let down by the system. Like I could point to you about 100 people that I know personally who have been let down by the benefit system. But the government doesn't work. I know that they try to make.
The government doesn't work. It's that the implementation of an ideology doesn't work. That's what it comes down to. I mean, at the end of the day, what we're dealing with is an ideology regarding how to deal with people who are requiring of medical needs. Now, the way it works at the moment is essentially an expanded version of the ambulance service. There's no such thing, even if you have private healthcare, there's no such thing as a private ambulance service. You are at the point at which you have an emergency and you need an ambulance, you're going to get an NHS ambulance. It's only at the point where you actually find yourself within a hospital situation that you
put you in a private room and give you a proper private doctor.
Yeah, your private healthcare kicks in after the ambulance has saved you, and the NHS. Well, this is the way that it needs to be looked upon, because the way it actually operates. That's the way it actually operates. Is the point I'm trying to make. Ultimately, if you call an ambulance, you're going to get an ambulance. You're not going to get a private ambulance. You're going to get a publicly funded ambulance, and you're going to get an ambulance that everyone's taxes has paid. Well, it's not even everyone's taxes. It's essentially the taxes of the private sector.
Yeah, I think the big thing with private healthcare is minor ailments and things like that is if you on the NHS decide to say, I've got a problem, you can see a doctor next week. Whereas if I on the NHS say I want to see a doctor, it's going to be I've got to join a waiting list or something. It
depends on what you're joining a waiting list for.
Oh yeah, for sure. If it's something like an emergency, absolutely, you'll be seen quickly. But like the point is, you could have somebody popping up saying, "Oh, I'm having these chest pains or something," and it could be something serious. They'll get seen very quickly. But if it's just somebody who's having heartburn or something like that, they're going to get seen later rather than sooner, which is what people pay for private healthcare for.
Yeah, just for context, Aphid, the shit that you go and see the next day, we wait 3 to 9 months for here, and we don't actually record the deaths whilst people are waiting properly. It's very, very hard to get that information.
No, Graham.
No,
Graham,
we don't record the deaths. We do not record the deaths.
Graham,
I've looked into it thoroughly.
Graham, you're talking bollocks there, mate. I'm sorry, but
you want to survive,
bollocks.
go to America, be in debt.
Graham, you are talking bollocks.
If you want to die on a waiting list,
to the doctors,
welcome
and I
to
have
the
told
UK.
them my symptoms before, and they have given me a letter that has said, like, they've shown me the guidelines that have said, if you have these particular symptoms, you are guaranteed to be seen within at least 2 weeks of your initial consultation. And that's for stuff that could be cancer. And that's because I've got a dodgy kidney. And they always immediately, whenever I see a different doctor, they say, "Oh, well, might want to see a cancer surgeon." No, it's not cancer, you prick. It's just a fucking dodgy kidney. But that's what they always do. So I'm sorry, but no, you're wrong there.
Okay, so you're talking about your personal experience of seeing it, and yeah, you do see a doctor straight away.
I'm talking about different people, different doctors that I've seen, because the particular doctor surgery that I see, there are teaching surgeries. They have different people there all the time. I always see someone different, and every time I get a different experience. Sometimes they act like they know it all, and they annoy the shit out of me because I want to punch them in the face. But sometimes they follow the guidelines, and I can tell they're following the guidelines because of the way they speak. And I'll ask them, and they'll tell me, "No, there's guidelines here that says if you've got these symptoms, we need to refer you, and you need to be seen within 21 days, within 3 weeks." And that's for certain symptoms. So you're not going to be waiting 6 months for everything.
Okay. So the guidelines are there, so it never happens. Okay, cool.
No,
I accept that. Yeah.
Don't be a dick.
Guidelines always break.
Graham, no system is ever free of people
who
slip out of it.
I know. I've got.
Yeah, but you're using the people that slip out of the system as like a, they're the main people we should be focusing on. I'm sorry, but I'm thinking about the majority of people here who get treated.
You don't know that. Because we don't record.
I do know that.
We don't even record the statistics properly. Try and look them up. We don't record them.
I'm going to need to bail out here, and on account of the fact it's 5 minutes past 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm getting there soon.
I'm
Cheers.
just.
Oh, Nick, I'm disappointed. You chatted to me till about 6 in the morning last week.
I did, and you know what? At the time, it felt great, and I felt like I could do it. And if I felt I could do it again, Alex, I really would, because it was a great conversation.
Deal with a hangover, right?
I did in a big way.
Yeah, me too, mate. Me too. Have a good one, Nick. You have a good one.
I mean, listen, it's been a pleasure to talk to all of you.
Yeah,
Aphid lit, shoot.
My wife says good night, Nick. You're one of her favorites.
Take care, Nick.
Loving it. Thank you very much.
Nick.
I mean, end of the day, listen, my parting comments got to be this, and it's the one that I left my own feed with earlier. Let us forevermore value the conversation over anyone's individual opinions, because at the end of the day, it's the conversation that takes people forwards. It's not what we believe.
Can I ask you one question before you go, Nick?
Yeah.
Would you support fixing the NHS or privatizing it before you go? Just simple question. Fix it or privatize it?
I think what you need to do is very, very carefully define what you meant as a distinction between fixing it and privatizing it. And I don't mean that as a crappy kind of theoretical answer. What I mean is, if you're gonna, I mean, ultimately everyone's answer would be fix it. But if we're gonna fix it, how are we gonna fix it? I mean, fixing it is going to basically
be until 5 in the morning.
Well, this is the thing, and this is the problem. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, people, the way we look upon the different healthcare systems across the world, and then revere our own and say, well, you know what, it's oh dear, trying to say something before I go. And you know what? Happy Dogs just blowed it totally out of the water.
Happy
Just
Dog.
go for it.
It's at the end of the day, we've got a system that was designed for an era that we're not in anymore. What we've got to do at the end of the day, if we're going to fix this, is to say, right, what era are we in? What do we need?
Has to evolve.
Yes, and at the end of the day, what it's going to need to be, we need to be looking upon it in terms of designing it from the ground up, based on the era we're in right now, rather than saying, right, it's 1947, what do we need? Because that's exactly what we did when it was when the inception of the system we have right now came into being. I mean, we've got a system that was designed in an emergency post-war, and it's been like that ever since. And what we need to do now is kind of go, okay, what do we need right now? And how are we going to do that? How are we going to fund that? And how are we going to fund it? And how are we going to manage it? Because if we don't, we end up with a system that's based on theoretical ideology rather than what we really need and a practical approach to it. So for me, it's a question of, what do we need? When do we need it? What's it going to cost? How are we going to afford it? And it's all these questions that you're going to need to ask, because if you don't ask all those questions, then we end up with answers to questions that don't actually apply.
Nick, I think that's a really well-rounded response to that question. And I'll tell you what, I'd vote you in for my MP.
I mean, I thank you. I mean, I'm trying to give the best answer I can give. I mean, at the end of the day,
what you are, Nick, what you are is you're talking common sense. I think that's my perspective. I think you're talking common sense from your worldview. You're talking common sense.
I'm trying to. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I had to go into emergency surgery and have an emergency appendectomy in 1998, and that's the reason I'm still alive. If it transpired that I came out of that and found myself with the kind of bill I might have been found with under another system, then yeah, I might have been completely annihilated, and I wouldn't have been able to set up the business that I set up later. So
you still have that bill. You still paid that bill. You still paid.
You paid it in tax.
Yeah,
you would have paid that in tax even if you hadn't had that.
You still paid it though. Don't thinking you didn't pay it.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right?
Graham, shut up. He's leaving his closing statement.
No, I'm just saying.
Listen,
Graham, you can argue with me all you want when he's gone, all right? He's just leaving his
I'm
closing
just
statement.
saying. We live in this fantasy. You did pay for it over the next 5 years.
Yes, we've all paid for it. Graham,
look,
okay?
It's going to get paid from somebody. I mean, whether it's you or not.
I mean, I've paid tax through my ears. I just have, but then again, I don't have a problem with that, because I don't believe that I shouldn't be paying tax, because I do the work that I do and I pay the tax that I pay, and that covers the police, ambulance, fire service, education, road system that I use to take my product to market and everything that comes with that. That's the reason that I pay the tax that I pay, and I don't have a problem with it. But at the same time, if I'm to formulate a political opinion based on my own personal experience and circumstances, like having to have an emergency appendectomy like I had to have in 1998, then the position I find myself in is, I'm pleased that I went into a hospital, that happened, I came out, and then that was it. Line got drawn. I didn't have to concern myself with what it cost, when it cost that, whomsoever performed the operation, or anything else. I just got on with the rest of my life.
That's always a good thing for you when you're in hospital. The last thing you want to be worried about when you're laying in a hospital bed is, how am I going to pay for this? You just want to. The only thing you want to focus on that point is how shit you feel, how grumpy you are, and when you're going to get out and get home. That's all you want to focus about. You don't want to be focused on.
That's the thing. I mean, I'm not gonna kind of like. Yes, it has to be taken into consideration based on a number of different factors and everything else that. Yeah, I paid for it. Refund. If you know what. I probably paid for everything that you've enjoyed on account of the public sector supplying you with the education that means that you can string that sentence together. I mean, that's the way you could argue that if you looked upon it in that kind of way. I mean, anyone, this is the other thing that pisses me off, right? We talk about all this stuff. The very, very foundation upon which people could formulate a string a sentence together and put an argument forward at all is because you had an education that was paid for by everybody else. You want to talk about the public sector and the private sector and the extent to which it is or isn't a good thing? Well, guess what? The very fact that you can type the comments in YouTube means that you understand the English language that was paid for by me.
Absolutely, yeah, mate. Absolutely.
Paid for by big business primarily.
This is the thing. I mean,
Graham, it was paid for by every single one of us, not big business.
Yes, it was. And this is the thing. Anyway, I'm going. I don't mean to be disrespectful or rude.
No. You go.
Sorry. I've not got. Neither of my eyelids are coping with this right now. Both of them are failing.
Mate, you go and have a good night. And I hope you have a happy hangover tomorrow.
I mean, it's 3:15 in the morning.
Put him off, Graham, you rude prick.
Well, I keep thinking he's done.
God,
I'm good.
Seriously,
Graham. No, you made the right decision. You know what? I'd have done exactly the same thing because at the end of the day, I'm only talking nonsense and finishing off. Aphid Lib, Duke, Alex, Graham. Thank you very much. Been a pleasure. Take care. Sleep well.
Bye-bye,
stay safe. I'll speak to you all again soon. Cheers, gent.
Bye.
You just cut him off.
See, Graham, you agreed with me.
I know, but
Graham, jeez, man.
He's gone
now.
He
didn't even wear his do-rag tonight, and he didn't light his 4 candles.
So Duke, what is healthcare like where you are? Because I don't know a lot about the healthcare system where you are.
It's kind of basically like in the UK, not as good, but kind of still the same. I think we pay like 3 times as much, but we don't have any more positions for patients, so we cannot pay 3 times as much per patient. So
you don't have dickheads like Graham popping up and saying, "Yeah, what about these people?" You know, does your healthcare system let
I'm sorry, down? Are you having a go at me for championing kids with cancer right now? Is that what we're doing?
No, but
it's all right.
I'm not apologizing for that at any point.
What it comes down to is like these 2 really moronic parents, and they have a child like this little girl, and she's 5 years old, and she has this really rare disease. Should the community take care of her? And then you say, well, they would absolutely get donations, but that's like 1 in 2,000. Maybe the first 10 get donations and big advertisements, but maybe not the next 200. That's just the reality of it, as I see it. And it's not like it's not been tested. Every goddamn version of healthcare has been tested, and nobody has a good working system. I just think like France and the UK actually has kind of the best systems. They're rotten, and it's a lot of money wasted, but it's still a good system where a lot of people get healthcare.
So you listen to that, Graham. It is a lot of money wasted, but it is the best system. Yeah, I'm not saying it's the ideal system, but it's the best one out there at the moment.
What else do you want to waste money on? Because everything that goes through the government is going to waste a ton of money.
Oh, I just got a text from Nick.
Education, security. You have like 2/3 just bureaucracy. You're going to have to waste to have police.
Oh, I'd say 3/4 at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's absolute bollocks.
The thing is,
when you're talking about anything with sorry, I just read the comment there.
No, that's all right.
When you're talking about anything about government policy, the majority of it is going to be stuff that's going to outrage you and irritate you and annoy you. But there'll be a little bit in there that can help you and help people in your situation. You know, it's never going to be good. It's never ever going to be good.
But I'm saying fix the NHS by getting the government out of it. I don't see why the government have to be involved.
No, Graham, I'm
Why do
saying
they have to
fix
be
the
involved?
NHS by fixing the NHS,
Yeah,
not getting the
by
government out
removing
of it.
government. I don't want someone who's looking to get voted into power being the person in control of it. That's what I don't want.
No, but Graham, think about who would fund the NHS, Graham?
Yeah, you would. You'd still
no. I don't have enough money. Who's going to fund the NHS? It's going to be big corporations, isn't it?
You already do. Every time you buy something,
big corporations are going to fund the NHS eventually, aren't they?
They already do.
Whether I fund them and they fund the NHS or I fund it directly, it's going to be them.
Already do.
Yeah, so
they already pay the vast majority of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're corrupt as shit.
Yeah, and they
would you rather have one single corrupt government who are open to scrutiny, who kowtow to things like the poll tax, or would you rather have lots of different companies who can all get together and work together to make it work for them?
Why would corporations want the customers to be dead?
It's not about them being dead, Graham.
No, why would they want them to be dead?
Graham, it's not about them being dead.
They already fund
It's
them.
not. Think about some of the drugs that the NHS pays for. Some of those are patented drugs, and for the next 10 years, they're going to cost like $1,000 a pill. Yeah, because they're from America. A lot of them are American drugs, and they cost $1,000 a pill.
I'm glad you brought that up.
We pay for them out of our taxes to cure people. And if we suddenly go to a privatized system, we are going to have to fund the cost of that because the companies aren't going to want to.
America funds more in research than we do on our entire NHS a year.
Dude, that's the stupidest thing you've ever said. Of course they do. Have you seen how big America is? We could fit the United Kingdom in a single fucking...
Wait, no. We're 1/5 the size of them, and their research budget...
Bollocks, we are.
Yeah, we are. We're like 70 million.
We are.
350.
You could fit the United Kingdom in Texas.
I'm not talking about space. I'm talking about population. I'm talking about taxpayers.
Population, okay. So it's a bit bigger for population. Sorry, I didn't hear that last bit. Say that again.
Space doesn't pay tax. In terms of population, we are 1/5 the size of America.
Boobies.
So
hello again.
She's still around.
Sorry. Right. So about tax. What's that got to do with anything?
So, that's what pays for the. That's space doesn't pay for healthcare.
Forget the space. That's me being drunk, right? What does the amount of people in this country versus America have to do with?
There's 70 million people in this country.
Yeah.
We spend 100 and something billion a year on our entire healthcare budget.
Okay.
Yes? America is 5 times our population, and they spend on research alone more than we spend on our entire NHS.
Right, and in our country, how much do we spend on research?
That's it. That's everything included.
No. How much though?
I don't know. I don't know the exact amount. Our entire budget.
Right. You do know.
There's dwarfs.
Oxford and Cambridge universities are they're considered as high up as Harvard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go back to England and tell them
it's not about how many people are there, how much people are paying into it. It's about, when you're talking about research, it's about the institute itself. If they can do it, they'll do it. It's about the knowledge, the expertise behind it. It's not about, just because there's more people per fucking square meter of our country doesn't mean that we're better or worse than America.
Available in GDP. The NHS is like a fucking vampire to the American system.
Yes, because of the middle management.
Because they spend the money to actually research new treatments, and then we just blatantly steal them. We steal them.
Graham, we do the same thing though. We create treatments. It was Britain that first told the world, hey, by the way, smoking actually causes cancer. It's bad for you. Don't do that.
Not even close. Yes, I accept that we do research here, but the numbers, it's not even close. We are a tiny
what did you say, Duke?
Compared to what they do. What are you saying, Duke?
You said doo-doo.
Oh, do you?
The most important thing said in this whole conversation.
I think what you can conclude from this is that Graham thinks that the NHS should be completely overhauled and redone.
He says the NHS should be eliminated.
That's why the European Union should crash too, so we can build it up
I agree with that. That's a totally different topic.
I think the NHS.
No, it's insane. You have to crash some systems when they're broken, and then start from scratch. But
just to finish this for all the poor viewers.
the 39 that are still
me arguing with Graham.
The 39
Graham,
that are
you
still
think
around.
that the NHS should be completely overhauled and privatized? Yeah.
No. I think government.
So simplify it, mate. Simplify it.
They could still be a charity. They could still run as a charitable status. They could still run as trusts. I just think that people who are wanting to be elected should be out of it. That's what I want.
Yeah, that's the good thing with crashing something and then rebuilding it, because you get rid of all the fucking annoying people that are a big part of the problem. And then you re-elect people and build it from scratch again. And you know what mistakes you had made. So you can build it from a more sound, better foundation. That's why you crash something and build it from the ground up again.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal. There's only
middle management. I know exactly what the problems are. I mean, even some of the stuff that happened to me. I mean, like I've had to have an exploratory surgery procedure for a while. And they every time I've gone for it 3 times, and every time it's failed. In fact, one time I actually punched a doctor in the face, and that wasn't due to me. It was because they injected me with something to sedate me, and the second they touched me, I was like, "Get the fuck off me!" And I've told them every single time, "Knock me out. Just give me something to put me completely to sleep. Don't just sedate me. Put me to sleep." And every single time they said, "Oh, we don't want to do that. It's against our guidelines." So I get the whole, it's their guidelines, it's the NHS trusts, it's the middle management. I understand that completely. But I still think, I'm of the opinion that the NHS in the UK is worthy of saving. I think it can be saved. I think it just needs drastic changes to be done to it. But I think it can be saved the way that it is.
Build NHS. That's impossible. So, yeah. But you can
I think you can, though.
Yeah, but you can't crash it and rebuild it from scratch like the
European. But the NHS isn't something that you want to crash, though, because if you crash the NHS, loads of people are going to fucking
I'm trying
suffer.
to agree with you. I'm sorry.
It's me. It's me and the vodka, mate.
I'm not saying crash it. I'm saying get government out of it completely.
He's Antifa. Don't worry about him.
Here's the deal. There's only
Antifa, Graham. That's the first thing I thought when I saw you.
Hey, Alex, wait.
There's so much money. There's so much money that is going to be put aside towards fixing whatever ails the pop. Can you hear me? Hello, is my mic on?
No, we want to know: is that Capote or is that Philip Seymour Hoffman?
That one is Philip Seymour. Oh, speaking of, because this might never happen again.
The problem is, me and Graham have been sat here bickering about the NHS for about half an hour now. And we're oh bloody hell!
Young Alex was interested in my artwork, and I might never have the chance to show it off again. This is my Taj Mahal, because this is my own photograph and this is my own painting. That's my
truly awesome.
My son and my dog.
How long did it take you to do that one, Aphid?
That one took me more than an hour. This one took me, I don't know, probably 16 hours, I would say, probably. But that's my Taj Mahal. This is my son and my dog, Chip. But I might never be able to take a chance to show that again. And young Alex was interested in my art.
Hang on a second, guys. I'll be back in a second, all right?
But anyway, it looked really great when you showed it through this medium. I understand it looks better
It does.
But it did look great.
But what I was gonna say was there's drone tech. Oh, I got
wait.
I'd love to talk to drone tech.
He's saying wait.
What I was gonna say is there's only so much money. There's only so much money to fix whatever ails, the people, the public, and I know Duke has taken advantage of the situation with his conditions in his life that he's never going to pay back in taxes or privatization of insurance of what would have possibly cost him.
I need to reply on that. And of course, I don't think anyone can understand if they're not been in my situation, the feeling of gratitude and also guilt, even if it's some of it is ungrounded guilt. But I have such an immense feeling of gratitude. But I have paid millions and millions in taxes, actually.
Millions.
Yes, I had a really successful
millions.
Yes, I did have a really successful friggin' company for a lot of years, and I paid a lot.
Okay, I'm not gonna disagree with you.
And if we had a different system, do you think I wouldn't have had an insurance? I think I would have, and I would have paid for that instead. So it's not like I wouldn't have paid for it if we didn't have the mandatory insurance that tax is. And also,
I'm so scared right now.
Let me cut you out of this. Let me cut you.
Let me just finish this.
Okay.
And even though I am really grateful, there's also a lot of freaking shitheads working in the healthcare system. And I'm gonna call them out, even though I'm really grateful for everything that I got and all the terrific healthcare workers that did an amazing job. Only reason that I'm alive today, but I'm still going to call out the shitty ones because that doesn't have to do with gratefulness. And I don't think I should be obligated to be just grateful to everyone that works in the healthcare system, even if they're obviously incompetent and even
if they saved your life, you're not going to be grateful to them.
Guys, we got Drontek in. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, we've really got to make a big thing. We got Drontek in.
Statement to everyone working in the healthcare system. And it's a bit annoying to me that everyone gets put under this umbrella like these angels when some of them are fucking working at the wrong place. Like Hayden also said, and I totally agree with him. And it's really awkward being put in this situation where I have to congratulate or applaud every single one who ever did anything in the healthcare system when I know some of them actually are endangering people's lives. Stop fucking put me off that shit.
Go on then. Let's hear from Drone, man. How are you doing, mate?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Have you got anything to say on healthcare?
Well, I kind of jumped in. You guys had probably been arguing in a while. Yeah, I mean, I kind of, like I said, I came in late, but my whole thing with national health care is that a lot of other countries, you guys get to enjoy it because in America, we spend a lot of money in research and development, private companies, universities. There's a lot of money going into that. And that's because there's a lot of profit being made on healthcare. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, profit is bad. There should be no profit in healthcare. I hear that a lot. I mean, guys, you can have a national healthcare system and say that only because we're doing all the innovation. And if we weren't doing it, like, where would it be coming from? Honestly.
The guy I know,
I disagree with that.
Like, if the money and the profit were not there, where would it be coming from?
No, I've got to disagree with that for a second though, because we do have several like prestigious places in the UK, and that, admittedly, in comparison to the US, Very,
Where?
very small.
It's tiny.
We're talking about Cambridge. We're talking about the UK. We're talking about
Dude,
the Pew Lab.
The main,
like that.
Did you see what I posted earlier?
The main study center in Cambridge is paid by. It's owned by an American company. The main virology study center in Cambridge is an American company. All their wages are paid by an American company. It's like they're based in Cambridge, but it's not us paying them.
No,
Cambridge
is that specifically like they own us, or is that like we're working with them?
Well, the company that owns the building and pays the wages.
Right, and I'm not even saying there's not cooperation going on, and I'm glad there is, and I hope there's more of it going in, into the future.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, I mean, the same thing with like our military. We spend so much on our military, and the fact of the matter is, when it comes to NATO and our alliances, other countries rely a lot on our military, and so you guys don't have to spend nearly as much, and so you have this extra money for these social programs where I feel like again.
Can I ask
for a very brief second? Can I just interrupt here? Just to we can get straight back to this in a second, right? I just want to say that Drone Take, I love your shirt, man. Creepshow is an amazing movie. That's
Absolutely, it's a great show. The original, the original movie. Yeah,
absolutely, yeah, for sure. Based on EC Comics.
Oh, you messed that up. It's a TV show, for fuck's sake. Even a remake is actually kind of good. But I want to add something to the Americans. I think that the Americas with Trump, I'm not a Trump hater, but kind of looking for a fight with China. And I kind of understand it, because even if it's just a financial fight, they have to do it now, America, because they're going to get weaker all the time. So now they have the opportunity to really kind of put all the eyes against China as the enemy against the world.
Yeah.
And shouldn't they take it, whether it's warranted or not?
Well, China? Should they take blame?
No, shouldn't America take this opportunity to create a war against China, even if it's just a financial war? Yeah.
Well, I think I do hope that this at least, I don't necessarily want to go to war with China, but I hope that Americans realize that China is our enemy. It is the greatest foe that we have on this planet. The whole world, as far as I'm concerned, should fear China, because China would, dominate the world if they could.
We should fear China, because everything that we own comes from China. If they
we're way too dependent.
Everything that we like, all the technology gone. We're against China.
We're gonna have to pay more for stuff, and we're gonna have to get all this. Yeah, hopefully that happens.
Pay more. We don't have the facilities to create the technology that we have right now that China produces. We don't have that. So if we go to war with China, we're sort of like back to World War II stage.
Yeah, I don't want to go to war with China. I think they are flirting with it in certain areas, obviously. Taiwan. I've even heard like threats to Australia, which kind of boggles my mind, but maybe.
Wait, who threatened Australia?
China. China's got their navy deployed out there, and they're being threatening. And Taiwan. If I were Taiwan, I'd be really worried right now. I'm not sure that Trump would do anything if China invaded Taiwan, honestly. But we're getting off the beaten path here.
I've just looked it up. And currently, America does 58% of global R&D on new pharmaceuticals. 58%. In the UK's defense, we do 7%, which isn't too bad, actually.
Not too shabby. UK.
Canada, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland are all on 1%. Ireland
Graham, just as a side point, a lot of that will say it's to do with Cambridge or Oxford. It's not. There's a lot of individual companies that do that sort of thing, like Flu Camp, stuff like that. They do their own individual research, but they get funding from Cambridge, so they say they're from Cambridge. So,
I'd say 7% is really good for the UK, though. That's really, really good,
no,
man. It's surprising. But the USA doing 58%. Here's the thing. Here's the issue I have. We all moan about how much the Americans pay, and they do pay too much. They definitely do. But for me, it's the same issue. It's government intervention. But at the same time, 58% of global research is insane. Is absolutely insane.
Right. Like, what would happen if profit were taken out and we went nationalized? I think the entire world would suffer. Honestly, I think
global healthcare would collapse, man.
What I'm afraid of. Right. I mean, with nationalized healthcare, the whole concept worries me because I think it breeds mediocrity, and I think that's a bad thing. I think we always need to be, pushing and striving, and I think that when you have a nationalized system, you kind of, they're always trying to meet the budget, and you don't have all that innovation. It just doesn't happen in these countries.
Here's what happens, man. In America, you get generic versions of drugs. In America, the law says 20 years. So after 20 years, so a drug company will invest the money, create the drug, and they get that drug for 20 years. Yeah, they make the money back, they make a profit. Hopefully, people get paid, all the rest of it. In America, it's 20 years. In the UK, the reason that we do not negotiate with the US in terms of healthcare, the reason that those kids with cancer don't get healthcare treatment is because we say fuck you and we just steal the stuff. We don't wait 20 years. If you're lucky, we wait 10 years and then we make our own generic versions of it. So you spend all the money and then we just make our own versions of it.
Graham, you're wrong.
That's an absolute fact, man.
No, Graham. When a drug company produces a new drug, it has a patent on that drug for a certain amount of time.
Yes.
And we can't produce that drug. Nobody can produce that drug for, I think it's 10 years. It may be longer. I can't remember.
Yeah, we decided 10 years.
For that amount of time, we pay whatever they charge per pill, right? And after that, anybody can make it. That's the exact same thing that happened with things like paracetamol, things like that.
No, we don't pay. We don't pay. For 10 years, we do not buy that drug. If it's too expensive, we do not buy it.
That is the exact reason why, when it comes to COVID-19, we're saying 18 months at least.
There was
the company that this month has come up with a UK version of the vaccine for COVID-19. They're saying, maybe 6 months, and that's the lowest we've ever heard. And the reason they're saying that is because they're trying to get away from that and saying, we basically just adapted a flu vaccine to include COVID-19. But all other companies are going by the stringent rules for vaccines and drugs. So they most of the companies can't do that and say, it's going to be available straight away, because it has to be tested, and then there's always the possibility that the company that makes it is going to say, no, well, we own that, it's ours.
But that's a special case for COVID though. But for anything else, for 10 years, the NHS just says, I'm sorry, we don't cover that.
Yeah, because it costs too much.
Yeah, and then
that's not down to the NHS though, Graham. That's down to the other companies.
That's down to the NHS not willing to pay the cost for that drug.
If it's an American drug that
money.
costs too much, the NHS can't bankrupt itself buying all those drugs just to make sure a few people in the minority are cured of a specific type of disease.
No, it's not the minority. That AIDS drug that was going around, the HIV one, we didn't touch that for years because of the cost. HIV isn't some fringe minority fucking concern.
But Graham, do you know why we did that with HIV?
Pathologically sane here.
We did that with HIV because HIV is no longer a death sentence. It's no longer if you get HIV, it's very, very rare. You're going to die from HIV.
It doesn't matter what the disease is. The NHS
does. That's the way the NHS looks at things. It focuses on who is going to die from things. It focuses on trying to keep everybody alive.
The NHS pretends that the drug doesn't even exist for 10 years up until the point where we've decided to steal their treatment. And then we just steal it.
No, it doesn't. That is essentially that's the marketing of the NHS. They've made that decision that we can't afford that because it would fucking bankrupt us. So
okay. So can I go on?
I'm sorry. I just want to ask something. Is this basically an argument over Graham saying that we should privatize your national health care, and younger Alex thinking no, that's not a good idea?
No,
yes,
what it is,
that's it. That's all it is. And it's been all there have been.
Our NHS is okay as it is. It's shit, but it's okay. But we can fix it, right? That's my point of view. I think we can fix it. Graham thinks we should completely overhaul it and privatize
Well,
it.
well, here's my thing. I mean, do you think that you should just leave it in the hands of your government? I mean, or should you maybe? I don't think completely. It wouldn't take a complete overhaul to allow private companies to come in and fix some of these issues that are there.
You can add privatizing.
My point of view on
at
that
the
is,
side.
I wouldn't trust the government some of the time of the day, you know. But
right
at the end of the day, that's
the problem with getting them involved in the first place.
Yeah, but what's the alternative to that? You know.
Well,
this is our entire political system. We elect people to do the best for us, and then they fuck us over, and that's what we get.
You just said reform the NHS, but reforming the NHS so that those people get treatment, you then also said it would bankrupt the NHS.
No, I didn't. I said the drugs that we get at the moment, if we got those drugs, it would bankrupt the NHS. What we want to do with reforming the NHS is actually be honest with those people and say, at the moment, the NHS cannot afford those drugs because it would bankrupt us. I want honesty in the NHS. I want a lack of red tape.
Yeah, okay. Well, here's honesty then, right? So right now, an American might pay $10 per pill, right? Just as an example, pulling it out my ass. Right now, they're paying $10 per pill because they know that the British system is going to steal their drugs. Why? They know that the British system is not going to pay the patent on it. So rather than them paying $2 per pill, us paying $2 per pill, France paying $2 per pill, Germany paying $2 per pill, and Sweden, and that $10 per pill being spread out. Right now, America pays $2 per pill because they know that Europe is going to just steal it. They're going to fuck off the patent and rob it because we say, oh, healthcare is a right. Therefore, we're just going to steal your...
What are we going to do in that scenario?
Well, then we're going to pay $2 per pill. That's what we need to start doing.
I don't think that America cares one shit of what UK is going to do.
No, but that's what part of the reason you pay so much.
She's saying that's why the companies are jacking up the price, the cover for that.
They absolutely do. I mean, if you look at this is one of the things I've done. I've looked at some of the prices of drugs when they were originally, put out there on the market, and they sell for these. I mean, the what I was talking about earlier, the review study that I did was about a specific breast cancer drug, and I can't remember the name of it right now because I'm shit with names. But it was extremely expensive, and the NHS said for years they couldn't afford it. And then when the patent expired, the NHS suddenly could afford it because other companies were allowed to make it cheaper. So suddenly they were saying, oh, it's a great drug. It treats, it doesn't treat you, but it helps breast cancer. So that's the way that it works at the moment. And it's not good. But, there's nothing that we in the UK, me and you, Graham, there's nothing we can do about that. It's about other big companies, and it's not about the American government either. It's about the companies that make these drugs, and it's about the patent laws. Saying, okay, well, we are the only people that can make this drug. If you have the cure for the common cold, you can charge whatever the fuck you like for it for 10 years under the patent law. That's what it's about.
Our government doesn't give a fuck about people dying for 10 years off it, though. They don't care.
No, of course they don't.
Right.
Because they're trained not to.
What we need to do is go to the American companies and say, if you're going to spend $50 to $100 million developing this new drug, what we're not going to do at the end of that process is fuck you over and steal it. What we're going to do is we're going to share the costs and actually buy it honestly, not let our people die for 10 years and then go, oh, it's legal to make it now. It's not legal to make it now. That's just the point where we've decided it's okay to steal their research.
No. Hold on a second. On a moral level, Graham, I'm not disagreeing with you here. I'm just going to say what it is, okay? When a company comes up with a particular drug that treats something, they have got their formula, they've got the way that they make it, and that is patented. You can't find that. I can't find that. Nobody can find that. It's patented. It's secret. It's safe for 10 years. And there's nothing that we can do about that, right? Now, as much as I would love for them to just release that worldwide and say, oh, yeah, it's free. I would love that. No. Hold on, Greg.
Go on.
For 10 whole years, that company, whether it's Bayer or whoever, they are making money off that drug. And that is how they stay at the top of their game, because they are taking money off this potential cure for whatever disease.
We haven't agreed that with them, though.
No,
all we've done is say we won't steal it for 10 years.
Graham, that's the way the market works.
It's not a market.
Yes, it is.
Market doesn't come into it.
It's a market. When you come to, drugs, if I come up with a common cold today, I say, all right, I've got the cure for the common cold. I could sell that for as much as I want because everybody's going to pay for it. Everybody's going to pay for it. That's the way it works, Graham. These people, they pay the money until the patent expires. And at the point that the patent expires, it's not, it's essentially, it's like freedom of information. Everybody can find the way that works, the way it's made. That's why you can find paracetamol in the UK for like 16p per box.
No, I get that. I get that.
Paracetamol's released today. It'll be about 20 quid a box. Right?
But you have to understand that. You have to understand that 10-year cycle has got nothing to do with the market whatsoever. The 10-year thing is that just
10-year cycle is about the patent. It's about the legality of the system.
Yeah, a patent legality. That's not market forces. That's government. The UK government,
the person who's created this particular drug that works.
The protection comes from the government. The government has said we won't steal it for 10 years.
The worst thing about this is I agree with you because I would love for that particular drug to be just released. I would love to get rid of this patent of drugs. I would love that because it would mean that everybody could just create those drugs and treat people with it. I think the world will be a much healthier place because of it. But at the moment, the way it stands is that we still value as a system, not as a mentality or morality. We still value the profit of a company who makes these drugs, which is why they have that 10-year thing, which is why nobody's ever done anything about that 10-year patent of drugs.
Profit of a company.
Yeah, but
it is absolutely that.
It physically costs money to develop a drug, though. It's $50 million minimum. 50 million.
Graham, but you have to think about Graham. You have to think about listen, right? If I was to create a drug right now, I could get subsidies. I could get grants from other people to do that. I could tell people it's going to be an investment.
Politics in.
It is absolutely when you go to the right top of it, and believe me, I have done it, and it's depressed the shit out of me. It is a depressing thing, but drugs, when it comes down to it, it is a political thing. It is about politics. It is about profit before it is about healthcare, because it's about defending your company.
There's the profit and politics. That's two separate things, man. I don't understand your point. I want to let other people speak. Go on.
Yeah, go on.
Can we talk about how Texas is a blue state?
Dude, you don't know how fucking volatile Texas is right now. It is reddish to purple. It really is.
I agree.
It's not like people just laugh at that.
It's not just because of the old ladies moving from California, like you think.
Well, that's an element. That's certainly a thing.
My highest viewership comes from Texas and California, so it kind of surprises me.
Texas and
I would expect that.
Do you think that Texas is on the possibility of turning into a blue state drone tech?
I would think it. I would have thought it was impossible, but
it's not impossible. If you look at
Beto lost there, so
only just
Beta lost by a very small, margin.
He lost.
The Democrats want Texas. The celebrities want Texas.
Like Beto O'Rourke, the most ridiculous of left wing,
cartoonish.
Yeah, exactly. Standing on a table, politicians barely lost to the most. Well, I'd like to know, Drone Tech, what your opinion of
don't you do it, man.
Ted
don't
Cruz.
You slag off Cruz. How dare you?
Ted. All right, Ted Cruz.
What you think of
beard
Ted
or
Cruz
after beard? Ted Cruz before beard or after beard?
We're talking about bearded Cruz.
Ted Cruz before and after Trump made fun of his father for killing
Right?
Kennedy. That's what I'd like to know.
I forgot about that. That's hilarious.
From you, Drone Tech. What do you think of Ted Cruz? Wait. What do you think of Ted Cruz as to his father being ridiculed by President Trump, and then a few months later standing on a stage thinking that Ted Cruz standing on a stage thinking that Trump is awesome and welcoming him in his own own
I would
town.
say, all right. Well, I think
Ted Cruz. Think of Ted Cruz.
Well, I don't fault him for it. I mean, Ted Cruz knows.
You don't.
No, listen. Let me answer.
I will.
So Ted understands the world that they're in. It's especially when it comes to the media. Trump understands it, and that's all for the media. They probably talked afterwards, and they were cool. And
wait,
you know what? Ted Cruz doesn't hold grudges. Doesn't hold grudges.
Wait. It's cool. It's cool for you to. It's cool for you to for a guy to completely throw your father under a bus, and then you to be welcoming.
It was a joke.
No.
It was a troll.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Wait. So let's say,
honestly, I'm not a hardcore Trumper here.
Wait. Let's say, okay, Drone Tech. Let's say somebody completely shits on your father, Drone Tech.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna turn around months later because of the popularity vote and how the rest of the numbers look towards the population. And you're going to accept that same person that totally shit on your father, and you're going to be cool with welcoming that person. Is that what you're saying? Because of the numbers?
If he took me back afterwards
in politics, it's okay. Is that what you're saying?
If he took me back afterwards and was like, "Look, I have no ill will towards you or your father, and this was a game. I'm playing the political game." I'd be like, "All right, whatever."
Because he took you backstage and didn't announce to the general public that it's okay that I totally shit on your father. You're gonna be okay with it? Like, really? Are you really gonna say that to the 36 people?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can't answer for sure on that.
It's okay to shit on my father because your numbers.
I can explain this probably a little bit. I can probably explain this a little bit. Look, the right at this moment, ever since Trump was elected, it's been like warfare against the left. So it's like
you told your
the enemy of my enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Basically, is what's going on there.
Yeah, but seriously,
so you're willing to shit on your
anything?
Wait a minute. You're willing to shit on your own father?
No, what?
Because the will of no. You just said it. You just said it because that's the way that things are right now, and I'm willing to accept it. Backstage, when you tell me, "Hey, that's the way it is," I'm willing to shit on my father.
Well, that was completely hypothetical, anyway.
No, that's what you said. That's what you just said.
I think Ted Cruz. Look. I think Ted Cruz is a guy who, because I can understand this because I'm the same way, doesn't hold grudges. People who treat you like shit. Listen,
you're the same way to shit on your father. You're
not even letting me finish. Look,
no, you just said you're the same way.
Hey,
shit on your father.
A second.
No,
let Drone Tech speak, right?
No.
Let Drone Tech speak.
Yeah. Look, I think Cruz.
I will.
Look, I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from on that. Totally. But at the same time, Ted Cruz is operating in a world where he gets all the same attacks that Trump gets. All the same stuff comes to him. And he understands that that's the environment. And he probably just doesn't hold grudges. I've had people that have treated me really bad in life, but I've not held grudges against them. And he probably is the same way.
Shit on your father. Shit on your father. Like, just
come on. Like, you're
what do you mean? Come on.
You're dramatizing it.
No, I'm dramatizing. He said that he was responsible for the possibility of killing Kennedy, and you're okay with that. To welcome him to your own
nobody takes
that
seriously. Literally, nobody does.
No, you're saying that it's okay because nobody takes it seriously, and you're judging me.
It's a joke.
You're judging me. You're judging me for this guy shitting on his own father.
Wait, guys. How is that comment from Trump any different or any less extreme from anything that any other American politician says?
I'm not talking about
They all
seriously,
do it.
like-
They all do it.
Look,
I'm talking about one
listen.
human being.
It's been mainstream.
The reason the
like
left
just a hot
loses
shit on
is
some other
because
guy's
the
father,
left is
and you're going to
shit.
welcome him into his own family. You're going to
Come
welcome him
on.
into your own house and be like, "Hey,
When has the
because
left
of the numbers,
been,
it'd be like, okay, let me tell you this. They'd be like, Hayden hates Russell Brand. It'd be like if he welcomed Russell Brand onto the Trigger Warning show and said, "Hey, because of the numbers you're bringing to my show tonight, I'm going to tell you how I love all your comedy and how I love everything you've
Well, that's
ever
what you're
done."
saying.
No,
That's what
I'm
you're
not.
saying.
No, I'm not. That's exactly.
That doesn't. You're
that's
like
exactly
you're
what happened.
You know,
That's
you're
exactly
attributing
what happened.
motivation. You're attributing motivation.
No,
That's
no,
like
no. I don't care. I don't care if every single. I don't care if every single one of you disagree with me. That is exactly
everything I want.
This guy shit on his father, and he welcomed him.
Shit
into
on
his
his father.
State. Yes, he did. He lied about his father to win a popular vote, and then complained about how everybody else treated him afterwards. And he's going to complain about that, and he's going to welcome him and be like, "Hey, because of your numbers, I'm going to be like okay with it and bring you into my house."
What's he going to do? What's he going to do?
What is
Side
he
with
gonna
the people
do?
who say
He's going to say
he's going to side.
Stand up and be a man for his responsibilities and be a man for his children and show an example of how he is as a human being and say, "No, I will not accept you of what you said to me and what you did to my family." And that is what he's going to do.
Dude.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
Dramatizing that.
No. That's what you're going to do to win a vote, or that's what you're going to do.
Left in
to
the
win
United States of America
that's ridiculous.
couldn't win against
We'll
the
never
share.
cow down and
is
be
what we've done
such a
to
weak
the
human being
Americans
as
while
you're
we've been
agreeing.
debating about the NHS.
I've got to say, actually, we've had a Streamlabs comment here. We've got Midget
And I would just say
again.
He said, Ted Cruz did fight back about it.
Ted Cruz was a pussy. Ted Cruz was a bitch. Ted Cruz was the weakest American politician we've ever had in the human
does the left
race.
even have?
And he looks like Eddie Munster.
Empty chair.
Yes.
Great, mate. I'll be back in a second. I just need to
all right,
piss,
Alex, come back with your nipples out because Happy Dog sent us $2.
I'm no big fan of Ted Cruz, by the way. I just want to say that.
Ted Cruz was a bitch. Ted Cruz was a brilliant. Ted Cruz was a brilliant. He went up against the Supreme Court. You know, he was brilliant. But as a politician, he is a weak ass bitch that is nothing.
Whatever, dude.
We should be proud
you know
of.
what?
Yeah,
that's nothing that we should be proud of. As Americans.
What's the alternative? Siding with the fucking media and the Democrats who say the same shit about Ted Cruz that they say about Trump.
What you're saying is we should not side with the media. We should side with somebody that took completely shit on our father, because that's what
I want to. Let's just move on from this because I don't even know. Like I don't.
What's your excuse? Seriously? What do you?
I don't have an excuse. I don't know. I don't really. I'm kind of just trying to play devil's advocate here because I don't care. I'm just kind of like
because you
I don't know.
Because
I just don't care. I don't know.
There's no opposition.
That's
I'll
what
be right back.
But seriously,
seriously, there's no opposition. What does the left have?
The left didn't have anything. The right didn't have anything. That's the point.
Right.
No,
I'm not. There's a lot of we're kind of fucked to stand up for
Ted. To stand up for Ted Cruz, that totally somebody shit on their own parent.
Ted
and
Cruz
to welcome them into their own state is ridiculous. To even kind of side with the guy. It's ridiculous. If somebody shit on my father, I don't care
like
what you're going to do.
At the
I don't care what numbers you have.
But it's only one.
Look
team.
at it.
I don't care.
Hold
I don't
on.
care what
Hold on a
numbers you
second.
have. If somebody shits on my father, I'm not gonna ever agree with them and welcome them to my state. Never.
Well, how do you feel about like Ron Reagan? How do you feel about like Ron Reagan or
Ron Reagan? Or Ronald Reagan.
Ron Reagan, his son.
I think that he's pretty ridiculous himself.
Okay. I don't know. That's the only example I can think of right now. But look,
with any party. I'm not. If you're looking at me thinking that this guy is gonna side with the left,
I don't even care.
Right,
like Ted,
never gonna happen.
I don't even care. Like
no, but I'm just saying. Ted Cruz is a fucking pussy bitch.
That is great.
I think he's a smart guy, and I think he makes good arguments. I think he's a guy that doesn't hold grudges.
If somebody shits on my father, I'm not gonna not hold grudges towards that person. I don't care. I don't care. It's not gonna matter to numbers or ridiculousness. If somebody shits on my father, I'm never.
I've ignored grudges worse than that.
Ever. There's nothing worse than you can do to shit on somebody's father.
I can't think of anything better for my career than Trump calling my dad the Zodiac Killer. We'd get like 1,000 subs.
It's so crazy. It's just like, what? That's a Trumpian thing to do.
I pray every night that he'll do it.
Trumpian to shit on somebody's father.
Please, Trump.
He just goes for the jugular. If he's attacked, did Ted Cruz not go after him? He did. So he went after him. That's all it was.
He welcomed him to a state, stood there on a stage and said, "Hey, look at this guy. He's done great things for our country." Weak ass fucking bitch. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say.
Though.
David Fincher's movie about the
Duke?
killer. Yeah.
Duke, I do want to say earlier, you said I got it wrong when I said Creepshow. Creepshow wasn't a show. You might be thinking of Tales from the Dark Side. I don't know. Creepshow was a movie in the 80s, and then a sequel, and then a bad sequel after that, and then the show.
But, I was just trying to shit on Aphidlit because it's so fun.
Okay.
But they did do some Creepshow. I think it's called Creepshow. Just this year or the year before.
Yeah, there's a show. Yeah, new one.
It was actually
okay.
Good.
Yeah. It was really low budget. You could tell it was real low budget.
Yeah.
But it was still really good. There was even the bad ones were good. So I liked it.
I like anthologies. Like it's a
me too.
Ended story every episode.
Greg Topple says Aphilip has no idea how politics works. Yeah,
he does. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, because politics throw out anything that you should feel about your family.
But come on, I have to ask you, Americans, again. How does it work when the left has nothing? They have absolutely nothing.
They don't have nothing. Let me tell you what they have. Listen, the left in America, here's what they have. They have academia. They have the media. They have Hollywood. They have all the flows of information. And the right has talk radio and AM radio. They have one network on Fox, which is more and more like becoming a mouthpiece. So, it really is becoming it's going to become one party rule more and more in this country. That's my prediction.
Yeah, but they don't have any actual policies though, do they?
All their forward-looking progressive ideas are old tired ideas that have killed millions of people. That's basically their ideas. Yeah.
No, it's basically like we're not the right side, we're the left side. That's it.
You know what? Here's what the world needs to be focused on right now: space travel. Like, get the whole world focused on space exploration, getting moon bases and lunar bases set up, missions to Mars. If the whole world could get focused on that, we would be so much better off, and that would be a very worthy goal.
Yeah, I thought that would work, or like a common enemy, like a virus or something, but that didn't work.
Yeah, well, the virus thing is tinged with politics from the start. I mean, you got China and then the WHO involved, and there's a bunch of stuff there. And then obviously it's real, right? But then Trump calls it a hoax, but what he actually means is like the reaction from the media and stuff.
But yes, to talk about
trying to take more likely the overreaction from the media.
Yeah, from a philosophical standpoint, the common enemy doesn't work because you still have the tribalism, and this doesn't really.
I don't know how to fix
unite.
I don't think it can be fixed. No, I feel like we're on this downward spiral that cannot be stopped. I don't want to sound pessimistic, but I saw it coming like 20 years ago, and it just seems to be Getting worse.
Yeah, if we had aliens invading,
Yeah.
we would have like half of the population wanting to side with them, and the other
Right.
half.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. You're right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what would happen. I
know
think
what?
if China invaded America right now, you would have sizable portions of our population side with China. I know that sounds crazy. I think it would happen.
I don't agree with that. Why do you think that, Drone Tech? Like, are you talking about America?
Let me tell you all. Yeah, because
Whole
our
world.
media is obviously a
Flatter me.
mouthpiece of China. Okay,
Well,
so
are you
China
kidding
comes
me?
in.
Wait, in what way?
I don't know that
Drone
that's
Tech?
true. I think it's just a case of half of your media is completely against anything that Trump says.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't they?
Trump is
Why
against
shouldn't they?
China.
Why shouldn't they be? I mean,
Do you think they'll be? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I'm fine with them being that way. Okay, I'll tell you right now, I'm fine with them being that way. But do you think that if a Democrat gets elected, they will be the same way towards that Democrat?
In what way? Do you think that
well, do you think they'll be as critical of that Democrat? Do you think every interview will be a hostile interview?
I think what you would see.
I hope so. I hope so. But
no, we already know. No, Obama. Look, go from the Bush administration. Look how the media treated that. Go to the Obama one. Look how they treated that. There you go. Okay, there's your answer.
What you would see is a complete flip of CNN being completely anti-Trump, anti-president. You would see that them being, absolutely, he's he or she is the best president ever.
You got
exactly.
It doesn't matter because you got
say, he's the worst ever.
It doesn't matter because you got okay, let's simplify.
You've got one network, Fox News, that would differentiate deviate from the others.
Let's simplify.
We are judging this based on the media, all right?
You got
this based on the media. And
right.
The media is not representative of the public anymore.
Right.
They have not been for a long
You're exactly
time.
right.
So we're focusing on CNN and Fox.
I disagree.
Or BBC.
No, you got CNN. You got CNN.
Hold on, everyone.
Okay, go ahead.
Why do you disagree? Why do you disagree?
Freaky Chick said it's not just American media that's against Trump. What about the BBC? They are terrible.
Yeah, but
I have to say the Swedish media is the same way. They're absolutely anti everything Trump says, and it's without nuance.
He deserves
that.
I think
he deserves it.
Media.
I think Obama deserved it.
You have.
You want me to give you an example?
Obama wasn't nothing like Trump. I'm not saying I'm not like some Obama like I don't
Obama
like
had
Obama.
no need to be like Trump. The media was his mouthpiece.
But the media is the problem. The media is the problem, and whatever.
Hold on.
No, the media is not the problem. The media is not the problem, and the media is a scapegoat.
Younger Alex, let me please get this.
The media is the problem. The media is the mouthpiece.
The media is the only people that are
the media is completely focused right on the left and right. It's whether you believe in what I believe in or whether you disagree with me. So whoever is elected is absolutely irrelevant. Whether it's somebody that you agree with or disagree with, whether they're right or wrong, it's irrelevant.
I disagree.
If you agree with me, then I will absolutely champion everything that you do. If you disagree with me, I will criticize everything that you do. Now, the person who said, I'm sorry, I forgot who it was who said he disagreed with me. That's due to the vodka. Please explain why you disagree with me.
Go on, let Drone Tech speak. Everyone's
I gotta say, so the problem we have in this country is that the media, as much as a sizable and growing portion of this country and the world realizes you should take whatever you hear from the media with a real serious grain of salt, there's still a very sizable portion of the country that buys into it like hand over fist, like they're invested. Okay, and that's a problem. If a Democrat gets in there, if a Democrat gets elected, the media, the academia, Hollywood will become a driving force of that agenda, and they will crush any dissent or opposition. We already saw hints of that when Obama was president and the Tea Party protests started coming up against him. What'd they do? They demonized him as racist. They fucking straight up just like manipulated video footage, audio footage, completely came up with stories.
Same thing with Obama.
Is that any different to what they do at the moment, though?
There's nothing different here.
No, it's true, but they're playing to their own people. they're kind of patting their own backs, and
Right.
there's kind of like three problems, because tribalism is a huge part of it, which is a problem. You only want to hear what you cherry
Right,
pick
but if a
what you hear.
Democrat gets
And then you have
in, that's a
media
problem.
that is
No,
extremely
it's a problem to
biased and
you. It's not
stupefied.
a problem to
And then you
50%
also
of
have
the population.
social media,
No.
which is a new thing.
Look.
Which just dumbify everything.
Look, listen. I come at it from I'm okay with criticism of Republicans and the right. I'm okay with that. But you don't see it
that,
on the
but you
other
don't mean
side.
that.
No, I do mean it. I do. But you don't.
You just said that they don't treat the same way, the same
right.
sources.
They have these standards that they hold. No, a perfect example is Biden and these allegations against him. The media is protecting him from them.
The media is
Whereas-
not protecting him against him. Your word is getting out to 50% of the population.
Yes, they
the
are.
same as the other word is getting out to the other 50% of the population.
Look at how Kavanaugh. Look at the Kavanaugh thing.
It's
Look,
ridiculous. Your
look.
statements are ridiculous.
NBC has just deleted a 1993
My statements are
interview with
ridiculous?
Yes.
Why? Explain.
Because
I gotta hear this.
The same 50% are coming out to the same side as the other side. I'm not sticking up for either side. I'm just saying
You're not even hearing what I'm saying.
Yes,
it's like
I
you're not even arguing with anything that I'm saying.
Sit back. Say what you're saying.
I already said I'm okay with criticism of the right and Republicans, but you do not see that of the other side. And if Democrats get in power again, you're gonna listen. Stop. Were kids in cages and overpopulated detention centers an issue under Obama? Tell me, yes or no. That's all I want.
The what? Say what?
Was it ever a media scandal or an issue under his administration? Kids in cages or overcrowded?
On 50% of the population, yes.
No.
What?
No. There was no.
It was
pictures of
never.
it back then.
The answer is no. The answer is no. Look. Stop. You were gonna let me talk. I gave that as an example to make my point. Listen. The point is the media is state-run propaganda full force when a Democrat is in office. When a Republican is in office, yeah, they're critical, but they're critical to a partisan political agenda. And it's like, okay, yeah, they're critical, but they're overcritical, and it's only to advance their own agenda.
You're leaning towards one way, and you're seeing the objective view of one way.
Prove me wrong. What was the last Democrat Party scandal from the media? Tell me. The National Democrat Party scandal.
You're talking about CNN and MSNBC.
Anything. Name one. Name one.
The population is covered by Fox, and it is exactly covered by exactly what you're saying.
Problem is, it doesn't work. The leftist media thing doesn't work, because when the left attacks the right, it just backfires all the damn time. So more people lean right.
People disagree with them.
The way the media is handling it, because it's not honest, and people see through it, and they don't want to be treated.
It's never
like
honest from either side, though, is it?
Right.
No, but
the problem is everybody knows the right is honest.
They can just bombard it with shit.
Anything to a pro-Democrat side, and the people who are anti-Democrat will find a way to spin it the other way. You can never rely on the media to give.
This is true.
The left has an uphill battle.
I try to focus. I read what the people who are absolutely against Trump. I read what they say, and I read the people who are absolutely pro-Trump and see what they say, and some of the things that they say will coalesce. And you can find the truth somewhere in between.
Right.
The people who are pro-Trump, they're going to defend whatever he says. If he would actually say that you should drink bleach, they would defend it.
Right, there are those people. There were those people for Obama. Yeah. But the problem is, the people that were like that for Obama did not get media attention.
No,
that's what I'm talking
about. When the left tries to attack
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true, George.
They get attention from Fox News and right-wing sources that then get demonized by all the other sources.
Hold on.
It's true, mate.
No, it is not true. I went to when Obama was.
Trust me. This has been my life for the last 30 years.
It was your life because that's the crowd that you found to follow you, and that's fine. That's great. I'm not going to argue.
No. Aphid, look. I
don't care. Right? No. I'm going to tell you something. I went when Obama was in office. I went to. I made a live leak video of where I went to a group that followed every week, and they said, "Oh, we need to impeach Obama," and they had these signs that said impeach Obama, and they had these ridiculous claims, just like the far left did about impeaching Trump.
Where were the impeachment proceedings against Obama?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You didn't let me finish. No, you can't finish. I went to interview these guys that had these signs that had these impeach Obama, and they had these pro like Israel whenever it was popular to
you're right. You're right.
It was popular to promote Israel at some times, but it wasn't popular to promote Israel at other times. But and then they had these groups, and then they sat there on the street corner every single weekend, and we saw far more protests and signs and people on overpasses. Drone Tech, I know you gotta agree with me with this. Far more people that agreed and wanted to impeach Obama when Obama was in office than we did with Trump.
I'm sorry. Where was there any popular movement for impeaching Obama in the media or elsewhere?
Go look at my live
dude. I was account. Believe me,
and there's plenty of. I live here.
I would be honestly acknowledge it if there was, but there was none.
I don't know where you live.
Can I
here in St. Louis? No, hold on.
I live in the media.
Here in St. Louis, there was plenty of overpasses that had impeach Obama and
sure, okay.
The ridiculous like
did they have the news anchors of the network news, of the taxpayer funded news, of all the papers crying for impeachment? Literally from the day he was inaugurated.
Yeah, are you talking about
from the day he was inaugurated?
Are you talking about CNN and MSNBC? No, they were not. But if you're talking about NPR, which is the only taxpayer news source that I know of, then it was completely the closest
mouthpieces for the Democrats.
The closest thing that we have to the truth here in the United States, and you can argue with me until the sun goes down.
Yeah, I will. I give you a great example right now of how that's bullshit.
No, the NPR.
I'll give you a great example.
You're ridiculous. You're.
Let me tell you.
Let me
tell you.
Your head is buried so far in the sand that your eyes are clouded with sand particles because you cannot.
Philip, mate.
NPR is the closest thing we have.
This is short.
Okay, let me tell you.
This is short. Can I say something short? Short. Drone Tech said something.
I read
really
NPR
good.
and I listen to NPR every day. So just so you know.
Drone Tech said something really good, which was that the left always have, you didn't say always, but the left always have academia. That's how it is. That's how fucking weird
politics now that's how it is.
No, it's how it is globally. And it's the same as Sweden.
But it's like the socialist Marxist movements in all of our universities.
Yeah, but it's also the only way that academia has power. That's the only way they can fight against capitalist power or someone that can run a company and make profit. Academia can't do that, so they go for big government. That's and you can look into it, and it's going to make sense. Yeah. No, I've looked into it a lot, and it stems from there.
I do want to have some more. I got to bring you or come on their stream with you some more. How do you say your name? Aphid lip.
Aphid lip. It's like a bug.
Like an aphid lip.
Yeah, like the lips of an aphid.
I gotcha. All right. Yeah. I mean, I like your energy. I like your energy. You're wrong. You're not totally wrong. You're not totally wrong. You're just a little misled. You're a little misled.
For all intents and purposes, Drone Tech, I would much rather spend a night talking with you that disagrees with me than somebody that's going to pat me on the back and say,
I agree.
Everything you say, and I respect you for that.
There is
totally
something.
agree.
There is something.
I'm like Goku in a fight. You know, I love the battle. You know.
No, that's like me and Graham disagreeing all night on the NHS.
Well,
you know,
you
got
get
people who disagree with you, but where the bad shit comes into it is when I'll be like, "Oh, I disagree with you so much, Graham. I'm blocking you. You're a horrible person."
Yeah, no, you don't. No, I'm not going to block you.
That
There's nothing
you
there.
disagree with each other, and then at the end of it, you say, "Yeah, you're an alright person." You know, we just disagree with each other.
That's right.
I like all you guys. I gotta say, you're all pretty cool.
I've got to say though, there's a level that you guys didn't discuss then when you were arguing, and that's that. Yes, of course, on the left, on the right, there are propagandists, there are mouthpieces, there are all that stuff. But then what you've not discussed tonight, which might be interesting to explore, is when you look at Democrat voters and Republican voters. Republican voters have got very, very low trust in the media. So, but Democrat voters have got very high trust.
Independents also very low.
Independents, yeah. Democrats have very high trust in the media, which is quite interesting when you're saying NPR is close to the truth.
It is the closest truth.
All right.
There's
so
no way you can possibly. Who else is?
We can talk for an hour about that. I'll go off on NPR.
Just listen to me though.
Who else is closer? Who else is closer?
So
nobody.
It's more likely.
Drone tech.
No, they are not in the. No, they are not in the arena of it. I'm sorry. No, they are not. They are among the worst. They are among the worst offenders. Yes.
To the truth.
No.
Who's closer?
No.
Who's closer?
No.
Who's closer? Tell me.
The point is, though.
I hate Reuters, but I would say Reuters. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gray. Go ahead.
You are literally, aphidly, you are literally screaming the point I'm trying to make right now, because it's more likely that a Republican voter would watch Republican propaganda and not believe it, whereas a Democrat voter would watch Democrat propaganda and believe it. It's more likely that they would. And then they'd come on a stream at 4 a.m. screaming about how NPR is closest to the truth. That's the thing. So you can point at a story and go, well, look what they said. But people often don't point at the audience reaction to that, which is like, well, it's bullshit, you know? But a Democrat is very likely to believe it. That's the issue.
At the end of the day, though,
NPR is so policed by people like Drone Tech and other Republicans because they're publicly funded. That they're the farthest thing you're. Can
you imagine a right-wing version of NPR that was publicly funded?
I'm not saying they're not left-wing or right-wing. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're the closest thing you're going to get to the truth.
Come on, they're so obviously left-wing. Come on,
no,
dude.
I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying they're the closest thing. That's what my argument.
When you look at the news, Aphid, where do you go to get your like take on
I go to all sources. All sources.
All sources. Where are every like pick a top 3. Where are your top 3?
Top 3. I listen to on the radio. I listen to mostly right wing Fox News, our affiliate in here in St. Louis.
They got some shit wrong this morning.
Yeah, they do got things wrong because they what they do is they side just like the problem with America right now is they try to sides against sides. And what they do is just like here on Trigger Warning, no offense, Graham and Hayden, but what they do is they sides against each other. And that frustrates the hell out of me. And the other thing that frustrates the hell out of me, is how people
bring him back.
The media is and Drone Tech, no offense, but this is your one trick phony. What you go
bring it. You're right. You're right. It is.
And it is the thing that the media is the one thing that we're going to get our information from. And I'm not saying that most people have the ability. I'm not saying that most people have the ability, cognizance to realize that there is a difference between one side that you're getting fed and the other side that you're getting fed, because there is totally a difference between that. But the media is what you're going to get the information from. And It's unfortunate that we don't have a central source here in the United States, and maybe not in the world, that we can get a true representation without opinion of what's going on. Without bias. That's exactly right, younger Alex. unfortunately, you know, we have to do with what we have, and we have to do with what we have.
Where do you go for your top 3 sources of information?
I would say I go to Gateway Pundit, which I know is a right wing. I go to Breitbart and Newsbusters, but I also go to Mediaite, Huffington Post, Above Top Secret. It's a forum. It's a conspiracy forum, but you can find some good articles in there. So I go there. But then I read all the main.
The left loses
my main question
because the left
Drontech and to Aphid Lip. Just both of you for a second. My main question is to both of you, right? How do you make sure that the information that you're getting is not skewed or biased in any way? How do you make sure that it's the correct source of information?
There is no way.
Google it. No, I Google anytime I see anything. I think I have a pretty good radar, and if I see anything that even tingles me at all, I check it. I'll Google it. I'll see what else people are saying about it, and then I'll make my decision from there. That's what I do.
Okay.
I don't ever just settle on one thing.
Me, I research a lot. I've made a lot of Live Leak videos, you know, about different things, and I love Live Leak for the reason that brought me to Live Leak was the sociological aspect of it, because you got the whole world, you know, that you're dealing with, not just the United States. With Facebook, you're dealing with your family and your friends and everything, and
yeah.
It's uncomfortable to have those conversations because I know that, like, if I say my true views on a lot of different topics, because like until Trump, like my views were, 50% of the time people were like, oh, you're a bigot or you're a right-wing conservative, and 50% of the time it was like you're a left-wing, whatever. But but like now I try to collect. In this day and age, I try to collect as much information as I possibly can from, I don't sit there like with I'm in a lot of Skype groups, and when I talk to those people, I try not to surround myself with people that agree with me and want to pat my back, I want to surround myself with people that like Drontech that disagree with me completely.
No,
and
absolutely.
Maybe when I'm not
him all night.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe when I'm arguing with them, I seem like I'm not agreeing with them at all. But like when I go to bed at night, I'm sitting in bed and I'm thinking, wow, what he said was, spot on. And maybe what I'm thinking and the way I've been, pushed to think is not true,
Yeah, I do that all the time.
Yeah,
I do that all
previous
the time.
time.
Right.
In previous times, surrounded yourself by people who agreed with you and patted you on the back and said, yeah, you're right on, mate.
Right.
Wasn't a problem. But in the age of social media,
right,
where everybody is connected to everybody else, that is a big problem.
Well,
because if you are connected to everybody else, you're going to get nothing but ego, because everybody's patting you on the back and you're blocking everybody that disagrees with you, obviously. That's why you have to have people who you're disagreeing with. You have to have that to maintain who you are.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And younger Alex, I will tell you, I'm 46 years old, and from what I've learned from my 46 years of life is that, the communication from different points of view is what you're going to learn the most of. Like when let's say Africa grew up with a certain amount of where they thought that certain things were, and how they cooked and how they survived, and how Europe was and how they grew up and how they cooked food and how they survived. Yeah. But once the communication, once it was telegraph, and then once it was telephones, and once it was newspapers, and once it was everything else that we were able to communicate with each other and share our views,
we're suddenly all connected to each other.
That is how we furthered ourselves in going further in life.
Like 2 reasons why you should always find the best counter arguments to whatever you believe or your own opinion. And one of the reasons is to make your argument stronger. But the other is also, of course, to reevaluate and maybe even
absolutely. That's why
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's why I love talking with people that disagree.
Why you should always find an opposing point of view
That's good to hear, Drone Tech.
Because you're probably full of shit.
I love it.
Right.
It's because
I
you're
love
probably
opposition.
wrong.
Right.
And you need to get rid of that ego, because you can't
Right.
go into anything with ego and say, "Oh, I'm right about everything."
Right.
Definitely. Definitely.
Right.
The only way you learn anything in this world is if your mind is open to the opinion of those who are more knowledgeable than yourself. And
even
just
on
have
the
to realize that you know nothing.
acceptance that says,
right,
yes,
right.
okay, I was wrong.
Even on the surface,
realizing you were wrong
appears.
about something means that you learned something.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Right.
Exactly, Duke. I'm so happy you said
Right.
that. I'm so happy that you
Right.
said that, mate, because
It's-
there's so much ego in this world where it's like, no, I'm right all the time. I'm going to block you if you say I'm wrong. But no,
Right.
being wrong isn't some kind of attack upon yourself. It is something that says, no, I've learned something from this. I was wrong, and now I can be right because I know the correct view.
Yeah, that's
Right.
why on Twitter
It's not a
I
bad
pretty much
thing.
only follow like left-wing source people on Twitter because I just love arguing
That's
with
the right
them.
thing to do.
I'm the
Drone Tech,
same way. I'm the
assuming
same way
you're
on the
right-wing,
opposite.
Drone Tech, are you right wing?
I definitely lean right, but I'm very left-wing on other things.
You're centre right, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I would say that I'm centre left myself. You know, I don't align myself to any political party or anything like that. But I always listen to every point of view, and I make my mind upon every, whenever an issue comes up, I make my mind upon it based on the merits of it. I don't, say, oh, well, this Trump says this or whatever, or Jeremy Corbyn says this. I don't say that sort of thing. I make my mind up every point of view. I think that's the way it is to be. Gray, do you do the same
I think most
thing?
people are probably that way. Most people, but we get
I doubt
hardened into our
that most
positions.
Most people aren't that way. The people that are smart like yourself.
No. Hang on. I think that most people are that way, but they
I don't
don't say
have
that
faith
they are that
in
way,
it.
and that's
No.
why we keep getting things like Jeremy Corbyn having his biggest loss in
Most
years
people
in the
aren't
election.
here.
Because
Most
most people save their opinions in their head. They save it until they're at the ballot box and they can put the cross in the thing, and then they show everybody on Twitter how it really is, and you get all the people on Twitter saying, "Oh, I'm so ashamed of my."
True, but most people aren't here. Most people aren't here on a stream talking to 5 different people from 5 different parts of the world.
No,
You know,
that's
most
what I mean.
people are following their advice from Facebook, where it's all people that they've grown up with that are like in their close knit group of people that they've grown up with.
Well, I personally, I've had one best friend for about 15 years, and he's practically my bloody soulmate. And we disagree fucking frantically. We disagree on all sorts of things. We had a massive argument a couple of weeks ago about white privilege, and we vote on different things, all that sort of thing, and it doesn't stop us from being friends. And that's the thing I think people need to realize, is that your political opinion isn't your personality. You can meet someone and be friends with them, and they can be completely opposed to everything that you believe in politically, and it doesn't affect who you are. It doesn't affect your friendship. And that I think is one of the worst things these days, is that people take it so personally. If I say I'm voting for Hillary Clinton, Drone Tech says he's voting for Trump, then there's a possibility, if we were normal people, that we might have an argument about it, and we might never speak to each other again. Although actually, I've never spoken to Drone Tech. So hello, Drone Tech.
I agree 100%, Alex.
Yeah,
definitely.
Before
I think
Graham
that
cuts it,
I think most
I'm
people
gonna leave now and take care, everyone, and everyone.
Guys,
later, dude.
Honestly,
it's been a really cool 5 hours and 42 minutes, but
I'm so ready to go.
I think I really need to stop.
You could say it.
That was a good way to end it.
Yeah. I do appreciate it. And to be honest, no, I hate it because the conversation's been really, really good, and I don't want to end it, but I have to. I really have to, because it's 4:30 in the morning, and I can't stop sitting here screaming.
That's the problem when you're doing this, is you don't really realize what time it is. You just get involved in the conversation.
Well, the problem is I don't realize until the next day, the next morning, when my partner tells me how many times my daughter knocks on her door. Because she knows not to come in here, but every time I scream and I wake her up, and it's like 2 a.m, she bangs on her door and wakes her up instead, and goes, "Mummy, what's happening?" So I need to knock it off so that they can at least get the second half of the night.
Graham, thank you so much for streaming tonight. That was great.
No, thanks for joining us, man. It was really, really good. I really enjoyed it.
Drone Tech and Young Alex, all the best to you guys. You know,
same to you, mate.
No matter what I said, utmost respect for both you guys.
No,
mate.
All you guys.
Cheers.
We'll have to maybe continue this on my stream at another time.
Nah, I'd love to check out your stream sometime, Drone Tech. I'm gonna have to do that.
We will.
No, we're going to need to keep some sort of Graham. We're going to need to keep some sort of stream going for getting people on board because it's such a great platform for people to just share their opinions.
Well, we're trying to do that at the moment, where we can do one that's like off kind of like it'll be here, it'll be dual cast, but it'll be here and off YouTube. So the idea is that it's like you just go on a website.
Still going on that Twitch thing, are you?
Yeah, Twitch is still running. Yeah, of course.
Great, you are going to get banned from Twitch before you're going to get banned from YouTube.
Well, if I can get $100 out of them before I get banned, that's fine. That's amazing. You know what I mean?
How much have you got so far?
Well, nothing. But it's only a week old.
And you're going to get banned before you get shit.
Just calm yourself, all right? We're nearly at 50 subs.
Mate, I'll share your links. I'll share your links every second, right? But I'm just telling you. YouTube is way less stringent than Twitch are.
Yeah, but they don't care about someone where there's only 5 people watching. They don't care. They're not arsed, man, honestly. I mean, look, if we can get to 50 subs, we're on like 43 or something now. If we can get to 50, then people can use their Amazon Prime with it. And it's, it's something, isn't it? It's just another avenue.
You need to tell me about it because I've got Amazon Prime. I could probably kick you a few dollars.
Well, there you go. You could send us $30 a year for zero cost for you. Nothing.
You think we're going to be on Twitch for a year? Fucking hell.
What am I supposed to do, man?
You guys have been fighting so hard, man. Like, you deserve, people need to support you guys.
Well, you know what? If we get kicked off Twitch, hopefully BuzzFeed will do an article about it, and then we'll get a load more subs, whatever.
You need to let me write the appeal to YouTube, and I'll put a nice thing. Say, oh, we're really sorry.
But we're not going to not stream on Twitch because we might get kicked off at some point in the future. I'd rather just do it.
I know that, but that's why you got Twitch, because you had that same opinion about YouTube. We're not going to not say what we think because we might get kicked off. So we'll get fucking Twitch.
Like you and Hayden have got Amazon Prime, so that's $90 a year straight away. And that keeps the software going.
But that's our money. We're paying.
No. You get that for free though. You get if you've got Amazon Prime already.
We don't
it's free.
get it for free. We pay Amazon, and Amazon pays Twitch. So it's our money.
But you're not paying any extra though. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I still get my fucking shit delivered next day. But still, it's my money.
It doesn't. Yeah.
It doesn't feel the same, Graham.
Well, let's just. Are you really arguing the semantics of this? Okay, we get a little bit of our money back from Amazon.
Anything.
Like, so what? I always give my Amazon Prime subscription to someone. I'd rather give it to myself if I can.
I got to be honest, I'm not particularly familiar with Twitch, so you'll have to send me a DM about how to set it all
You'll know. It'll be all set up. But guys, please check the description for the few that are still standing. Please check out Drone Tech Politics. He's got a really good channel.
Drone Tech, it was nice to meet you, mate. I'm glad I had a chance to chat with you. And
it's
always a pleasure chatting to you, mate.
Cheers to Young Alex.
We'll do it again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll see you in a bit, guys.
Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Oh, there we go. Bye-bye. Oh, younger Alex is back somehow. I don't know how that's happened.